and that he needs to come back in January 2023.
Yes.
Is that
yes.
correct?
It's true, it's true.
Yes. And then the next paragraph, he says, in January 2023, I indicated to Director Mkhwanazi that there must be a letter of donation from the donor to EMPD. In January 2023, Director Mkhwanazi brought me the documents and vehicle registration documents to me at my office in Primrose to be registered in COE as per donation. I gave the documents to my admin representative to register the vehicles as per donation to EMPD. Next paragraph, Director Mkhwanazi, sorry, before we go to the next paragraph, can you confirm
Yes, yes.
what I've just read is correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Third paragraph, Director Mkhwanazi is a senior EMPD officer who approached me with the donation and didn't see anything wrong, and requested a formal letter of donation of the vehicles. A donation will definitely assist EMPD as the department are currently struggling with law enforcement. It should be law enforcement, it says law enforcement vehicles. This is the norm as my understanding as SEAT program and Gauteng heavy vehicle donations were donated only on a donation letter. You agree with that paragraph?
100%.
Yes. And then in February 2023, Director Mkhwanazi contacted me to inform me that the donation is cancelled and that he will send people to collect the documents to change it back to the donor. Is that more or less correct?
Yes, I collected them, yes.
Yes. Now,
No. I agree.
the documents you gave to Chris Stein, if you go to page 157, same bundle.
Oh, yes.
Remember we were in 156, you now go to the next page. 157.
Oh, this letter again.
Yes, so it's that letter of intent that you gave him.
Yes, yes.
But you did more than that, because to prove to him that there was an MOU between Ekurhuleni and CAT, you attached that MOU that you signed on 13 October 2021 as part of the documents for the registration of the vehicles. And that appears on page 159 of the bundle. So all these documents are the documents you gave to Chris Stein.
Commissioners, you see there's a challenge now. The attachment of a memorandum that we had, it is having my signature.
Yes.
This one doesn't have a signature.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm saying you gave this to Chris Stein. That's all I'm asking you.
No, let me agree on what you're asking.
Yes.
Yes.
Because you wanted to show him that there is a memorandum between EMPD and CAT services. Because otherwise the letter on page 157 would not make sense. For it to make sense, you needed to give him all the documents. And one of the documents you gave him was this document that we see on page 159.
What I like with this commission is that you are very strict in terms of signature. You see, here now I must agree where there's no signature. You see, and here does it say I attached this? It doesn't say so.
Commissioner Mkhwanazi, these are documents that come from Chris Stein. He says this is what happened. This is the bundle.
Let me read it.
Yes.
The last two paragraphs.
Yes.
In February 2023, Director Mkhwanazi contacted me, informed me that the donation is cancelled. Now I want where it says this attached, or the donation is cancelled, and he will send people to collect documents to change it, or to change it, or to change it back. Yes, it's supposed to change.
I see how you love avoiding questions. Remember, we read paragraph 2, and paragraph 2 says, in January 2023, Director Mkhwanazi brought me the documents and vehicle registration documents. So I'm putting to you that the documents you brought to Chris Stein included this document that we see on page 159. I'm not saying it is signed. I'm simply saying the documents you gave to him included the document that we see on page 159. Yes or no?
Let me say no. This one I commit. I did. Okay. And this one's of later on, part of the document, it was the face values, not face value, the ID copy and the details.
And we're going there because I'm not
Yes.
going to take you through all of them. From page 166 of that bundle, all the way to page 275. So it was a lot of documents that you gave to Christine.
No, Commissioner. No. I didn't have a bundle. I can't have access. It was, no, Commissioner. Hey, a lot of documents you're saying, this is very thick. I didn't carry this. I didn't.
Let's just do one.
Yes.
So you would have given him page 167.
No, I don't remember the documents. Ne?
No, but this
I
is-
gave the, let me confirm to you. I gave the vehicle, the documents or something that has to do with vehicle. Remember, this is done by Chris, it's not done by me. This, you don't have access of this. It's him and the licensing that I have. There's no member. You get it when you register vehicles. You don't carry it with, we don't allow that. Because this costs forgery. This is the cost of forgery. It's not allowed to be carried anywhere.
Okay, maybe just to move forward.
Yes.
How did they get their cars registered in EMPD's name? Because my understanding of the registration process is that you would need this document that you see on page 167.
Yes, you're correct.
And somebody has to complete this form, including the previous owner.
Yes.
Yes. Now, the only way Mr. Matlala, and several of these are completed by Mr. Matlala, he would have completed them and given them to you, correct?
Yeah, no, this, I'm not, I'm talking, I agree when you talk about this, not the whole big bundle. This is in it is it's not supposed to be carried by anyone. Maybe this is part of the evidence that they are bringing to confirm the vehicles that they were registered. On that, I agree. Yes, that they were registered. But carrying a small bundle, the letter of commitment, and this was, I agreed earlier on, I still agree on that, on this one.
And then the IDs you're talking about, we don't have to look at all
Yes,
of them. On page 236, for example.
yes, I agree.
Yes.
Copies of certified ID.
And then
yes.
on 228, just
Sorry?
go to 228 quickly. 228.
Oh, 220. This one is the same thing. Yes,
Are you there?
I'm there.
So
I'm there.
you can clearly see that the section that deals with the particulars of the seller, Mr. Matlala has completed that section.
Yes, I've said this. I agree. These are the document. Yes.
So you would have obtained this from him
Yes, I've said so.
and
Yes.
taken them to Christine.
Yes, yes. No. When we were there, oh, he said I've obtained from him. Yes. So that the Christian can start registration plates. And I agree on that, Commissioner.
Commissioner Mkhwanazi,
I agree on that.
I've owned a vehicle before and I've transferred a vehicle to somebody else before.
No, I'm saying on this papers, I agree on that.
You need this document
Yes,
to facilitate that transfer.
yes.
And these documents you would have obtained from Mr. Ket Matlala.
Oh, yes, this
And
is so.
you would have then given them to Christine as part of the bundle that he needed to change the ownership of the vehicles from CAT
Yes.
services to EMPD.
You're 100% correct.
Yes.
Yes.
So whatever language that is used, whether it's facilitation or assistance, this is what you did.
Yes. A facilitation, yes. Facilitation
We
is
don't
saving.
need to fight about this.
Facilitation is saving prison. Commissioners, you are there, me. I can't agree to leave my kids and go to jail for something that I didn't do. I didn't put blue lights. I must say, I can't.
Nobody.
I may want to be honest and impress you, but not with lies.
Nobody has said anything about jail, Commissioner.
This is a commission of inquiry. You will be making recommendation. I will be sitting somewhere. And I won't see you that. I will see you after 10 years or 50 years.
And Commissioner, to be fair to you, I don't think anybody is suggesting that you physically got the blue lights and fitted them on Mr. Matlala's vehicles. I don't think anybody's suggesting that.
Commissioners, on your side, yes, but that side, it's different. Even yesterday, you assisted me when I was lost, agreeing about that letter that you submitted a letter to Chief of Police. I was saying it's English, I was lost. Up until you said, no, man, this is 20. I said, no, but you said you didn't remember. I said, in fact, there you were so fair to me because I was lost, and you were able to assist me. And at night, when I visited you, I said, but they are fair. They assisted me where I was lost. Thank you for that.
I didn't mean to interrupt because we don't have enough time.
Sorry.
Because of the debate about facilitation, I thought it's only fair that I take you to the documents so that you can understand what the allegation is.
Oh, yes.
And now that I've done that and we've agreed that this is what you did, and give the time back to Advocate.
Just one very minor point arising from my colleagues' questions. You said that the memorandum, let me call it the CAT VIP memorandum, would have gone out of the EMPD for approval, final approval within the Metro after internal approval within the EMPD. Am I correct?
Yes, the process is yes, Commissioner.
Yes. So because the only person that signed within the Metro was you, it never went out of the EMPD. It remained within the EMPD.
Yes, it never. Yes, we are correct. You are correct.
Yes,
you are correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, you are the person within the EMPD that interacted with Mr. Chris Stein with regard to the registration of these motor vehicles.
Yes, Commissioner.
So if he had to have a copy of this memorandum, it is only natural that he would have had to come to you to obtain a copy of that memorandum, not so?
Yes. He was communicating with me.
Yes.
But the attachment, he may not.
No, please. So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Now we have these documents that Commissioner Kumalo has referred you to, and this memorandum is within that pack. Is it not only logical that, as Commissioner Kumalo was suggesting to you, you must have given that memorandum to Mr. Chris Stein? Is that not only logical?
It's not. Because there's a third person now. This bundle doesn't come from Chris. It's coming from another person. And in my bundle, I've got two statements.
And where all of a sudden would Mr. Chris Stein have obtained this memorandum, if not from you?
I'm not sure that this bundle, this document, they got
I'm
it from
talking
Chris
about just the one, please. Just the one, just the memorandum.
No, not
Where all of a sudden would he have gotten this? You accept that it was an EMPD document, and before approval within the EMPD, it remained within the EMPD. And you also accept that the only person he interacted with regard to the registration was you. And now we see an EMPD document, and I'm saying that in quotation marks, of course, because it was never approved. We see an EMPD document amongst the documents that Mr. Chris Stein says he got from you. So my question is, how can you suggest that he did not get it from you? It's only logical that he must have gotten it from you under these circumstances. Why is that not so?
Oh, yes. May I respond, Commissioner?
Yes, logically.
Yes, logically, this is not coming from Chris Stein. It's coming from PN 10. It's coming from the bundle says, I'm also going to refer to my bundle where I've got another letter that comes from Mr. Chris Stein. Yes. My argument is that, you see, this doesn't come, all the bundle, it's the evidence of those that are alleging me, you see. I'm not guaranteed, I'm not sure, because you said to me, it must state, as she was leading the evidence, that the letter must be specific. Even yesterday, you said so many times, commissioners, you see. But now, this letter doesn't say, I even got the memorandum of
does.
understanding. Then it comes from a third person and a fourth person. That's my challenge.
It does, actually. Look at the last sentence.
See the attached donation of your P letter and, oh yes,
It
yes,
does.
it does. No, I was still reading, then the commissioner said, let's go up, because I wanted to confirm what he was saying.
So now that you see it, you accept
No,
that
no.
you
If it's from
accept-
Chris, I accept,
Please,
yes.
please, you accept that he got it from you.
Yes, it is from Chris, I accept. Because I'm the one who was engaging from
Why
him.
is it that you only accept it when you see it in black and white?
No.
Surely you must know, as a matter of fact, Commissioner, that you either gave this document to Mr. Christine or you did not. Surely you must know.
Now, if I did, I will agree. I want that to the commissioner. It's just that I don't trust some of the allegations that are coming from some of those bundles.
Please do not conflate issues.
Oh.
Please do not conflate issues. There's a difference between knowing that you actually did something and not wanting to admit that you did it because you are suspicious of other people.
Oh.
There's a difference between the two. So now are you saying that you were denying purely because you were suspicious that other people snuck this letter in here? Is that what you were suggesting earlier?
Yes, but now you are clarifying it. I get you, and I agree on your latest clarification that there's a difference between
Can
the
you
two.
explain why you suddenly accept that you gave this memorandum to Mr. Christine?
No, the letter is very clear. And
So you
I
must-
trust all the documents that I gave to him.
You must be told by the letter before you accept what you actually did.
No, Commissioner, this is long ago. I don't even remember. That's why I'm saying you are honest to me. This commission is showing me the documents that I didn't have, that I forgot about it. Now I'm able to check and see. Even during the week last week when I was in time, I saw many documents that I don't remember about or some that are still new to me. You see, that's why I'm saying to you, at least you are fair, I'm able to refer. Even if I forgot, you still remind me and say, no, but there's this letter.
The
there's this.
last question on this.
Yes.
So if I had not shown you this last sentence, you would leave this hearing having categorically denied that you ever gave Mr. Christine this letter, this memorandum.
No, even if I agreed, but deep down in my heart, I was going to say, but this is
No,
not
no,
fair.
no, please answer the question. My question is, if I had not shown you this last sentence of Mr. Christine's letter, you would have left this hearing having categorically denied that you ever gave Mr. Christine this memorandum.
Commissioner, I was going to ask you again, can you assist me by confirming, because you are independent? I was going to say that, like yesterday.
That's not answering my question. Please answer my question.
Let me say yes. Let me say,
Thank you.
because I was doing that, yes.
Thank you,
Yes,
Commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner, maybe let me start it's still on this topic.
Oh, yes, Commissioner.
Yesterday, you remember, with the chair and with Ms. Sillo, you looked at the SPI's annexures. If you could just pull that bundle so that you have the same page that I have. And then page 4 of that bundle.
Let's see. I'm confusing these papers now. You'll assist me.
Page 4. It should be RS2, Roman figure 2. You remember that document? You were discussing it with Advocate Sillo and the chairperson. It's that list, the list of cars, you
Yes,
remember?
yes,
And you said you don't know the registration numbers.
Yes, yes, I
Now,
know.
you still have the Ngiza bundle now, the one that you were discussing with Commissioner Khumalo. Is it still open on your desk? Is that the one? Okay. Turn to page 189. So I need you to have this page open in front of you, and then page 189 of Mr. Ngiza's bundle.
Sorry.
So we should have this open. This is page 4 of Commissioner Spee's annexures.
Yes.
You should have that.
And what?
And then the Ngiza bundle of annexures that you were discussing with Commissioner Khumalo.
Yes.
Go to page 189. Are we there?
Yes. 189.
Yes. You can see that document is a motor vehicle license and license disc document. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. It's familiar. It's a familiar document to you. Comes from the licensing department. You see that?
This one, Commissioner?
Yes. It should be at 189.
Yes.
The big 189. Now, look at the registration number of that vehicle. It's DL, and then I won't say the rest of the numbers. The vehicle is a BMW 3 Series. Can you see that?
Yes, there's some unit.
On that licensing document, okay?
Yes, Commissioner.
Compare that with, on this page, the very first vehicle. Can you see it's the same registration number?
Yes, Commissioner, yes.
And that document at the top, this one here, the licensing one, this one that you're holding, yes, that one.
Yes, yes.
It says J.D. Mkwanazi, where it says EMM Fleet. It has the name J.D. Mkwanazi, and it has a cell number. You see that?
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so we can agree that the vehicle number 1 on this memorandum that has a signature is the same one as.
Yes, I agree 100%.
Okay, and it has your name. And then if you then do the same, go to page 218 of that big bundle.
Ngizane?
Yes. 218.
Yes, Commissioner.
You remember, maybe let me remind you also that you remember yesterday when you were looking at this document with Ms. Sillo, you said there was a Mercedes Kumbi. You accepted that in those cars there was a Mercedes Kumbi. Now, if you look at, on this document, vehicle number 2, you see that?
Yes, Commissioner.
It starts registration number JP on that list.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, now go to Ngiza 218, that license department. It's a Mercedes-Benz V-Class, the vehicle,
Yes, sorry, Commissioner.
218.
Yes, sorry for a minute.
Okay,
I tend to lose this document. No, I'm sorted. I don't want to lose because I missed it. Thank you, Mr. Yes, I'm packing that document.
okay. So you see vehicle number 2 on your memorandum, on this colorful memorandum, is the vehicle at page 218, Mercedes-Benz V-Class, and its registration number starts JP.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Commissioner.
And that document from the licensing department has your name at the top. EMM Fleet, J.D. Mkwanazi, and it has what looks like a cell number. You see that?
And it's my handwriting, I confirm again.
Okay. So at least we know 2 vehicles on this list, on that memorandum, are the vehicles that were registered by Mr. Steyn.
Yes,
Okay.
Commissioner.
And these are the vehicles that are also in this letter of confirmation that was written to somebody. We know it's that, right?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And then maybe lastly, I think there's more, but I think the point will have been made. If you go to Mwiza, page 247. Mwiza 247.
Yes, Commissioner.
And then in that list of vehicles, go to vehicle number 5. It's a BMW. Vehicle number 5, it starts BZ.
BZ99CK, yes.
Yeah, I was hoping you didn't mention the number.
Oh, humble apologies.
It's okay,
Humble
it's all right.
apologies.
Anyway, they were registered in the name of the municipality, so they were public property, actually. So we're entitled to mention them. So you've got that in that colorful list, and then at 247, we have a license, motor vehicle license disc certificate, and then you confirm at 247, you confirm the registration number is BZ,
Yes, Commissioner.
okay, and the motor vehicle is BMW 3 Series.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, and then at the top, again, it has your name and a cell phone number, and you say that's your handwriting.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Commissioner.
So we know that, now we know from this, that at least some of the vehicles in this list are the vehicles that you asked Mr. Steyn to register.
You are 100% correct, Commissioner.
And this list, what I call the list, it says to somebody, this document here, it says to somebody, just for completeness, it says in the first paragraph, this letter serves to confirm that the EMPD, under the command of Acting Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner Brigadier J.D. Mkwanazi of Specialized Services, has an endless working relationship and memorandum with CAT VIP. So you accept this is your letter. You must accept, because these vehicles that I've read for you are here with registration numbers, and they are on the license certificates, which has your name, and you say it's your registration, it's your handwriting.
The 3 is yes. In this document, yes.
So
Yes.
you-
100% yes,
Okay.
Commissioner.
All right, thank you. You can put Mwiza away. And then, but still related to the same topic.
Then,
Still
must I
on
remove
this,
the file?
yeah, you can put away Mwiza now. Still on this same.
Let's put it here. Same document, eh? Or bundle?
No, the same topic, the same related topic. You said earlier, when you were explaining to Ms. Sillo how things work with registration, with vehicles, you said Mr. Steyn, as the proxy, is the one that deals with the registration. Okay, do you want me to repeat myself?
No, I'm
Okay,
listening.
you heard me. All right. You were explaining to Ms. Sillo how it works.
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
That the proxy, Mr. Steyn, he's the one that deals with registration of vehicles. He's the one that hands out vehicles to officers, and by the time he hands them out, they already have blue lights. He sorts that out.
Yes,
I think
yes,
that's
yes,
what
Commissioner.
what
Yes,
you
Commissioner.
said.
Yes, Commissioner.
So,
Let me, blue lights and branding, if there's a branding, yes. I agree with you 100%.
okay.
Yes.
So when you ask him to register a vehicle, and it's an EMPD, it's going to be an EMPD vehicle, and the donation letter, remember the donation letter, you don't have to go to it, I'll read it. And the donation letter says that the vehicles will enhance the EMPD's efforts in crime prevention and community safety, and to assist in VIP protection training, tactical and training enhancement. When you give him that letter and then you say, go register, these vehicles, as the person who's also responsible for making sure that EMPD vehicles have got blue lights, right? You said he's responsible for that, okay? He would therefore, can we accept that he would have been the one that arranges for blue lights for these cars that are being donated?
I lost you. You said he could be the one that.
That arranges the blue lights, because he's the person responsible for that. He would be the one responsible to make sure that these vehicles that are now EMPD vehicles have blue lights.
Yes, I get 200%, Commissioner.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. So we will hear from him. We should ask him about these blue lights on these vehicles.
Yes, Commissioner, on my bundle, there's an attachment from Christine. When he was visited by Mr. Mkwanazi's officers. Can you go to the bundle? There's a letter.
Which bundle?
It's JD.
Oh, your
I
bundle.
don't know how to do it.
Your bundle.
It's Brigadier Mkwanazi, file 1, the stick 1.
Okay. Page number?
I haven't checked which page where Christine.
Well, Oh, Christine,
The attachment,
there is an
yes.
index at the front of the file, just check.
Thank you.
The index, Ms. Silo, doesn't
Doesn't
describe
name.
the
Doesn't
document.
describe. Okay, we will locate for you, we'll allocate it for you in a second.
Please.
Very important.
Sorry, Commissioner. Commissioner, can you please describe the letter you are referring to?
Mr. Christine, he confirms that after the testimony of General Mkwanazi, but it doesn't say so. I'm not sure is it the Hawks or what, but we had the registration plate of them. They went to him. They wanted to confirm that did he put any blue lights, did he put any branding as per allegation. Then when he responds, can you keep on checking it so that they can have it? When he responds, he says that when we accepted the donation, we were definitely sure that, we've said we don't have money. And in order for us to put blue lights and branding, it's supposed to be a council item that motivates that the city must put blue lights and brand, but it must be done in terms of finance, it's done by the finance department. They must allocate budget for that. And in that letter, it confirms that there was no budget for that. That was not done. It didn't do that.
Then, Commissioner, you don't have to look for that letter. If you say there's a letter like that where he does say that he didn't put in, he couldn't put in blue lights
Yes,
because there was no budget.
Yes, Commissioner.
Is that what you're saying about
Yes,
it?
Commissioner.
Okay, no, that's fine. Then that answers me. And then lastly from me, yesterday, in your last discussion with the chairperson, he asked you a question about when the Medicare, we're talking about Medicare 24 now, I've now shifted. And that discussion with the chair, and he asked you, you are not involved with health. Why are you the one that goes that deals with this? You remember that?
Yes,
that
yes, Commissioner.
discussion. I understood you accepted, in fact, I think in your evidence, you said, oh, yes, you don't have the power to deal with health.
Yes.
I think you were asked who, and you said would be somewhere in the city managers, maybe the city manager. You said maybe the city manager, you said that.
Yes, maybe they may. No, Commissioner wanted the specific person. I said, it's a multi-department, it's different departments. There can't be one person who does that. That's why I was lost. Good work, good. But I've said, but the central person who can manage all these persons, maybe someone from city or someone that is delegated by the city manager.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, your testimony yesterday about how you came to deal with Medicare, right? And your past relationship, you said there was a relationship already. Your officers were going to their clinic during COVID. You remember that evidence?
Yes, and exams and
No,
cadets.
I want to talk about the COVID one. are you the one that made the arrangement for Medicare to assist your officers with COVID testing and things related to that?
It was after COVID. Yeah, let me say it was about COVID. Yes.
So you are the one that did that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. So when you entered into the memorandum, that was not the first time then that you had any dealings with Medicare, because in the sequence of events, the way you related it yesterday in the timeline, you said, my officers used to go to Medicare clinic. I heard about Medicare from my officers, and then I went and spoke to Mike. Correct me if I'm wrong in my recollection of your evidence.
It was for the first time for me after to go to Mike. In fact, they assisted us during that time for the first time. Then the second time it was carded, or the photocopying and what. It's two. They assisted us.
No.
But it was for the first time after they informed me. I wasn't aware, I didn't know up until the approach, up until I went there. That one I accept. But before that, I never had any, I didn't know, it didn't know me.
No, let me be clear what you're saying. I'm not talking about the cadet thing, so don't worry about that.
Oh, yes.
I'm not concerned about that. We have a memorandum which says they will assist in drawing blood in drug busts and when your officers are injured on duty. That's the memorandum, right?
Yes.
Now, yesterday I understood you to say that was the first time you dealt with Medicare. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, you're correct.
But we also know from your evidence that before this memorandum, let me put it differently. Before this memorandum, your officers were already attending at the clinic of Medicare for COVID testing.
No, Commissioner, it's wrong. It's wrong. I don't know what was the relations, you see, but they were not attending.
No, but you said.
No, I've said after, thanks for allowing me. I said after communicating with Mike, you see, that's when we started to see, after you presented, it was after, I said after the COVID, that's when he started to raise the issue of testing and everything. That's when we started. But it was for the first time, and it was starting after I met with him. Before that, I don't know what was the relations about.
Are you the one that introduced Mike to the city?
Not to officers, to the city, yes. To the senior management, yes. Yes, okay. I agree on that, Commissioner.
You are the one that started the relationship. Before you spoke to Mike, are you saying the city or the EMPD, both of them, did not have any relationship whatsoever, any working relationship with Medicare?
Commissioner, you're changing it.
No, I'm not. Let me explain myself.
Yes.
I'm not trying to trick you. I really just want to understand what your evidence is, because it is important. So if I'm not capturing it correctly, please correct me. Tell me, no, this is what it is.
Yes. My relationship, it started after the officers said there's this person who wants to assist EMPD. Then I went there. Yes. It started the day I first met him. He told me what he was going to do, what he's suggesting to do. Then after that, I've said, go to, please go and present it to senior management so that they will understand. Not even EMPD, senior than EMPD. After I spoke to my deputy chief of police, he advised me, no, the best way is to take it to that level. That's when it started. Then after that, after he came back, that's where the process of officers, not even officers per se, EMPD, because even seniors, they went there. You see, that process started.
So before the MOU, no one in the city was using Medicare clinic?
Maybe they used privately, so.
Okay.
Yeah, not for EMPD things, no.
Okay, all right. No, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, of course.
May I very
Absolutely, Chair.
hopefully briefly, depending on the answers that I get. Commissioner, now that you have finally admitted that you gave the memorandum of agreement to Mr. Chris Steyn, would you agree that you would have given it to him only if you were of the view that there was in existence a memorandum of agreement between the Metro and CAT VIP protection? Do you agree?
Ngicela uphinde, oh, may you please repeat? That's where you say only if, but
Now that you have finally agreed that you did give Mr. Chris Steyn the memorandum of agreement, do you accept that you would have done so only if you were of the view that there was indeed a memorandum of agreement between the Metro and CAT VIP protection? Do you understand me now?
you're too diplomatic, but Madlanga, Commissioner, let me agree that I took it to Chris because there was this process. You see, because even yesterday I said,
I'm not talking about a process. I'm talking about your understanding or belief that there was in existence a memorandum of agreement between the Metro and CAT VIP protection. So I'm saying it would have made sense for you to give the memorandum to Mr. Chris Steyn if you believed that there was indeed
or if I believed, yes,
such an
yes,
agreement.
Yes, now I get you.
So
yes,
you
yes.
believed that there was an agreement?
I know that there was a process.
No,
I was very positive that they were going to sign, but
No, Commissioner. Commissioner, you said, oh yes. I took that to mean that you were agreeing that in your mind, you were of the view that there was in existence a memorandum of agreement. Is that correct?
let me say yes. Let me say
Thank
yes.
you. It's only logical because if there was no memorandum of agreement and you too believe that there was no such agreement, you would not have given this to Mr. Chris Steyn. It just would not have made sense for you to give it to him. So you've already agreed. You've already agreed. I'm just making an observation.
Now I get you. Yes.
Yes, I'm not inviting a response. Now, going to, again, the letter of intention to commit. Were you of the view that its content was correct? The letter of intent?
Yes, at that time.
Surely you read it?
Yes.
And you were happy with its content?
Yes, at that time. But yesterday you dealt me, said no, it was
Now,
wrong. Yes.
that too, in paragraph 2, Mr. Madlanga says that there is a signed memorandum of agreement with Eguruleni. So that too is another document that indicates that in your mind, you were of the view that there was in existence a memorandum of agreement between the Metro and CAT VIP. It's only logical. After the earlier agreement, after your earlier agreement.
Yes, and yesterday there's this document that is having my signature.
This
yes.
agreement must just flow as a matter of course. You agree? Also?
Yes.
Now, I will take you to the document on which you gave me a hard time. That is in the space annexure.
Yes, I remember that.
RS2 small Roman 2. In that one, you deny, in fact, you said it's a forgery. It's not your document.
And I even said,
And can I tell you what my suspicion is with regard to your denial or your allegation that it's a forgery? I think that you are denying it because it says, you said, there was in existence a memorandum of agreement. Is that not the main reason for you to disagree?
which document that I've said, can you?
RS22 of SPIS, that's the document yesterday that you said is a forgery.
No, Commissioner, if I said that, I was not going to deny. As I've said that, and as I've accepted that, it is me who went to them, both of them.
Remember in your testimony several times when Ms. Sillo was questioning you, you said several times with regard to Medicare 24, with regard to CAT VIP protection, no memorandum of agreement ever came into existence because I was the only one that signed within the metro. So you knew that you would be in serious difficulties if you were to admit that you penned this document because it says in it that there was a memorandum of agreement and it purports to have been written by you. If after the questioning by Ms. Sillo and what you had said with regard to the existence or otherwise of a memorandum of agreement, and you now suddenly agreed that, yes, I wrote this letter, yes, in this letter I say there was a memorandum of you would have been in trouble, immediate trouble. So it makes sense that you would have denied that you ever wrote this letter. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree, Madlanga. Remember, you asked me many times yesterday, you see, about, I lost it now. There's something that I wanted to say, but it was you who was asking. In fact, you were not fighting me, you see. You were trying to get truth and something, yes.
Just on that, yes, let me hear you.
Yes, you were trying to get truth and something. I said, no, can you verify? If at all in the documents it's me, I will accept. Because I made the relations with the two companies. It is me who made relations, I agree on that.
Let me just make this observation. You may comment if you want to. I understand why you would deny that you wrote this letter. It's because it would be, your admission of having written this letter would be at odds what you had said earlier when Ms. Sillo took you through the memoranda. So I understand your denial. I'm not saying it's acceptable, but I understand why you would deny it. Do you want to comment?
No, I don't have a comment.
All right. Now, having said that you gave Mr. Christine the quote-unquote memorandum of agreement, and having said that you had no problem with the content of the letter of intention to commit insofar as it relates to the existence of a memorandum of agreement, I suggest to you that it would not have been odd at all for you to write in this letter of the 16th of October, the to whom it may concern letter, to write in there that there was in existence a memorandum of agreement with CAT Madlanga, with CAT VIP protection. It would not have been odd at all. The three connect together. Your comment?
No, I don't have a comment. I'm having it, but no, I don't have it.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Sillo, before you take this back, I just want to put something to.
Indeed, Commissioner.
I just want to put something to Commissioner in the light of our discussion. I asked you in this last discussion whether you are the one that introduced Medicare to the city, and you said yes. I want to read you my note of yesterday, what you said about it. You said our members, you said you were talking to your members about VIP protection, and then you said our members from Community Liaison Unit said they were working with Medicare. That's my note of your evidence yesterday, that you heard about it from your members, and it's your members from the liaison unit, from the
No, you are
from
you
the
are
community liaison.
No, from the CAT. It's not ZU. The CAT is your SWAT tactical. Okay. Even yesterday you wanted clarity on that. I clarified. We talked about intervention and
Yeah, no.
different, but it's my members, yes. But from
From the
intervention.
community?
No intervention unit.
No.
No, can I clarify it, please, Commissioner?
No, I don't want you to repeat, to repeat. I'm reading you my note. I'm reading you my note, and then I'm going to hand you over to Ms. Sillo. I'm just saying to you, here's what I recorded as your evidence yesterday. You are free to tell me, if you're telling me I was wrong, that's fine, you don't have to explain it. We can leave it at that. So I'm reading for you. You said yesterday, our members from Community Liaison Unit said they were working with Medicare. They told me about Medicare and said they were working with Medicare, right?
Yes.
So your members told you they were working with Medicare.
Yes.
Yes, so you are not the one that introduced Medicare to the city. It must mean that. If you heard about Medicare from the community liaising members and they said to you, we are working with Medicare 24, it means you did not introduce Medicare to the city.
But I'm the one who said you must go
To where?
to the senior management.
Yes, no, where Mike made a presentation.
Yes.
No, that's fine, that's fine. That evidence I understand. What I'm putting to you is, according to your evidence yesterday, Medicare was already working with members of your community liaison unit.
Yes. On
Is that
one,
correct,
I agree,
right?
yes.
And if community liaison unit was already working with Medicare at that point, somebody else entered into that arrangement on behalf of the city or community liaison unit. It's not you, it's somebody else, right? You don't know who.
Yes, let me say so.
Okay. Now, we heard from Commissioner Mapieye, from Chief Mapieye, but also you repeated it yesterday, that the municipal manager is the person, or the city manager, is the person who has the authority to enter into contracts, memorandum of understanding on behalf of the city. You remember that evidence?
Yes, and I agree.
And it is correct to say
Yes,
that, right?
yes.
So if there was a contract, a lawful and valid contract, if it was done lawfully, if there's a contract between Medicare or an agreement with Medicare to provide services to the community liaison unit, if it was done lawfully, it would have been entered into by the city manager.
Commissioner, I don't want to take a wrong direction and view. There are memorandum of agreements that you sign as a department. I'm saying so, I'm going to give example, and you can go and check, but we liaise with legal and corporate. As I've said that we develop a memorandum of agreement within the department, you take it for comments. There are 5 or 6 memorandum of agreement as I signed now as an acting HOD, but it was a conversation between legal and corporate. But maybe they may be delegated, but we didn't communicate with.
Yeah,
When it was up-
you don't know anything
Yeah,
about
yes,
this.
yes,
I'm,
but
I'm
I was
not,
given-
I'm not saying you did anything. What I'm putting to you, and let me say that Dr. Mashazi, when she was testifying, she also said she's the one with the authority to enter into
Yes,
into
on
contracts.
behalf of the city is
Chief
correct.
Mapieye said the same thing. You have confirmed that yesterday, that the authority lies with the city manager, right? Why are you hesitating?
There's an attachment that I will attach today. There's a document that I discovered yesterday at night where he signed on behalf of the department with, you see.
Okay.
But as you said, I think I must agree, because I don't know what has happened before and before it came there.
Yes.
And I don't know the communication between him and the city manager. I agree.
Okay.
I agree. I can't talk on behalf of.
Okay.
I agree.
But it's possible. I guess what I'm
Yes,
putting is,
yes.
now that we know where the authority lies, it
Yes.
lies with the city manager.
Yes.
And we know now from your evidence that your community liaison people were using Medicare before you started talking to Mike, right? They are the ones that told you about Medicare.
Commissioner, can I take that blame? Can I take that ownership? Because I don't know what was the relations, you see.
No, I'm
But
not
the one that introduced, can I take that? Because I don't want to shift the blame to other people, you see. Can I take it? I'm the one who took, I said, Mike, go and present to the senior authority. Maybe they may have other, maybe it was a consultation, they spoke or what. Maybe it may be those relations. But this one, may I take ownership? I don't want in this commission, because I see you, I want to distance from what I did, you see.
Okay.
I want to be honest in this commission. The one that we're talking about, I'm the one who did it, not them.
So were you not being truthful yesterday when you said, from what you're saying now, were you not being truthful yesterday when you said, our members from community liaison said they were working with Medicare? Because that's what you said yesterday.
Yes, I'm truthful, Commissioner, but I'm saying this one of taking it to that level, it is me. You see, it is not them, it is me.
No, I'm not saying they did anything wrong.
I get you,
And
Commissioner.
I'm not saying you did anything wrong either. I'm not saying anyone did wrong. I'm just putting things so that they make sense. Putting things together. The one is the authority to contract lies with the city manager. We are all agreed on that,
Yes,
right?
Commissioner, yes.
Two, your evidence is that your community liaison people told you they were already using Medicare, right? When they told you, go talk to Mike,
Yes,
right?
yes,
They told you that they are working with Medicare. All I'm putting to you is, if there is a lawful agreement that allowed the community liaison people to use Medicare, if it is lawful, it would have been concluded by the city manager or someone that she delegated. You accept that
get you,
as a
I get,
proposition?
yes,
All right, thank you. That's all I wanted to establish. Thank you very much.
No, when you're a leader, you must take, when you're a leader, you must take responsibility for the decisions that you have taken, you see. I don't want to shift the blame and say, ngoba kuyashisa now. No. But I understand what you said, correct, 100%.
All right, thank you.
Just one last thing, at least on this aspect.
Yes, Chair.
Ms. Sillo
Thank you.
and Commissioner. When I engaged you this last time, I said you believed that there was in existence a memorandum. And then I took you all the way through, and when I engaged you this last time, in fact, my question suggested that you believed that there was in existence a memorandum of agreement. I want to temper that language because you know for a fact that there was no memorandum of agreement in existence. Not so?
There was a process that I started.
No, please answer, otherwise we'll take forever. There was no memorandum of agreement and you knew it, correct?
Correct, but Madlanga.
And you knew that from the very first time you were the only signatory to that document, the intended memorandum of agreement.
For the cat.
Yeah, CAT only.
Yes. On that one,
Yes. So when you gave this memorandum to Mr. Chris Stein, it was more a case of you making out as though there was in existence a memorandum of agreement, correct?
No, it's not correct, but Madlanga. You know, when you look at this document, there are two different documents. The other one is saving my only signature.
But is the
And-
content different?
No, it's not the same. The
Is
other
the,
one
co-
is saving.
is the content different?
Yes, can you go to both document? The other one is saving, and you even raise it, my signature and Vus Matlala. And there's my signature.
Only his name, but
Yes.
not his signature. But is the
No,
content
I
different?
wanted to say that. Yes, the content.
Sorry.
The content is not the same.
The content or the content
Yes,
differs.
yes, the other one is saving 3.
It doesn't
signatures.
matter. None of that matters, Mr. Commissioner. None of that matters. You have admitted that you gave that document to Mr. Chris Stein. That's what matters.
Oh, yeah.
And that document purports that there is in existence a memorandum of agreement between Mr. I'm sorry, between CAT VIP protection and the Metro. That's what matters. And you have agreed that you gave that document to Mr. Chris Steyn. So let's not go back there. Now my question is, you, having given that document to Mr. Chris Steyn, you were making out as though there was in existence a memorandum of agreement, correct?
That's not correct, Madlanga.
Why not? Purely because this one does not bear a signature?
No, no.
Why should that matter? Because you have accepted that you gave that document, signature or no signature.
No,
You've
but-
accepted that you gave that document to Mr. Chris Steyn. So why does it matter? Why should it matter?
After that, your sentence says, I, when I went to Chris, created as if there is. Or in fact, I lied to Chris. Let me say so.
Was there a memorandum of agreement in existence? There wasn't. There
Yes.
wasn't. Not
That's-
so. There
that's-
wasn't.
that's
There
why-
wasn't.
that's why the
No,
document
no,
is not
please,
inside.
let's not speak at the same time. There was no memorandum of agreement. There wasn't, correct?
You are correct, Madlanga.
You have accepted that you gave that document to Mr. Chris Steyn, correct?
Yes,
And that document purports to be a memorandum of agreement, correct?
yes.
So why would you deny that you were making out as though there was in existence a memorandum of agreement?
No, I
A yes just must follow as a matter of course. Correct?
You are cornering me, Madlanga.
Correct? All right, I'll leave it at that. No answer.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, following on your engagement with the commissioners,
Yes, yes.
I would have wanted to ask you another question, hopefully a final one on the topic for clarification, but unfortunately it requires me to use the verb facilitate, and I know that you consider that a declaration of war. So I haven't found a better verb to substitute, so I will not pose my question.
I can't fight with the commissioner. I will stay in prison for life.
I'll ask you a different one, and just in passing. Very briefly, have you ever received any money from Mr. Vusi Matlala, or him personally, directly, or any of his companies?
No, but
It's a yes or no?
The part just might be interesting.
no, let me say,
Okay, I'll allow you the but.
let me relate the relations. Yes, we had dinner, we had lunch, suppers. In fact, we're talking now, you see. Sometimes he'll give me money for petrol, or sometimes he'll borrow money from me. Say, mali petrol, 500 rand, 300 rand. It's those monies. But we use, as I've said to you, we're beginning to be that close now, talking every day and meeting and discussing. Even after these failed things, he was never negative to me, you see. He was very positive, and you see, the only thing that stopped the communications, this news that, hey, now there was this shock and fear, you see. But we, Madlanga commissioners, were very, very close, you see, communicating. The only thing that he didn't like to discuss politics, but we'll discuss many things. Even some frustrations that I was having at work. In fact, I treated him as a brother, like, you see, that's why I was so shocked when there was this thing of Gilbert. I said, why didn't he talk to me? Or why didn't he talk to me having such challenges? But we were very, very, very close, like a brother, you see.
The short answer is that you
Yes,
did
yes,
get money from him
yes.
for things like petrol, 500 rand here, 300 rand here for food.
Yes, yes. There was a time where there was serious frustration on suspension coming. Remember, I was getting overtime and some benefits. Then it was difficult for me to buy food and feed the kids, and you see. Then I was saying, Gamla, 200 nyana, 1,000 nyana, and he will, and say, no, Gamla, I'll give you some, you see. Yes. Let me think of something else. Some I won't even remember, but there was, I won't lie to you. As I've said, that we began, yesterday morning, And even in the WhatsApp, you could see that we were calling each other Ngamla. In fact, it was not even Ngamla, man. There's a word that I used to, blood brother. To those, I had a funeral where I lost 3 siblings. He was there. He was there. I remember, Commissioner.
Commissioner
Yes, let me
Mkhwanazi.
say yes. When I had,
Commissioner Mkhwanazi, I apologize. My question, I had insisted, was a yes or no
Oh, let me
answer.
say yes.
And the chair
Yes,
is
yes.
the one who got us into this trouble.
Oh, yes.
By saying that the but might be
The-
important.
the
But
but-
it's a never-ending
The
but.
but, it actually gave you the answer. that
no, I
you-
wanted to be 100% transparent.
Indeed,
Because I lost 3 siblings. Ne? I'm the one who's working. They were not working. There was where he came and assisted with money to buy meat for that funeral, and he assisted, and even attended the funeral. He supported me. He was there.
Thank you. I take it when you say money for petrol, you gave examples of 500 rand, 1,000 there. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, I spoke about the funeral even now. He assisted.
Okay, now
a lot. Yes, he
what-
gave
and
a
the,
lot.
and the assistance for the funeral, what levels have we reached then? How much? Guesswork, I won't hold you strictly to a
No,
number.
in terms of levels, I don't understand.
How much?
From
how much?
500, 1,000 for petrol,
No, it
for the
was
funeral,
No,
do
no,
you
no. It was
remember?
it was thousands.
How many?
Ish, I'm not sure, commissioners. You know.
When was it?
But around 2020, I was suspended 2023, around it's 2023, 2023, 2022 there. I don't remember, but I lost, it was the period of, but it was within a year, 6 months, I lost siblings like this, yes.
So it was following your suspension or before your suspension? I'm trying to find a time slot.
Before and after.
Before and after.
Yes, I lost siblings there.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
And if I suggested to you that in 2022 you received varying amounts, at times 20,000 at one go, 30,000 at one go, would you have a challenge?
No, not varying amounts. I think it was once. The other ones, it was food and not money. No.
I'm going to,
Let's say it may be 20 or 50 there, yeah. He
Okay.
assisted me there. I don't want to lie. I was able to bury one of my siblings.
now, and Mr. Van Wyk, has he ever lent you money, given you money?
No, with Van Wyk, I raised the frustrations of kids.
No, has he-
Yeah, no,
or
he has
has
never. No, Mike has never given me money.
Has he ever assisted you financially in any manner whatsoever?
No, with Mike, we were talking about, he was having a friend. He said, no, we were discussing about frustrations of me paying school fees and what. He said, no, man, I've got a guy that can assist you, if I remember. I've got a guy that he does sponsors. He does.
Sorry,
Let me wait.
you were, please continue, you were saying?
No, they say he was having a friend from Wheatbank on Mpumalanga.
Yeah.
He does give sponsors and assist kids and everything. Then
Okay.
he requested me to identify kids and identify school kids and send him bank accounts, but he will negotiate, but that didn't materialize.
So
But
this-
there was no relations anymore, that didn't materialize.
So
Or
the-
that guy didn't do that.
was this for underprivileged kids, for instance?
No,
Equally-
I was discussing with him that I'm having these challenges. We
Oh,
discussed.
I heard you say you must identify kids, so I thought.
No, my kids.
Oh, your kids.
Oh, yes, that are at school, yes.
Okay, a pack of 3 pages have just been put before you. They are a continuation of the EMPD exhibit bundle, CJC 56A.
Oh,
So
yes.
it will go to the bottom of that pile. You confirm that is an email from you dated the 5th of June 2024, the first document,
Yes,
addressed to Mr. Van Wyk.
yes,
And you say, "Good afternoon, Mike." And it describes the attachments as statement, as a PDF document. You confirm that?
yes.
And attached to that is a high school, I won't say the name, statement for a stated student bearing same name as you.
Yes,
for 66,000, you confirm, that's what you sent to Mr. Van Veek?
Yes, yes.
So that's where you solicited the financial assistance?
Soliciting, that's where we, after engaging with him, he promised that he's going to talk to that guy to assist. Yes.
But you say nothing came of it?
No, nothing. From that thing, nothing.
So
Nothing,
if the
nothing.
commission were to investigate as to how this bill was settled eventually?
Please. No, it was not settled. You can go. Please, you
Okay.
can go.
So it
Yeah, I'm
was
still having challenges, yes. It was not settled.
You say you are doing what?
Yeah, I'm saying you can. The way you can investigate.
Oh, I thought I heard the word challenge.
I know. You can, or you can investigate. Nothing.
All right, now if you turn to the third page, the last one. Is that a correct reflection what's on that page?
The school fees.
And the other one?
This one.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
So I'm saying that table, does it correctly reflect the payments made to you on the dates specified there and in the amounts reflected?
No.
Do you accept or deny?
No, the first one was assisted, I agreed.
The one
On
of
funeral,
20,000?
Yes. This one, Medicare. Mike didn't assist me with anything, madam.
No, all I want is, there are two other payments. I want your comment on them.
This
Do you
one,
confirm that the account number reflected there is yours? Under the column 2 account number? Is
Oh,
that-
yes,
It's the
yes.
same, it's the same
yes,
account throughout,
yes,
so that's
yes,
your account?
Yes.
The last column reflects the various amounts, 3 in total. You've
Yes.
admitted the first.
Yes.
Do
the
you,
first,
you deny
yes.
the second?
No, I've never, I don't
Okay,
remember.
no, I just, it's a yes or no?
Yes.
Do you deny the second?
Yes, I don't remember.
Do
Mike
you
giving me
deny the
something.
third?
Black egg, what is black egg?
From the evidence that we have had so far, it's one of Mr. Matala's companies, if that helps.
Yeah, but if it's from Matlala, Matlala assisted me a lot during those times. If it's from Matlala, I accept. You see, Mike never assisted me when it.
No, all of them are from Mr. Matala. All those entities listed there are associated with Mr. Matala. So they're not from Mike.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. No, Vusi used to assist me.
From
in bad
Mr.
times.
Matala, okay.
Yeah, in bad times, he used
If
to
we are
assist
con-
me. Yes.
So you do admit receiving these payments from Mr. Matala in these periods?
Even-
Or entities associated
Yeah,
with them?
no, Vusi used to assist me. Yes.
Okay.
No, that
For
one
the
I agree.
transcript, you mentioned the amounts, but not the dates.
Okay, maybe for completeness.
Yeah, that dates, yes, I agree. That dates, yes.
Yes, the 5th of May, 2022, 20,000, for purposes of the record. The second, in fact, I'll start again. The first is paid by Cat Protection and Security Services Pty Limited into the stated account. The date paid is 5th May 2022, an amount of 20,000. The second is by Medicare 24 Tshwane District Pty Limited, and I thought that is Mr. Van Veek's entity, but
Yeah, no.
nonetheless, same account, and the date is 18 June 2022 for 20,000. The last is Black AK Trading and Suppliers Pty Limited. Once again, the account details are the same, and that was on the 10th of December 2022 for 30,000.
Yeah. No.
That was for the record. Thanks, Commissioner.
Yes, and on top of.
Apologies. All I'm asking is that you do confirm for the record that those
Yeah,
were
yeah,
affected, you
yes.
received them.
In fact, even on top of that, he had this thing with Ngamla. When this thing is a PS, Ibarat, I will make you for no resign, man. You see, we had that. No, I don't want to lie. We had that, and I prayed for him. You see, that day, that thing. Even when there were bad news, I said, No, I must be honest. We were like, we were like.
Commissioner Mkhwanazi, I do appreciate the closeness of your relationship. You explained away one payment because you said you had a death in the family.
Yes.
And the other payments, what were they for?
Commissioners, I had many challenges, you see.
Yeah.
We discussed, used to assist, not even these ones, as maybe on top of these ones, it may be these 500 that when you discuss and get, and you see, we discussed many things with Vusi, and he was assisting. He was a brother.
I see that they were over a period 5th of May to the 10th of December. I know that. And I note that the letter of intention to commit issued by Mr. Matlala, you remember, Annexure JM 17 by MAPA, is dated the 15th of June 2022.
Yes.
The letter that gave rise to the registration of vehicles.
Yes, yes, yes.
I will argue before the commissioners that those payments were made in gratification for your efforts in facilitating the registration of the vehicles to enable Mr. Matlala to fit them with blue lights.
No.
Do you have, let me finish first, because I'm going to invite you for a comment.
Yes, yes, yes.
And that's what I'm going to argue to the commissioners, based on the evidence and these amounts and the times. Particularly because when you started, I asked you whether you have received monies. You were telling me about Ngamla 500, 1,000.
I agree.
And then you stuck with that story until you just increased it slightly. I asked you to give me a number that he would have contributed for the funeral, seeing as for petrol and the like, it's 500,000, and technically you refused to. It is when I produced these amounts to you that then you allocated one of them potentially to a funeral. You refused to state when was this death. It stretched from before or after your suspension, and here there are specific dates. So on the basis of all that, I am going to seek to persuade the commissioners that this is in part gratification. I'm not even suggesting it's the totality, but at least we know that at the moment of that letter of intention to commit, Mr. Matlala had started making significant payments to you. No. Do you have a comment?
No, it's not that. As I'm saying that, he even promised me far more than that. Even now, when we were not having, there was nothing that was happening, you see. He said, when I get this thing, you'll retire, I'm going to take, you'll find another thing, business and everything. And I was very happy. In far more than that, you see. Even though it didn't specify, you see. And I even said, I was praying that to get those things. I was praying that to get that tender, you see, so that I can start my own and relax, as you see. This is, in fact, to him, it was just nothing. It has nothing to do with that, you see. There was something which is bigger than this, you see. When there was nothing that is happening, nurse and other things, he said, no, I want you to start your own thing and retire. I said, hey,
may I be fair to you and ask you not to commit yourself too early? I didn't say that that is the totality of the evidence of payments made to you.
Oh, yes.
I'm just discussing the payments in that period of 2012.
Okay.
So I would advise that you don't commit yourself any further, than you have on the scope. Commissioners, that would bring me to the conclusion of my part with Commissioner Mkwanazi, and I thank you for the opportunity. As I said, we move to the next chapter. That will be led by Advocate Mutasedi, and we require about 5 minutes just to change of guard. And I think Commissioner Mkwanazi would also appreciate a comfort break.
Yes. We'll hear from you. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair. We request therefore to canvass the one issue and thereafter apply that his further testimony be stood down to a date to be determined by the commission. And as scheduled, thereafter, we will then have to turn to the next witness who was scheduled to appear today. On that basis, then I'm ready to proceed.
Police are investigating the murder of a man who was gunned down in Beacon Valley in Mitchell's Plain on the Cape Flats. Police spokesperson Wesley Tweak says the victim was sitting in the street when two unknown men shot him. He says the suspects fled the scene.
Mitchell's Plain police were called to the crime scene, where they found the victim with gunshot wounds to his body. The victim was declared deceased on the scene by medical personnel. According to reports, the victim was sitting in the street when he was approached by two males who shot him before fleeing the scene. The motive for the attack is yet to be determined.
A man from Nkomazi in Mpumalanga accused of killing his police officer wife is expected to appear in court today. He will face a murder charge at the Nkomazi Magistrate Court. The suspect is alleged to have fatally stabbed Officer Joyce Ngomani during an altercation at their home on Tuesday night. She was stationed at the Tonga Police Station. Gauteng Police Commissioner Lieutenant General Tommy Mtombeni says Operation Shanela 2 is underway in Pretoria, targeting high crime areas. The crackdown focuses on reducing attempted murder, assault and robbery with aggravated circumstances. Mtombeni says more than 800 suspects were arrested yesterday across the province as part of the Safer Festive Season campaign.
I must just indicate that as it is a safer festive season, we are on the street, but of course we have to be mindful that there will be a lot of events which is going to take place in Gauteng. And having said that, we are of course operational ready, as I always say.
And finally, Russian President Vladimir Putin is in India for 2 days of talks expected to focus on trade between the two countries. Delhi has, like Beijing, been the purchaser of the Russian oil that's financing the Kremlin's war against Ukraine. The BBC's Aruna De Mukherjee has the details.
For President Vladimir Putin, it is very important for him to send out that message to the rest of the world that, look, even in the current geopolitical circumstances, he's not alone. He's not a diplomatic pariah. And he will be looking to India for Delhi to continue to buy Russian crude, and also hoping that he can ensure that there are some more deals which will strengthen their defense cooperation. Now, for India, it is an equally important relationship which they have maintained, given the fact that in the neighborhood, India has also been very aware of the realities, which means on one hand, for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he has to balance out that relationship with the US. It has to also maintain good relations with Russia.
Recapping the top story, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry commenced with the suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi giving evidence for the second day. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
All right, taking a look at your markets this morning. The rand is currently trading at 17 rand 04 to the dollar, 22 rand 71 to the pound, and 19 rand 87 to the euro. Markets in Asia were mixed at the closing bell. The JSE also mixed in mid-morning trade. Markets in Europe are currently trading higher. Gold is trading at $4,187. Platinum, $1,650 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $63.05 a barrel.
EFC is live this Thursday. In a division that has produced more global superstars than any other, a four-way Grand Prix will decide the next warriors to battle for the flyweight throne. It's Zondi versus Kamana and Manumala versus Ngamantwini. EFC 130, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Five teams, one epic journey. No flights, no smartphones, just grit, maps, and pure determination. Race Across the World Season 3 is back, and the stakes have never been higher. From bustling cities to remote villages, who will conquer the chaos and cross the finish line first? Thursdays at 6 p.m. only on S3.
Boxing meets fashion. While boxers exchange heavy punches in the ring, fashion and entertainment will brighten the night at the AA2 Multifunctional Center in Soweto. This is the Bring Sexy Back Boxing Tournament. Experience the incredible combination of boxing and fashion. Bring Sexy Back Boxing Tournament this Friday, 5 December at 8 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC Sport on TTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. Yo, December is here. Festive mode on.
And this year, it's louder. AFCON 2025 kicks off 21 December and runs until 18 January 2026.
We're catching every match with SABC Sport, the official broadcaster.
At home, SABC2 is the home of AFCON. That TV is locked. No channel hopping.
On the move, our favorite SABC radio stations keep us in the game.
And while we braai, we stream it all on SABC Plus. No missing a moment.
This festive season, AFCON lives on SABC. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of AFCON 2025. It's game on everywhere.
The women Proteas want to celebrate summer and the festive with victory. But the Irish are confident they will prevail on SA soil. Catch the first T20 match between South Africa and Ireland on Friday, 5 December at 1:30 p.m. live on SABC3. Action continues in the second T20 on Sunday, 7 December at 1:30 p.m. on SABC2. Then the two nations will close the curtain on an exhilarating note in the third T20 encounter on Wednesday, 10 December at 6 p.m. on SABC3. All three live matches are available at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Are you looking for the best spectacle and sunglass deal? With Specsavers buy one, get one offer, you get great value for money. Get a free pair of branded single vision prescription sunglasses up to 3,300 Rand when you purchase a comprehensive eye examination and spectacle frames with lenses on your first pair. The best part? Choose from top brands like Police, Hugo, Under Armour, Tommy Hilfiger, Red Bull Specs, and more. Affordable eye care? Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
Streaming Skim Sum on the way to class.
Catching the Premier League while waiting for your order.
Jamming to Metro FM before you even get out of bed.
On SABC Plus, sinayo yonke into ifunayo. Your shows, your music, your way, anytime, anywhere. Zero subscription fees.
On your phone, tablet, or smart TV.
Download SABC Plus on iOS or Google Play Store.
You can become a victim of a legal problem. Wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental dispute, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This week on BBC Primetime, watching TV could make you a winner. It's the BBC Primetime Watch and Win competition. Just tune into your BBC Primetime shows, answer a few simple questions on S3's TikTok account, and you could walk away with awesome prizes. From thrilling dramas to jaw-dropping reality shows, the more you watch, the more chances you have to win. Watch, answer, win. Only on BBC Primetime. Airs weeknights 9 to 11 p.m. on S3. Your couch just became the best seat in the game. Yes.
I don't love going to school. I don't love sitting in a classroom with 50 other children. But I do love learning. Ngiyakuthanda ukufunda isiXhosa as a language. I do love getting good grades. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 19 December.
5 teams, one epic journey. No flights, no smartphones, just grit, maps, and pure determination. Race Across the World Season 3 is back, and the stakes have never been higher. From bustling cities to remote villages, Who will conquer the chaos and cross the finish line first? Thursdays at 6 p.m. only on S3.
For the next line of questions, I would ask you to have your witness statement nearby, your witness statement.
Yes.
Okay. And then earlier this morning, you were provided with a very narrow file labeled Witness D statement. I'd ask you to keep those files close to you and let me know when you've got Can I ask you to open your witness statement, please, and go to paragraph 68.
Ms. Mkasedi, the desk is very cluttered. Should we put away Mr. Mkwanazi's other documents?
Yes, Commissioner, can I suggest at this stage that we perhaps, the commissioners move everything to the back, and right now we focus on the statement and witness D, and then I will call for further documents as we go through Commissioner Mkwanazi's evidence.
Thank you.
Yes, my brother.
Thank you, Commissioner Mkwanazi. Do you have your witness statement nearby, please?
Yes,
Could
page
Yes, could I ask you to go to page 22, please?
Yes.
There is a big bold heading on that page that should say out of jurisdiction operations.
Yes.
Do you see
yes,
that?
Yes.
If I could draw your attention to paragraph 68, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So, just to place us in context, Commissioner, under that heading of out of jurisdiction operations, you make several assertions. You set out some information over there.
Yes.
And then in paragraph 68, you detail something there about witness D. Have a look at paragraph 68, please.
Oh, yes,
there is a reference
yes.
there to a witness D.
Yes.
Indeed. So you therefore are aware that there was an individual who testified before the commission under the pseudonym identity of witness D. Is that correct?
It's correct. I started to be aware 2023, when IPIT approached me, yes.
So you're aware that evidence was given by an individual under the name witness D in front of the commission?
Yes.
And amongst others, several allegations were made in respect of you.
Sorry, I must do something. It's very important. If you know the identity of witness D, please do not mention it. It may be that during your engagements with IPIT, they mentioned the name to you.
Oh,
please do
indeed.
not mention it.
No, I don't know him.
Thank you, Commissioner. And further to that, Commissioner Mkwanazi also confirmed that the statement of witness D as provided to you is in fact redacted, and there is no reference to the identity of witness D. Is that correct?
This one that you provided
Yes,
now.
yes. It's got black line. It's redacted. Please confirm that. It's got black line. You can't see the name of who is witness D.
There's something that I want to check.
Yes.
No, I can't check.
Thank you. Commissioner, in paragraph 68, you make a reference to witness D. You've confirmed now that you are aware that witness D gave evidence, amongst others, concerning you before the commission.
Yes.
Correct. In order to locate that, there's a statement of witness D in front of you. I'll ask you to turn to page 1. You'll see there on the front page it reads witness statement of, and it's redacted. It's a black line, a solid black line.
Yes, yes.
Indeed. Paragraph 1 is an introductory paragraph. You see that?
Yes.
Thank you. And paragraph 2 begins with the words, on the evening of the 15th of April 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Indeed. Commissioner Mkonazi, before I take you through the evidence of witness D in detail, you've already confirmed to the commission that you have some knowledge of his testimony, and I therefore invite you to speak. You indicate in your statement that you disagree with the version provided, so I would encourage you to share with the commissioners anything you have to say concerning the events of the 15th of April 2022 as presented by witness D.
Yes, yes, I'll do. Even though now I know it's the 15th, you see, April. At that night...
Perhaps for context, why don't you very briefly state what those events are, very briefly, so that the commissioner may then state his version.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, if we start there at paragraph 2, witness D gives the commission a particular date of the 15th of April 2022. Right? I won't go into everything in detail right now because I'll take you through the statement in detail in due course. But when you work through the statement, witness D indicates that he was invited to an operation in Brakpan in April of 2022. He was invited to a law enforcement operation on a plot in Brakpan. Witness D then also sets out the individuals who were part of that operation. You would find that at paragraph 5 of witness D's statement. In the course of giving evidence before the testimony, before the commission, some of the allegations made by witness D was that the primary purpose of that operation was to recover stolen goods from a warehouse, and that in the course of that operation, several members from different law enforcement agencies were involved, and that the suspect, the individual who was suspected of taking part in that warehouse robbery, was tortured in order to obtain information about the location of the stolen goods and later on about an amount of money, and ultimately died at that location in Brakpan. If you go further in the statement, and I'll take you to the direct paragraphs, the allegations, particularly as they relate to you, is that upon the death of this suspect who was involved in this warehouse robbery, upon the death of this suspect, several members of that operation who were in law enforcement telephoned you and sought your assistance in covering up the events that occurred at that property in Brakpan in April of 2022. And at a latter part of the statement, witness D indicates that you, in fact, attended at the property, meaning you arrived at the property. Witness D describes what you were wearing, who you spoke to, and says that you looked at him and indicated that somebody needs to dump the body, this body of the suspected thief, into either a dam or a mining shaft. And witness D admits that he did so. So, Commissioner, having given you that background, where you understand with some measure of detail the allegations made by witness D. That is the content of his statement.
Yes.
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 I invite you with reference to your paragraph 68. To share with the commission if indeed you were there at this property on the night in question. And if you were there, what brought you there? You indicate in paragraph 68 that you have views about the version presented by witness D. So I encourage you to inform the commission, give the commission your account of those events, and to the extent that you disagree, where you disagree. Thank you.
I'm not sure, is it early hours of the 15th? I'm not sure that is the 15th the day where they started an operation, or the 15th is the next day, you see. But I would say, let me say my vision, my vision of the story. In terms of the dates, we'll correct it. In the early hours of that day, I can't specify a date because I don't, around 3 or to 3 a.m., I received a call from Yako. Yako, I forgot the surname, but Yako, Kobas. No, Yako, it's not Yako Kobas. No, I received a call saying, Dona, where are you? Yako is not an officer, he's one of the informers. So he's very accurate in terms of information. I know that when we got information from Yako, there's something tangible that we are going to get. Dona, we've got...
Commissioner, is that Hanekom?
Oh, yes. May I write it? Yes, I received. You see, we've got success. Dona, stolen goods is correct when you talk about goods. You see, say Yako, where are you? No, come Dona, Brakpan. You see, it was around 2, 3 a.m. You see, then I woke up. You see, but I was skeptical because I had 15 missed calls. You see, but I said, but Yako, I know when he gives information, it's accurate. Then I went there. When I went there, we communicated, Yako, I don't know the place because he spoke about the plots in Brakpan, you see. Then I off-ramped it in 17. There's an informal settlement. I forgot its name. But when immediately off-ramped, before the plots, then in that era, I saw he was driving a red car, small car, but his private car, I know it, you see. Then he escorted me. When we entered towards the plot, it was dark. It's the plots. It's not gravel. It's gravel roads. It's not tarred, you see. But when I entered, there were many cars. There were cars, marked cars, security cars. You see, could see that it's a big operation, you see. Then I entered, you see. But that time he was driving in front. Then he stopped next to the gate. Made a stop. After that, he jumped to me. He said, Dona, I said, yes, but what is happening here? This is an operation, you see. Whose operation? No, don't worry. Then I moved towards the gate where he waited next to me. He said there are successes. Let's see success. Because the truck, the area is dark, but there was a light that is lighting direct to the truck. And the truck was empty. I think the truck is the truck that is having blue plastics cover, but all of them, they were opened. The truck was facing direction north. I was in direction south, like standing like this, like when I'm looking at the commissioner, when I'm looking at the madam, you see. I said, and it was, people were moving. Some with uniform, markers, say, they are no good. Say, what's happening, Yako? No, Dona, and, to put it, there were some moving, some standing in groups. Ne? Then on that gate, he said, Yako, where is the stock? You see, he started talking, Yako, where is the stock? You see, no, Dona, bring me. I said, I must bring media. Where is the stock? No, he was not clear. You see, it was a discussion of 3 to 5 minutes. You see, I said, okay, you're wasting my time, because I suspected, in that time, he was good into information, but I started to hear stories of extortion, stories of coming there. He will go with officers. After officers left, he'll go and collect money, just to put terror to people that, hey, I'm going to arrest you with my people and what. But his information is accurate, you see. But on top of that, he did, because he was not working, he did his own thing using officers. He will work with all officers at Kuruleni. You see, he was having many teams, you see. Then I moved towards the car. I said, you are playing with me, you see. But I suspected something. I moved, I drove, made a U-turn, spent, it was maybe 4 or 5 houses. When we enter, it's like, can I put it, for example, it's the corner, it's 4 or 5 houses. We came to this direction, it's correct. Then we turned right. It's 4 or 5 houses there. You see, I stood there. He came with the car. I said, Duna,
Sorry, Commissioner, I don't know if that's being captured.
Sorry. But let me repeat it, because I just made the example.
All right.
See, yes.
Yes.
In that corner, I moved towards that corner. When you go back, you turn towards your left. It's the same area of plots again. The information is too far. When you turn right, it's the same area, but it's those plots, 1, 2, it was a 4,000. It's not a long distance, you see. Then I parked there. He came in. Said, Nduna, but we're talking inside the cars now. Say, Yako, you're playing with me, you see. No, Nduna. No, he told it. No, Nduna. You see. Said, Nduna, I'm not going. You see. Say, Yako, I'm going. Then I drove. When I was driving, Commissioner, I was talking to him, you see. Keep on calling me. Are you safe? It's fine, man, I'm safe. Then I went at home, you see. Then a day or two, because he was not waking us, he will jump, you see. Yako, where is the stock? Where are the goods? You see. No, Nduna, there's nothing. Then it was like that up until I was called by IPD. No members of EMPD, no members of SAPS or the security company has ever came and concluded they will kill the person, or there was an incident where a person died, you see. And I didn't even confirm with the members that were there, because from EMPD says there were no more cars, you see. The only cars that I could see is these 4 or 3 cars from subs cars, you see. Because I didn't count, there were just many cars. I can't say it's the exact number, but there were many other cars from different and mad cars. And when I came in again, I must mention that, Commissioner, some of the cars were starting to move. That could tell you that this operation started long time ago. Or part of the questions that I asked him is that, when did this operation start? No, last night. But that's what made me angry, I remember. You started the operation last night, but you are calling me in the early hours, and there's no success. In all of this, I was, what were you doing? But you couldn't be specific. But I suspected that they got the success. If they got it, they decided to do something with the success. Now they call me, see, just to call me, hey, there's this, because there was nothing. And the impression that I got when I did, there's a success. You see, in the morning, I would be making noise, you see. Then I went home. Then after 1 or 2 days, that's where we started communicating again.
Thank you.
But there was nothing for Mali.
Thank you. Please complete your sentence.
I think.
Thank you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. You've indicated then the circumstances that brought you to the property in Brakpan. You shared that with the Commission. And you've also described now the reason why you were there. My question to you is, apart from your discussions with Yaku, the informant that you've identified now, did you speak to anyone else that you found at the property? Was there anyone else at the property that you would have recognized?
No. They were moving around, but Yako stopped me, you see, at the gate. You see, I couldn't go up, but I was not going to go outside because I suspected that they stolen something. I was very angry per se, you see. No, when members call you, anyone calls there's a success, you become excited. When you go there, it's an opposite, you see. I was there for only less than 5 minutes or 5 minutes. I didn't even stay there.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. I've requested my colleagues to assist in printing a document. Could you please? One for the witness. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Mkhwanazi. In the course of sharing the events of that night with the commission, you mentioned that at some point in time there was an investigation.
Yes, yes,
Indeed.
yes,
So
yes,
I've,
yes.
I've handed you a piece of paper right now. Before we work through the contents of that document, Commissioners, the document has a tab labeled 11. Could I request that it's filed under the EMPD Exhibit Bundle CJC 56. So it should follow the document Advocate Silo just presented you with. Thank you.
Again, you'll assist us with where it should actually go.
Indeed, Chairperson. Indeed, Chairperson. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, please identify the document in front of you. Are you familiar with this document?
I think it's the statement that I submitted to IPT.
Thank you. Do you see?
Yes, because
Yes.
I know that same day I said, no, I know nothing. I can write it now. I don't have to consult lawyers.
Thank you.
Remember, yes.
Do you see paragraph 1 of that statement?
Yes,
You indicate, what is indicated there?
it's my ID number and everything, yes.
As well as your name, I, Julius Dr. Mkhwanazi, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you see the top right corner of that document? It says the Brakpan, correct?
Brakpan is page
Yes,
one.
and that is a reference, the reference to Brakpan is a reference to what exactly?
No, they said when IPT was investigating, they said it's a Brakpan. You see, that's when I wrote Brakpan.
Brakpan.
In fact, it was 3 things that they asked me to write, you see. Then-
My apologies, Commissioner. Let me phrase the question differently. The reference to Brakpan in the top right corner is a reference to the location, the
Yes.
police station? Yes.
No.
Yes, the location.
It's a reference to the case that you were asking me about.
Thank you.
It's a Brakpan thing.
Thank you. And under the word Brakpan on the top right corner, you will see a reference to a page 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
yes, yes,
And
yes,
if you
yes.
flip it over, there is on the top right corner a reference to a page 2. Is that right? Top right
The second
corner?
page?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you
yes,
so
yes,
much.
yes, yes,
So we've identified that this is the statement you provided to IPID in the context of an investigation. It is a 2-page statement, and at the bottom of page 2, can you identify that signature there?
Yes, I signed.
That's yours.
And that's my first number too,
Thank you.
or police number.
Thank you. When you were approached by IPID to prepare this statement, round about what time was this?
It was the day I've said they called me for blue lights. Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
They called me for blue lights. Whilst we were talking about blue lights, they said, hey, there's this thing, you see.
Do you
I
have
said, Sorry?
Please
It
continue.
It
Do you
was
have
the same day. It's either the 30th or after that, but I don't remember exactly. But when I came back to work, it's either the next day, they called me to come to IPT.
So roughly, is 2023?
Yes, 2020.
Summer,
No,
yes.
2023.
23,
Yes,
thank you.
2023.
And do you recall the name of the official that approached you in the context of?
It was 5 officials, ne? He called him Advocate Kulu, his national IPD. He was with 2 people from national. It's Mr. Dlamini and Miss Dlamini. They said they are not married, they're just colleagues. Then it was people from the IPD province. That's what how they introduced. It was Mr. Makakula. I know Mr. Makakula because he's doing investigation in there. And I know her by name, Nomsa. I know her because they're doing any investigation in Ekurhuleni. It is them. There was this advocate. I couldn't take his name, but he's their boss here in the province. There's other 3, they were from national. Yeah, it was another, I think there were 7, if I'm not mistaken. But I could remember a lady and 2 from province. In fact, there were 2 ladies and all others, maybe 6 or 7, it was males on that day. And it was not only this one, ne?
But my question relates to this one. When you were approached? Yes.
And when I was approached, I was not approached. They approached me about blue lights, you see. That's when I went there. When I was there, Then they said, no, out of that, there's this again.
There we go. So
Yes.
tell the commission when they say, no, there's this again, what is that a reference to?
No, they started by saying, there's a case in Brakpan. I said, what case in Brakpan? It's about the murder. I said, what murder? You see. Said, do you know Yako? I said, yes, I know Yako, worked with Yako. You see. But the same thing they said, they did. I said, no. It was the last time, on that day, maybe I was having a year or months without even seeing, without even communicating with Yako. But they agreed that, yeah, we know that we are no longer working together. We've decided not to work because they know I even explained the reasons.
Nevertheless,
Yes.
they requested you to make the statement.
Yes,
Indeed.
I did
So-
it immediately.
So you confirm then, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, that you were approached by officials, or at least an official, you've identified Mr. Tsulu from IPID, and they identified to you
Mr.
that...
Tsulu.
Tsulu, you said Tsulu.
Xulu, yes.
Yes, thank you.
No, I was not approached by Xulu. Xulu introduced himself there. You see.
Indeed. So-
But I was approached by province,
That is Tsulu a representative of IPID?
national, yes.
Thank you. Did Tsulu discuss with you the ongoing matter concerning a murder at Brakpan?
No, all of them, they were.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Tsulu, in addition,
in
I
fact, they told
apologize.
me.
I apologize. Let me rephrase the question. Tsulu, in addition with several other individuals, approached you in the context of an ongoing investigation of a murder that occurred at Brakpan. Is that correct?
Yeah, but they were, you know, the way you're putting it, they were so clear that you gave instruction. You were not part of the you were not part of the operation, but you came in the morning and gave instruction. They were so clear.
Thank
and
you,
when I
Commissioner.
said early hours of, they said yes, we are confirming that.
Thank you,
Then
Commissioner.
From there,
Tha-
it was the issue of the statement.
Thank you, Commissioner. On the point of the statement, then perhaps let's turn to the
Yes.
statement itself. You've helpfully taken the commission through the contents of paragraph 1. At the end of paragraph 1, you say there, and I'll read it to you, you say, I am an adult male employed by Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality as the Metro Police Director, full stop. Do you see that?
Yes.
End of paragraph 1. And am I correct to say at that point in 2023, you were responsible for specialized services and operations? Is that right?
Yes,
Thank
it's
you.
that time.
Right. Okay. We then look at paragraph 2, where you indicate that early last year, so if you are making the statement in 2023, as you've testified,
Yes.
a reference to early last year means you are referring to an incident that
Yeah.
likely took place in
Yeah, I remember
2022.
they told me that it was around that time, but I called in to see. Then I wrote, yes, you're
You say
correct.
early
You're
last year.
correct.
And in the context there of paragraph 2, you indicate that you were woken up by Mr. Yaku at around 2 a.m. in the morning, telling me to come and see the success of the truck that was recovered in Brakpan, in the
Yes.
Brakpan Springs area. Is that right?
Yes.
Can I ask you, when you say the phone call woke you up, you were, I assume, then sleeping. Where were you located at the time that you received the call?
No, at Albertine.
You were
my
at
house, yeah.
you were at your home, and so you then say in paragraph 2 that you woke up and drove to Brakpan.
Yes,
At
yes,
the
yes,
after receiving this call.
yes.
Please assist the commission. How far is Brakpan from Alberton? If you're driving home at 2 a.m., how long is that distance?
10 to 12 kilometers. I'm not accurate. Yeah, but it's simple from me, from the freeway N17.
Okay.
It's easier, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's one freeway straight to
How many
Brakpan.
kilometers did you say?
It's 10, maybe 10, 14 or 15.
10 to 15.
Yes, I'm not
Thank you.
accurate in terms of.
Okay. And you then indicate in paragraph 3 what occurred upon your arrival at the property. Do you see that?
Yes, madam.
Indeed.
Oh,
Let me,
Commissioner.
you, in that first sentence, you say, on my arrival, I found many vehicles marked and unmarked, comma, including those of private individuals like his, which was red, parked next to the house. Can I stop there? Can you confirm what I've read is correct? Please take your time.
It's paragraph
paragraph 3
3. Can I
from the
read
top.
it?
It starts on my arrival.
Yes, 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 I can read it. Yes.
Thank you, thank you. That reference in paragraph 3, you say, on my arrival, I found many vehicles marked and unmarked.
Yes.
What is a marked vehicle versus an unmarked vehicle?
It's police vehicle
Mhm.
that are branded.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you say
unmarked, there were many vehicles that were not branded.
Indeed. So
yes, like private vehicles,
Mhm.
white, different colors they were there, and they were branded vehicles of different security companies. Yes.
And when you say police vehicles, what is that a reference to specifically?
It was police vehicles, marked police, SAPS. SAPS vehicles, yes.
As well as you say unmarked vehicles, which I then
Yes.
understand to sort of be private vehicles.
Yes. And the way they were parked, some were in front. No, there were many. In that street was nearly closed, but we could drive. But at the sides, there were many vehicles that were parked there.
And you continue then on in paragraph 3. There is a reference there to a truck. Do you see that in paragraph 3?
Yes.
What color do you say the truck is?
In terms of the color, no, that truck, you know these open trucks, it was opened. You see, I could see it from the back side, you see, because it was facing direction north. You see, the gate is this side.
Let me.
It may be white, but I don't know, or off-white or yellow. But what I saw that today, it was opened.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll assist you then with reference to your paragraph 3. You indicate there in the 4th sentence at the end, he collected me from the vehicle near the house next to the gate, I assume, you correct me if that's wrong, where he showed me the white truck with canopy, which was opened on one side, but it was dark inside. I couldn't see what was inside the truck as he was pointing at it. He told me everything was sorted and managed. Can you confirm that I read that correctly?
Yes.
So what does Yaku mean when he says to you there at the end of paragraph 3, everything was sorted and managed?
We were talking about the goods. You see, he said, don't worry. That's what made me angry. He said, wake me up. He said, there's a success here. You see, and there's no success. I didn't see anything there. You see. So no, don't worry. They said, no, Yako, mustn't lie. You see, that's when, again, I got angry and moved. You see, but he was talking about successes and the goods.
And the reference by Mr. Yaku to success, you understood that to be a reference to the recovery of
No, it was about the goods.
the goods.
Yeah, it was about the goods. Even in the call, it was about the goods.
And please assist the commission. Why would Yaku phone you in order to inform you about a successful or potential successful recovery of goods at 2 a.m. in the morning?
No, he used to do that. Yako yani komne. He was not a person who likes to sleep. He's very good in terms of gathering information. There are many operations that we did, successful operations, where he will call you at night, he will call you at 3 a.m., different times. But 99, or let me say 70% of what he's calling, it's a good information. He may then, sometimes he may not work with you, work with others and tell you, hey, no, there's a success work, but I know that when he says there's this information, he has worked. You see, even if you send members, even you go yourself, you know that you are going to brand with that, or you are going to you'll get good publicity on that success. He was that type of a person.
In light of the kind of information.
Ms. Masklasedi, may I perhaps give you 2 minutes to wrap up? As I said at the beginning, it was not likely that we would finish this part of it. The commissioner will have to come back in the new year.
Okay.
Thank you. Chairperson, then let me just ask a question or two regarding the statement and
Perhaps just one.
Just one. That's.
Please.
Thank you. Commissioner, in light of what you've shared with the commission thus far about the content of the statement, in particular the identification on your part of SAPS motor vehicles, what was your understanding about the kind of operation that was taking place there when you arrived?
No, I've said that I could see that it was a big operation. You see, there was an operation there. And when you say goods, that means what we're saying when I was approaching, it's something that one can say, this is a success.
And your reference to big operation is a reference to a law enforcement operation, or what type of operation are you referencing?
No, they're officers, it's a law enforcement operation.
They are officers.
If there were officers, it's a law enforcement agency's operation. For the mere fact that they're police, it's a law enforcement operation. When you see, when there are police that are standing there, that means there's an operation of police.
Here's my...
And Yako worked with private companies and police.
Where in your statement do you identify the presence of police there?
No, I've said mud cars, it's police.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Mutlaseli.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Commissioner?
Commissioner.
Thank you very, very much. But as I said earlier, you will have to come back in the new year. You will be notified accordingly. Let's adjourn and resume at 11:35.
We're now going to classify gender-based violence and femicide as a crisis.
This 16 days of activism, SAfm stands firm under the theme Letsema, men, women, boys and girls working together to end gender-based violence and femicide. Together, we can break the silence. Together, we can protect our communities. Speak out, report it, take action. SAfm says no to gender-based violence. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
#SAfm Talking Point.
All right, it's 20 after 11 o'clock. Welcome to the Talking Point for those of you that have just tuned in to the show. And of course, for those of you that have been with us, we're out of the Commission of Inquiry now. It is adjourning for a short break, but it is also to allow for the transition of witnesses before the commission then to take place. What have we done? We've already heard from the suspended commissioner, well, not the suspended commissioner of police in the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department. This is Commissioner Julius Mkhwanazi. And this morning, of course, continuously being asked about his relationship, right, with the likes of Kat Madlanga, because the allegations here are that Kat Madlanga enjoyed special relationships with officials, not only in high office, but also politicians, which enabled him to have extraordinary access not only to what was happening in the state, but also that there would be interference to prevent prosecutions, right, by some of these officials. So on Commissioner Mkhwanazi's own account, he has admitted to not only knowing Kat Madlanga, but says that this is somebody he called a brother. This is somebody who he would rely on during tough times. He has admitted receiving money from Kat Madlanga, whether it be in the form of food, petrol, and even school fees. It ranged from just a couple of hundred rand to really hundreds and tens of thousands of rand, as has been outlined in front of the commission. So this is really part of the evidence that has been put to Mkhwanazi. And you would have heard Advocate Sello saying earlier that her argument is that all of these monies and payments, or at least maybe not all, but certainly some of them, had to do with the fact that he was being paid for enabling CAT VIP services and their operations in as far as accessing things like your blue lights from the EMPD. So today, they're going to leave it there with Commissioner Mkhwanazi. He'll be called back in the new year. Remember, tomorrow is the final day of this Commission of Inquiry, at least for 2025. They're expected to hand in an interim report to President Cyril Ramaphosa by the 17th of December, a deadline that they're really committed to meeting. And then they will enter into the second phase of the work of the commission. So up next is going to be the Minister Senzo Mchunu, the suspended police minister. He started giving evidence, I believe it was 2 days ago, where he was sworn in the afternoon. He was sworn in on Tuesday afternoon. And, that evidence had to be suspended because they were hearing from Julius Mkhwanazi from yesterday. So the minister then will continue to give evidence this morning before the Madlanga Commission, and we will take you live there as soon as it gets underway. In the meantime, though, I know many of you are tuned into this commission. You're not only tuned in, but you also want to talk about it. And that's how I know you're so tuned in, because you are listening. You are listening to everything that is being said. Nothing misses you. I don't know how people are working when the commission is on. Or is it just about looking busy behind your computer? Meanwhile, you've got your headphones on. People think that they're having a conversation with you, but you're tuned into the commission. So you can continue then to share some of your own reflections of what we're hearing unfold real time. The number to use is 0614 104 107. That's our WhatsApp voice note and text line, 0614 104 107. Of course, because we're live to the commission, we have very limited opportunity to take calls. So I won't read out that particular number. So we'll continue then taking some of your reflections on the evidence before the Madlanga Commission. And at some point, and maybe next week will give us the opportunity, at some point we almost need to pull ourselves out of the day-to-day evidence and testimony that we have received and try and form a picture from a macro point of view and ask ourselves, what is the picture that we are seeing? What is all of this truly revealing about, I think, not only the state of our municipalities, the caliber or even quality of officials that we have in some of these very senior positions. I think there may be a lot more that we're able to tease out of it. And perhaps through these learnings, right, through these revelations, in our own way, as we try to make sense and make meaning of this moment for ourselves as a country, we'll truly carry the lessons into what we hope for as we enter another election cycle next year. Because that needs to be the ultimate change, is to say, if we're not happy with the status quo, what then truly is it that we need to be doing to change this reality? Is it about a singular political party? I don't know. Take a look at Ekurhuleni, right? Ekurhuleni has not only been governed by one party, but they've also had to enter into coalitions in that municipality. It's not just one thing that has broken down. There are multiple things that are supposed to contribute to the levels of accountability, that even where you have a rogue or an errant official, all of these other steps that are supposed to kick in clearly have not and clearly are not. But what then do we need to be doing differently? so that we don't have to have another commission of inquiry. So let's take your WhatsApp voice notes and then we're back live to the commission.
Hi, this is KL. I'm listening to Madlanga Commission. Oh, so sad. So sad. Our leaders really are embarrassing. It's a disappointment. We don't know what's happening in South Africa. Really, they are busy throwing South Africa to the dogs. That's what we are seeing here. The whole leader who is actually a leader of the Ekurhuleni Municipality Police Department, EMPD. It's a sad day for all of us. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. Good morning. Opa from Douglas in Northern Cape. I really don't know if Commissioner Mkonazi, I don't think this guy, he really understands really what's going on. Maybe he's thinking about the old commission that people were just doing things and getting away with it. I really don't know if this guy really understands what's going on.
Good morning, Ausketi Mutlatana and the SAfm listeners. This Madlanga Commission is now starting to be a waste of time because we are listening to criminals who should be behind bars. The one from Pretoria.
Good day, SAfm. You see, this guy, Julius Mukanazi, you see, I think he knows everything. This guy, he knows everything. He's just trying to make games because you can hear even how he explain the way they speak with his friends. So he knows them. He knows what they did, and but he don't want to agree for something that he knows. So I don't know if he's trying to lie us or maybe, but I think he's lying to himself. The statement that he's trying to cover, I think is lie to himself.
Good morning. I am Mokzile Saku with your news headlines at 11:30. Suspended Ekurhuleni Deputy Police Chief Julius Mkhwanazi has admitted to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry that he received varying amounts of money from Vusumuzi Kat Matlala. 5 initiates have died in the Eastern Cape since the start of the summer initiation season. And President Cyril Ramaphosa has sent condolences to the family and friends of former SARS Commissioner Opa Magashule, who passed away at the age of 63 after an extended illness and hospitalization. Details at 12.
#SAfm Talking Point.
Morning, Sis Kathy. It's Molefe in Pretoria. Sis Kathy, it's pointless the number of admissions that he's making because at the end of the day, he's going to go to court and they're going to say they don't have enough evidence. Or, in fact, he will be lucky if he ever gets to go to court. NPA is going to tell you that they are waiting for the records from Madlanga and eventually they couldn't get them, so they have not enough evidence to deal with him. I'm sorry, South Africa, that's what is going to happen.
Hi, Skitty. You remember yesterday? I told you the guy is drinking a lot of water. Those knaves, Skitty. This train is off the wheels. It's in a ditch. It can never come out. This guy is snitching on himself and he's singing, he's dancing to his own tune. You see these guys, that's why they were hijacking trucks in Benoni there. Because they're under pressure, they owe a lot of people. Now they need to cover it. They were being promised tenders, and they were doing anything in their power to get those tenders. Yeah.
Hey, Kathy, good to hear you. It's Seema from Durban. You know what? I'm just spellbound by this Madanga Commission. General Panazi is just, I'm gobsmacked. He's shameless. He denies, he deflects, but every word he says, every denial is digging a deeper grave for himself. And if the ANC has any moral compass, then they will, they must at last start prosecuting and imprisoning these thieves that have been raping our country. Thank you. Have a great day.
Morning, Kathy. Good morning. This is Andy from Cape Town. Listen, Kathy, I just don't know. I'm speechless. I'm embarrassed. I'm angry. I'm embarrassed. I don't know. I don't know what to say after listening to this General Mkwanazi. It's appalling, Kathy. It's it's something else. This guy just needs to go to jail. You could tell from yesterday, whatever he was doing yesterday, you could tell the body language. But anyway, Kathy, what more do you want to hear? He could have just stopped the commission to say, commission, whatever, I'm going to be implicated, please take me to jail. This guy just need to go to jail. That's all. There's no need. Him and that lady, that doctor, the equivalent doctor, please. Thank you, Kate. Andy from Cape Town.
Hi, this is Kathy. How you doing? This is Kathy. When you talk about the cold drink culture, the other day I got stopped by a traffic cop, and he looked at the car. He had issues with it, with some issues, and actually gave me a ticket. And when he gave me a ticket, I was so thankful. I was like, thank you, thank you, thank you. I took my ticket and went and looked for a place to pay it and got it sorted out. But I was so happy that I got a ticket instead of being asked for a cold drink. There is still some good cops out there.
Kathy, I'm calling in from Gqeberha. It's Johnny Mahala. I want to say that I've been following the Madlanga Commission very closely, actually watching body language, facial expressions. What I have to say is basically that with Julius Mkhwanazi, we're looking at a person who is so thoroughly dysfunctional, so thoroughly traumatized, not just through violence, upbringing, his own devious tendencies, and his desperate need to be liked. We're looking at kind of, I don't want to call it party culture, but we're looking at a culture that pervades white society as well, big time. People do egregious things because they want to be wanted. And it's a very sad situation. I grieve for the guy, but I also find him a villain.
Hey, Princess, Kathy. Good morning to you. Good morning to your team. Eish, I'm just listening. I'm just laughing. Do you still have that clip for Zuma laughing, Kathy? Does the producer still have that one? I want it. I want that clip to laugh from corners. 200, 300, 500,000 rand? Just that. Where are these 20,000 coming from? Hey, Mkwanas is a big liar. Sango Cheche is a truck driver back in the country.
Good morning, Kathy. It's Nosy Point, KZN Durban. What I'll say about this commissioner, Shanendlu. Yes, part of it to make the commission understand the favors and monies. And there you can see there are no answers. He didn't know what he was doing. He was just accepting and signing. Yo, Ushanendlu. If I were him, I was gonna get sick the whole year. No, I go and Shashem. Thank you, Sis Kathy.
Good morning, Kathy. Hey, this thing is worrying. This is a really worrying. The high officials of the government, we, the citizens of South Africa, to listen to something like this. Who can we trust? It's really worrying. I'm telling you, Cecil Stimela is London's. Thank you.
Gender-based violence is destroying lives and tearing communities apart. It happens in homes, in schools, at workplaces, and too often in silence. but it doesn't have to continue. If you see it, speak out. If you are hurting, reach out. Because doing nothing is not an option. Listen to all 19 SABC radio stations for hard talk, discussions, advice, dramas, educational shows, and interviews around GBV with experts, survivors, lawmakers, and a whole country affected by gender-based violence. All on your favorite SABC radio station. Call 0800 428 428 to report abuse or get help. GBV, it ends with you. This message is brought to you by the SABC. SAfm has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. SAfm Music, good times, good memories.
Somebody,
Old school, sounding so good. SAfm Music, with you wherever you go. SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you the radio drama series, Skyline.
Such cockpit medical emergency now.
Cabin crew to your stations.
Where the skies promise adventure, but behind the cabin doors, untold secrets are found.
Signing off on cheap parts they installed like it's nothing.
Catch the radio drama series every Saturday at 9 p.m. on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana, weekdays 9 a.m. till midday.
Good morning, Cassie. I think Julius Mkwanazi is a blue liar. He wants to convince the presiding officer that he's talking the truth. There's a lot of interference from him. And also, I think the question of the educational side that he has given, history that he has given us is not true. And I am of the view that the people that were involved in terms of the killing in Prakpan, we must go and.
All right. Good morning again, everyone. We are ready to
must
respond.
also follow up. The civics, the labor movement, the churches must just leave behind. Pops, thank you very much.
Hashtag SAfm Talking Point.
Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Good afternoon
It's still
to
morning.
the Commission and Commissioners.
I don't like the idea of having to look at the time before I greet somebody. In my language, it doesn't happen. Good morning, I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Chair. For purposes of the record, just to state, we continue with the testimony of Minister Senzo Mchunu, which started on Tuesday afternoon, the 2nd of December. And because of our programming challenges, Mr. Mchunu was gracious enough to permit us to continue with the witness who was under subpoena for Wednesday, yesterday, and he is back today to complete his testimony. Chair, once again, for the record, when we started with the testimony of Mr. Mkunu, Ms. Lee Sigal Ngube was leading her, working with me. There's a slight change in the team today, and it's still myself, but this time I'm with Ms. Tabampuwe, Advocate Tabampuwe. But that should not impact anything at all. It will have no impact on the process. Chair, with your leave, there is something I would like to address, if anything, to correct the public perception that appears to have taken root out there. On Tuesday, when Minister Mkunu presented himself before the commission, he was wearing a hearing aid. And unfortunately, the public has interpreted that in different ways, most of the ways exceptionally incorrect. I would like to place on record that Mr. Mkunu brought to our attention that, as with anyone, he has hearing challenges sometimes. And in order to facilitate engagement between himself and us on the one hand and the commissioners on the other, the commission provided him with a hearing aid that is connected to the commission system to enable audibility or to improve audibility. So that hearing aid that the public may see is not one brought by Minister Mkunu. It has not been provided to him by his legal team or anyone, and it is for no other purpose except to facilitate better hearing by him. So I thought it is necessary to put that on record and clear any misconceptions that may be there out publicly.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
I was about to ask where it is today. I see Mr. Michaels taking it across.
You want me to say something, to test? Okay. Are you comfortable? Are we ready to proceed, Minister Mkunu?
Very comfortable.
Thank
you
so
very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mkunu, as the situation was on Tuesday, you should have before you a file containing your statement that you had begun to testify on Tuesday afternoon. And then you have a series of files that are marked, 4 of which were tendered on your behalf together with your statement, and that contains your annexures. And there are 3 other files, and these are marked exhibits. And those are the documents that are being tendered by the commission or by the evidence leaders. As it is practice, as and when we need to refer you to any particular document during the course of your testimony, we will do our best to be as precise as we can and direct you to the correct file and the correct page. So for the moment, you don't have to worry about the fact that you are surrounded by 8 files. We'll find a way to manipulate our way through it, through all that morass. Turning then to your statement, when you left the commission on Tuesday, you had gone as far as page 21. And as per agreement on Tuesday, you'll be given an opportunity to put across your version, but once again, as regards strictly the issues of the PKTT, and as stated on record, there shall be no engagement with you during that time until you have completed your version. And when I say engagement, it basically is to limit myself. I will not speak on behalf of the commissioners. The commissioners may, as it happened on Tuesday, ask clarification questions as and when it becomes necessary. Considering the time, and on my estimation, you should comfortably conclude that process in the next 1 hour, 30 minutes or so. And I just wanted to check with you whether that is comfortable. I'm not rushing you through the process, am I?
I hope you're not.
Okay. I trust we shall, and we'll attempt to do so. With those few words, then I'd invite you to address the next topic of your statement, starting at page 22.
Thank you very
sorry. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, commissioners. Just before I proceed to page 22, I just want to go back a little bit to the comments that were made by Commissioner Kumalo, but very briefly, and the comments that were made by Commissioner Baloyi. Just to say that when Commissioner Kumalo asked me to cast my eye on paragraph 8.10 of the Marai Committee report, I did so. And my reading of the paragraph, or that 810 says, task teams, I quote directly, should be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of existing teams. This was now 2024. They were worried about the state of the teams or some teams in some provinces, and then putting a mechanism for that. So my reading is that it is with reference to the provincial teams, the specialized task teams, and it is common cause that the National Political Killings Task Team is a national task team, and therefore doesn't apply to it. Commissioner Baloyi spoke about the existence of murder and robbery at the time or up to the end of the year 2024 when I wrote the directives in relation to the structure, the new structure that had been developed after we came, to say whether that murder and robbery was in existence or it was still to exist in terms of the new structure. And I do want to confirm that beyond any doubt, even as we negotiated the new structure or discussed the new structure during our orientation and up to the end of the year, the murder and robbery was in full existence, depending on a province here and there, but it was in full existence. And I point us to that as evidence. Even on the 12th of July, during the orientation, the presentation that was made clearly indicated that it does exist. Murder and robbery was already in existence, apart from all other evidential documentation that I've given to you. And of course, even at that meeting, there were comments like the letter was issued at the time when there were discussions in relation to the establishment of murder and robbery. And in the past, there was a unit called Brixton Murder and Robbery Unit, which was dealing with the issues of murder and robbery, and it was doing very well. These were part of the discussions that ensued as we were holding our discussions. But this is an extract from the evidence given by Deputy Minister Matale at the ad hoc committee. It is on paragraph 58. But I do also have this document at my disposal, which is a 2020 structure at the beginning of the previous administration. I don't know whether commissioners have. It clearly, like the one that I was putting, it clearly indicates that the structure, the murder and robbery that we are talking about did exist in column 3 in this document as a section, as I was explaining, or murder and robbery, and then there are other sections below that. So these are part of the material evidence that show that there was indeed meant to be murder and robbery, and the department was making efforts throughout at officials level to build murder and robbery. That is why even in 2019, as in fact 2018, as just 2 months or 3 months after the establishment of the NPKTT in September, they then commissioned a study because there was this intention all the time to ensure that you build murder and robbery. Now, the last matter.
Just a second there, Minister.
Yes.
We've just been given
I was about to address that. We've also been given
documents.
Documents, two documents relating to organizational structure, and another one also addressing organizational structure, but that one is dated 2025. To place on record, during the course of lunch, I take it that with the submission of these documents, the minister would like to have them included in the record.
Yes.
We will work with the attorneys to determine whether they are part of an existing annexure or how best to mark them for purposes of the record. And then we shall update the commissioner's files as necessary over the lunch period.
Just a suggestion, perhaps they should go to the minister's annexures file.
Yes.
And then you can just give a letter if they relate to, for example, annexure 22.
Indeed.
Then you have a 22A and whatever else.
We shall do so, but I guess we will have to satisfy ourselves that they are relevant to that particular annexure. Otherwise, we'll have to find out. Yes.
Only if they are, yes.
We definitely will do, Chair.
Thank you. Minister, I interrupted you.
Thank you very much. The last preliminary issue, just before I get to page 22, is just to bring in yet another document on interministerial committees as of February this year, but reflecting the position as we started the new administration, that confirms that the interministerial task team or ministerial committee on political killings doesn't form part of the list that we have on political killings. There are all others, but except that one. And it was on the basis of that understanding when I issued the letter of directives as of 31 December last year that that was the existing position at the time. I now want to proceed, therefore, to page 22.
Sorry, Minister, before you do so, you've accepted my invitation and responded to it. It's the first preliminary point you addressed. because our proceedings are transcribed, you were responding to a document that appears in file 2 of 5, your annexures on page 201, and it is paragraph 8.10 of the Murray report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Minister, the document you just referenced, just to confirm, is it one of the two that has been submitted, or is that yet another?
It's yet another.
It's yet another. We trust that we'll be provided with copies thereof, and we shall treat it in the same fashion as we do these two. Thank you.
Now, page 22 addresses, which is the next topic, the role of the minister vis-a-vis the role of the National Commissioner. In discharging my ministerial responsibilities as police minister, I have at all times understood the constitutional and strategic framework governing policing, including my authority to determine national policy and to issue directives to the National Commissioner within the framework. And in this regard, I've also made my own personal efforts to intensify my understanding of the environment as appointed to police department. And I want to point out right at the beginning that we dispel the notion that the Minister of Police has no operational, although I put it inside italics, has no operational role whatsoever insofar as police are concerned. It will be remembered, it is solely for that reason that I make that statement, that our Constitution comes from an era where the police had significant powers and there was no civilian and ministerial control over the functions, which resulted in grave abuses of human rights. Our Constitution departs from that particular history and places the police firmly under the public control, and the police reside under a political head for a good reason. That was one of the significant changes from the old era, the apartheid era, to the new era of democracy. And it was meant to, among other things, mitigate against what we had experienced as a nation throughout the apartheid era. Section 206 of the Constitution addresses the political responsibilities for the police service. Subsection 1 therefore states that a member of cabinet must be responsible for policing and must determine national policing policy after consulting the provinces or provincial governments and taking into account the policing needs and priorities of the provinces and determined by the provincial executives. And then Section 207 deals with the control of the police service, with subsection 1 and subsection 2 providing as follows. The President, as head of the National Executive, must appoint a woman or a man as the National Commissioner of Police Service to control and manage police service. The National Commissioner must exercise control over and manage police service in accordance with the national policing policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing. So those two sections are very clear in my understanding, and I worked on the basis of what I understood them to mean. Then there's Section 207, which establishes the civilian secretariat and provides for a civilian secretariat for the police service, which must be established by national legislation to function under the direction of cabinet member responsible for policing. So according to the Constitution, Minister has three distinct powers. Firstly, it is to determine national policing policy. The second one, it is the power to direct the National Commissioner when exercising his or her powers in terms of Section 207 of managing and controlling the police service. And then thirdly, the power to direct the Civilian Secretariat for Police, which secretariat must be established by national legislation. The Constitution does not prescribe the content of the national policing policy, and this is left to the minister to determine the content. The policy must, however, take into account the policing needs and priorities of the province, and clearly the Constitution contemplates the all-encompassing policy that sets the framework for the operations of the police. Now, I just want to indicate that we developed the policing policy in the course of last year, completed it, signed it off, so it is in place. There are other sections that are relevant and are important, and I propose that I don't necessarily go through them one by one. Section 2 and 3 of SAPS Act, and then the Constitution and the SAPS Act, which indeed envisage that the policy and directions of the minister will be enforceable by, in the main, the Secretariat. And also, in paragraph 67, I make reference to the nature of the directions that the minister may issue to the National Commissioner. Now, which I'm saying are not necessarily specified in terms of the content. And of course, other issues that arise in the exercise of power by the minister. Now, I want to proceed to paragraph 68.
Yes.
Therefore, the National Commissioner's operational powers must be exercised in accordance with the directions and policy issued by the minister. This is not surprising, a surprising feature of the Constitution. And at the heart of Chapter 11 of the Constitution is the need to place the police service under the public control by imposing political oversight, as it has happened over time during the advent of our democracy. This is apparent from various provisions dealing with the police and providing extensive powers to the minister responsible for policing, like Section 206, 1, Section 206, 3E, 206A, 207, 2, and 207, 3, and 208, all those subsections. The National Commissioner has the powers contained in 11.2D, and this is an important paragraph in my statement. He has sections, he has powers contained in Section 11.2D of the SAPS Act to organize and reorganize the service into various components or units or even groups. But that power contained in 11.2D is not relevant to the issue of the National Political Killings Task Team, because this team was not established by the Commissioner in terms of those powers at 11.2D. I have indicated above that this was solely established through the intervention of the President and then who established then the Interministerial Committee chaired by the Police Minister, and then who then decided that there should be a structure or a mechanism called a political killings task team. Now, in the light of this framework, my oversight of high-level structural and governance issues, including a 2019 work study, proliferation of unmonitored task teams, budget effects of temporal structures, and the proper location of specialized functions within SAPS fell squarely within my constitutional responsibility. My directive of 31st December 2024 must be assessed with this constitutional and statutory framework. The allegation of overreach is rejected. Now, paragraph 71, during the latter half of 2024, so before I go to that, not only did I believe that as I wrote that directive, I was within the Constitution and the legislative framework, but I did consult a special advisor, Advocate Vusi Piccoli, who then indicated comfort in terms of the exercise of that responsibility based on what is indicated by the Constitution and by the legislative framework.
Sorry, can I just clarify this? The consultation with Advocate Piccoli, was it on the day or prior to the decision?
It was on the day, but on the day, it was merely a culmination of what we had been discussing over time, where we were discussing the actual role of the minister in terms of the powers provided by the Constitution, something that we were doing on a regular basis in our meetings. And I did hold a number of meetings with Advocate Piccoli, not only on this subject, but on other relevant matters, especially taking advantage that I have a special advisor who happens to be an advocate, which was a coincidence that doesn't necessarily obtain with all other special advisors.
Minister, if I may interject, I'm not sure whether you touched on the issue of Advocate Piccoli in passing only, or whether that's where you intend to be in your statement, because I would like to refer you to your next chapter, which you have headed Human Rights Concerns Emanating from the Public. I think the issues that you deal with under that heading are important in considering your eventual decision to disband. So I think we should take some time and you highlight aspects of that. For the record, commissioners, the extensive engagement with the issue of consultation with Advocate Piccoli starts much later in your statement at 162, and when we get there, you will say more about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, commissioners. During the latter half of 2024, this is just after we got appointed to the Ministry of Police, we began receiving a series of complaints and reports from civil society as one group, from whistleblowers, from SAPS members, from members of parliament, and from members of the public. These reports raise concerns about human rights abuses by members of the National Political Killings Task Team, among others. They raise concerns also around issues of governance, failures affecting various temporary and ad hoc task teams. And those included, but not limited to the NPKTT. They were raising issues across SAPS, especially on task teams. They formed part of broader pattern of structural issues within SAPS that required ministerial attention. The complaints from various complainants varied in content and in emphasis, but they shared common themes, namely unmonitored task team operations resulting in grave human rights abuses, as they alleged, unclear reporting lines in terms of who do these task teams report, and allegations of overreach, duplication functions, and significant strain on SAP's resources. It was clear to me that most of these complaints arose from people who knew one or two things about police, or who felt a concern of one kind or the other around issues of policing in the country. Now, I need to add that they also included HR-related matters or complaints alleging some internal abuses within police, including within PKTT, and instances of criminality. Now, for the benefit of the Commission, I provided a list of some of the people, and I indicate, for instance, on 731, that one of the people who lodged a complaint was Lieutenant General Samson Shitlabane, whose complaints arose from his transfer from SAPS to the National Assembly, and there were some HR issues that arose there, and the issue was settled. We entertained it. I allocated Deputy Minister Matale to deal with the matter, and he dealt with it, and it got settled. And the National Commissioner was involved in the discussions throughout. And then there was General Tio, to whom I allocated Deputy Minister Boshielo, and the matter got finalized. And then there were other people. You'll be a bit patient with me as I try to indicate the status of each of the complaints. Major General D. Mutli, who was component head of crime intelligence. Now, he made several calls. Ultimately, I met him, just myself, and he then outlined his complaints. And at the end of the session, I asked him, which was not a long meeting, I asked him, what do you want me to do with what you are saying? He said, I'm not expecting anything from you. I'm just reporting my matter is in court, and I want to settle it myself, independent of you, in court. And that's why we left his matters. And then there was Brigadier Hlungwane, who was in charge of the secret account. His argument was that after all processes internally, he was indicating that he is on appeal to the minister. And then there was also General Khan, and I must say that that matter is still pending. And then there was an issue of General Khan, whose matter I got through a National Commissioner and Head of Crime Intelligence. That matter ended up in court with a challenge from General Khan, challenging expeditious handling of his matters, and he won the case, and there was an internal disciplinary hearing which cleared him as well. And that's how the matter was handled. And then there was also General Vuma, whose matter is still pending on suspension for several years now, and Mpumalanga Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Manamela, whose matter is still pending. And then other names to be submitted to the commissioners for confidentiality. I have here commissioners in this envelope. other people who contacted us, and some of them we had a discussion on with the deputy ministers somewhere towards the end of November to say, what do we do with all these complaints? But many of them, or most of them, I met them alone at their request for strict confidentiality, because they emphasized throughout our conversations. So they would call and they will ask for a meeting directly or via other people. And then I would meet them. And they would emphasize that the matters that they are relating to me are highly confidential and highly sensitive. And then they would relate them to me. I did that throughout the course to the end of the year. And I put them in the envelope, and I would want to, I intended handing them over personally to the commissioners, but I trust that you are trusted by the commission, and I'll be looking at you as you do so, because I don't want the names to be exposed by any accident. I am making a personal appeal to the commission to afford them an opportunity to meet them. There are 8 of them, and it won't take 8 days. It will take less than 8 days to hear them out. And it's important from where I sit to receive or to afford them the opportunity to do so. So that is part 1 of the complaints that we received. Then there were also complaints.
Minister, my apologies if I may interject. From a procedural perspective only, this is important for me to understand at the stage where now we engage the minister on his testimony. Not having had sight of what's contained in the envelope, because it's strictly for the chair's eyes at the moment, I would like to know whether the minister is tendering the contents of that envelope in support of this particular heading, because if he is, then I would not have had opportunity to consider its contents, or whether he is just submitting those names for the commissioners to consider how to treat the persons whose names are contained in the envelope, and that whatever it is they say is unnecessary for purposes of our engagement as far as this chapter is concerned. Not having seen them, I don't want to stray way beyond the minister's statement as it currently stands, so I would like some guidance on how to treat the information that is in the envelope. And Minister, I'm not suggesting that I have sight of the contents. I just want to know how I deal with the contents of that envelope. Thank you.
We'll discuss over lunch, and we'll decide how to go about how we want to treat this.
Thank you, Chair. Duly guided.
Thank you. Just one more additional information. I did provide their numbers, because I ended up just recording, because sometimes they would phone you in the car, and I would take the name and surname and then number. But quite a number of them, if not all of them, would have made submissions to, or an application to the commission to appear. So there may be correspondence with the commission already from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Noted.
The next person who also lodged complaints formally by writing emails to us was Mary Haas, who is an academic and a long-standing observer of policing oversight in KwaZulu-Natal and elsewhere. And she did send correspondence to me and to Parliament Portfolio Committee on policing from time to time, complaining about various issues. Among the issues that she raised was systemic governance weaknesses experienced or observed by her in policing, including task team operating in parallel and sometimes outside sub-formal command, oversight and budget structures. Her concerns outlined the issues later identified independently in the Marai report and SAP's internal governance discussions. Some of these complaints were quite serious when you read them, and at some point I did have a discussion with National Commissioner around these matters. I'm just indicating that she was one of the people who made submissions. And then there was another person called Patricia Morgan Mashale, who also sent a number of complaints on an ongoing basis, I think from July, shortly after we got appointed, sending a lot of material to us on a regular basis. And at some point, I requested assistance to understand exactly her standing and what her role is, and so on. But even after IGI, that is Inspector General of Intelligence, had indicated some aspects around her, I continued to receive and I continued to read, but I never actually sat down to deal with the matters that she was raising. I never sat down with her, nor did I have any discussion with her on telephone. I just received and looked and read what she was saying. And then the third and the last issue of these complaints arises from a Forte case that is alleged to be in violation of human rights. This was reported in media before I arrived, as I perused matters from attorneys from Bradley, Conrad Halton, Chiclaw firm. And some of these articles were carried by Daily Maverick, and we set out and indicate what they were all about, and I proposed that I don't go through everything there, but those matters are clearly identified. It is now public knowledge, I'm now on page 35, that Ms. Becker has since requested to give evidence before the Madlanga Commission about what she alleges as abuse and violation of her rights perpetuated by members of the NPKTT during her arrest. In her statement before the Commission, Ms. Becker has detailed an extent of the abuse as she alleges she endured during her arrest, and Ms. Becker explains the abuse she experienced in Part B of her statement, paragraph 31 to 79, which I attached as SM16. So it bears mention that some of these complaints referred to in this statement were also discussed with the National Commissioner, as I indicated. Now, the challenge posed by these examples is this. The National Political Killings Task Team has for some time been credibly accused of systematic human rights violations. And I must indicate that it's quite concerning to hear stories here and there of members of PKTT or National Political Killings Task Team wearing balaclavas when they do some of the operations that you wouldn't expect them to do so, even though I'm not specific on the matters, but I'm merely indicating what complainants have raised in their complaints, the ones that are listed there. A culture that is not in consonant, in my view, with democracy and what is expected of police, and it's quite concerning. Hence my inclusion of this matter here. So my view is, and still is, it is possible for police, whether in units, whether in teams, to perform their duties successfully without having to violate any human rights. We are a country that has made a choice that we recognize human rights, that is rights of individuals in the country that must be observed as we police South Africa all the time. But I'm not suggesting that police shouldn't have freedom to or liberty to exercise their powers within the Constitution and within acceptable practices in relation to use of force whenever that is necessary. Now, I go further to say that I do have an understanding that there are arguments out there that it's preferable to keep the National Political Killings Task Team because of its unique focus and ability to combat organized crime. And I want to state it that that's a wrong argument, because the National Political Killings Task Team was not designed to combat organized crime in general, but they were established and designed to focus on political killings, which, in other words, killings which are politically related. And they have been doing that, strictly just that, political killings or assassinations or murders that are deemed to be political related, not other matters, not any other matter, as it were. And I will indicate later through figures or some stats that make an effort to make us understand what the Political Killings Task Team was all about. But I don't think that it is fair to devote substantial resources to one category of killings in the country, which is politically related killings and not any other killing. When the evidence is that there is an urgent need to focus on all matters. Ever since I got, or we got appointed to the ministry, what the concern of cabinet has been, the concern of the portfolio committee has been, the concern of the public has been, it has been a very high and unacceptable rate of murder in South Africa. That has been the concern that has been drummed into our heads. all the time, and we believe in that the rate of murders alone, not just crime, but murders in particular, is very high, unacceptably so. That's why, among other things, I took the initiative of calling a meeting together with the deputy ministers of the National Commissioner in November and provincial commissioners and the deputy national commissioners, just to focus on 4 crimes that we believed by that time we had observed as being a major concern in the country. That is murders, proliferation of firearms, proliferation of, if I could use that word, of drugs in the country, and GBVNF. We focused on those only. Now, those kinds of situations or those crimes, as we identified them in November, they rather dictate to your conscience and yourself as a need, pointing to a need, maybe not exclusively, but almost exclusively, that you need to attend to those because they are the ones who characterize criminality in South Africa more than any other. When people say there's crime in South Africa, they're pointing to murders. They are pointing to these other 3 that I've indicated, hence our focus. Much as political killings, as identified in 2018, are important, that is murders of councillors and other officials at the local sphere, much it is important, and it was important to attend to that. But there is a need to recognize that outside that number or that category of people, there is a lot that is happening. And therefore, we can't keep on focusing on just one category, which in my view is small compared to the other, as statistics will indicate. I then proceed to try to get deeper into the changes that were necessary and necessitated by the directive that I issued on the 31st of December last year.
Where are you now, Minister, in your statement?
I'm on paragraph 99. I'm proceeding to paragraph 99. A central consideration that informed my approach was the need to strengthen SAP's permanent structures rather than continue to rely on a temporal project. And this was based on observations. So by late 2024, it was increasingly clear that concentrating significant resources exclusively on politically motivated matters was no longer efficient or justifiable. Relative to the national burden of violent crime, political killings constitute a small proportion, and a broader systemic consideration was required. Now, by saying this, I do not mean that there is no need to focus on political killings. But I'm simply making the point that for me, the disproportionate spend on the country's resources for political killings, while other systematic murders are ignored, can never be justified. What I wanted to achieve, and still do, is a balanced approach to crime fighting, particularly where murders are concerned. If I could pause and just indicate 3 things about the landscape of murders in South Africa. 1, it is to that, according to the Global Initiative, in the report they issued last year in April, they identify 4 categories of assassinations or murders in the country, that is in South Africa. One, it is organized crime that takes the largest portion of lives in the country. And they estimate it to 35% of murders in the country. This is followed by assassinations or murders within the taxi or around the taxi industry, which is estimated around 34%, which is a percent lower than the organized crime. And then this is followed by the 3rd category, which is political killings, estimated at 24%. And the last one is personal killings, which is estimated at 7%. Now, if you put aside the global initiative and look at your own stats in South Africa of murders, they definitely fall within those four categories, by and large, which means that the highest category of murders in the country are those flowing from organized crime, whether it is extortion, whether it is in any other form, followed by taxi industry-driven or murders associated with the taxi industry, and political killings in the 3rd category. This is the first point that I want to make in terms of the landscape. The second point I want to make is that there are 4 provinces that constitute about 83% of murders in the country. 4 provinces. It is Gauteng, where we are. It is KwaZulu-Natal. It is the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. Those 4 provinces combined constitute continuously 83% of murders in the whole country. Now, so when they say South Africa has a high murder rate, unacceptably high murder rate, in fact, in terms of figures, we are talking about murders that occur in these 4 provinces. I'm not saying that it excludes the other provinces, but I'm just saying up to 83% just in the 4 provinces, all combined. Now, I now want to indicate in figures, I'm not sure whether I did ask that these figures, because it's for the benefit of the public to clarify these points as clearly as possible. I don't know whether I did that. If I did, I would request that these statistics be displayed as I go through them.
Minister, I think that the request had not made it through to us, but that shouldn't be a challenge. We will be able to project from your statement as we have it. Just so I understand, you have statistics appearing at page 38.
Yes.
And spilling over into 39. Firstly, under which paragraph, which statistics would you like to have projected?
I will just take the
101, paragraph 101,
yes.
After 101 or 102? 101.
101 first, and then 102, and then I would request that I also take that graph on page 40.
Okay, we shall do so. If you could just give us a second. In the meantime, you can continue with your testimony as soon as, I think we're up and running.
Okay.
To just give it a second. Where's your... Not so soon, it turns out.
Okay, thank you.
But I believe you may continue as soon as it comes up, then you will turn your attention to the table.
Okay.
Thank you.
So at the end of the statistics that we will indicate, which will also take us to some of the figures that we have on PKTT figures, as we'll be comparing, the summary of that comes out of these figures and the graph, it tells you that between the years 2016-17 and 2024-25, SAPS recorded an average of 23,043 murders per year national. 23,043 national. And then you go to KZN alone, the average there annually is 5,314. Now, this against the backdrop of the National Political Killings Task Team murders with an average of 18 political murders per year over years 2015 up to 2024. We were just indicating averages to make my earlier point after the statistics. I may as well, because stats are now here, to indicate what I wanted to indicate. So in one, you will see that from 2011 to 2015, we deliberately went back there to show that in those 4 years, political murders were 11. This was before the establishment of a PKTT. And then there are other categories like politically related cases and political related cases and so on, the total. But I want to jump to 2018 in the interest of time, the year of establishing, or the year in which PKTT was established. There were 14 murders. And then 2019, 15 murders, 2020, 15 murders, 17, 27, 11, and by 2024, you were talking about 7 murders because the graph went down in 2023 of politically motivated murders down to 11 and then to 7. Now, 102, now 102 indicates just in KZN, flowing from those figures above, to indicate that in those years, not political matters in KZN. You are talking about between 2011 and 2012, 2011, 2012, and then 2015 to 2016, you are talking about 18,396. Now, you compare, as I say, with the figure above, which indicates which is politically motivated matters, 11 and 18,000, in other words. Now, I'm not even taking those of the country, which is 85,000 at that time. But let's go to 2018, because that 18,000 is a combination of years, but I'm now taking 1 year. 2018, in KZN, there were 4,382 murders. Just to continue referring to the stats, in that year, in 2018, you had 14 that were political, that were identified as political. Just 14. But these are lives, of course, and I shouldn't even add just. It's 14 lives that were. But outside politically motivated, you had 4,014, 2018. Now, 2019-20, it's 4,859. And there were 15 murders in 2019. 2020, there were again 15 murders, political, in terms of politically motivated. But in the same year, in KZN, you had 4,859. Now, 2020 to 2021, 4,825. 2021, so the whole figure goes like that. But this side, by then, the combined, in the country, combined figure is 27,494. Now, let's go to the graph, which is on page 40. Now, that is the graph that indicates murders in the, over time in the country. So the top line is murders in the country as a whole. The next line, murders in KZN over time. And the red line is politically motivated murders. So just the same as I've been saying, 2016-17 is 32 against 40,000 and 4,018 against that 19,000. And then you go 20 in 2017-18 against 4,382. And then 14 against 4,395. And then in 2019-20, 15,000 against 4,000. 2020-21, 15,000 against 4,825. And then 2021-2022, 17 against 6,000, which was even rising. And then in 2023 is 27, the highest. And then 2023-24, it started dropping to 11, and then down to 7. Now, we then say there, in summary, the figures demonstrate that politically related matters constitute a very small proportion of the national murder burden, and even the provincial murder rate in KZN, where PKTT or NPKTT operates. Now, this supported my view that focusing significant resources exclusively on political killings through ad hoc temporal task teams was no longer sustainable, and that the expertise developed within the National Political Killings Task Team should be mainstreamed into permanent murder and robbery unit, which has political killings in its approval mandate as indicated on Tuesday, backed by our structure. Now, by way of further illustration, it is to be noted that SAPS releases quarterly crime stats, but for the for murders in particular, there's no breakdown on or categorization of the motives of the murder. Indeed, I would argue that motive is of secondary significance. What is important to note, and in terms of our mandate, is to reduce murders, is to deal with murders, whether of business people or from the religious community or from whatever category. That is secondary. What is primary? What you get paid for, where you earn your title as minister, and in my case, as an individual, as minister, is our performance in relation to the face of criminality in South Africa, the face of crime in South Africa, which is the murder rate, not murder rate of a certain category of people in the country, but murder rate. And people in South Africa would say, we are making an impact, we are working. Not when we reduce just one category, but across. And this is in line with the Constitution of the Republic, because it doesn't distinguish which category, whose murder is important than which one. Now against this, which we had to really ask the question internally in our consciences, do we continue like that? So it was also my general understanding that in reality, as I indicated before, task teams are created to solve defined problems and not to operate indefinitely. And I've repeatedly indicated this matter. Now, ultimately, I was of the view that NPKTT's work should be wound down or wind up, and members should then be absorbed into one of the permanent structures. And in this case, it is murder and robbery under serious and violent crimes, which flows from the work study, which flows from the understanding of SAPs themselves, and the work that they had done over years, and so on. Now, when I then indicated in the directive that NPKTT is no longer serving the main concern, in other words, no longer addressing the main concern, and I put it as no longer required, it was based on the disjuncture that I was feeling internally, that in reality there is a disjuncture, and it's backed by figures. If you don't interrupt what is happening, you are actually saying this disjuncture must continue when you have power to exercise in the form of a directive to highlight the importance and the urgency to deal with this particular matter, hence the directive. So it was not out of not recognizing the work done by the PKTT, despite the fact that, as I have indicated, it's a small category of people in reality. But we do recognize the work that they did as individuals and as a team. But time to mainstream, as indicated by the structures of SAPs over time, had come. And we had to take a stand to say, let's now change in line with what is actually happening in the country in terms of murder and robbery. So it was in that context that I indicated no longer required. It was based on stats, not meaning to say individual members within PKTT would then be made to retire. It was time to mainstream them and go to murder and robbery and even use some of the experience acquired there to mainstream, especially in the 4 provinces, as I've indicated. And I still believe very strongly that we should persuade one another in the country that we mainstream, because reality is pointing elsewhere. Much as we can what is this? It is to sentimentalize
or sensationalize.
Sensationalized. The chair is very helpful, and I'm indebted to you, Chair. We should work beyond the emotions on this matter. Try to persuade us beyond emotions beyond emotions and sensationalizing the matter. Go beyond that. Now, as I said there, I said to myself, do I play into those emotions, or I face reality? And where is this going to put me personally if I deal with this matter? Because I would be seen to be swimming against the general sentiment. There, I'm sure I'm getting it correctly. I would be seen to be swimming against the sentiment, general sentiment. But I said to myself, I don't believe that I was appointed for sentiment. I believe that I was appointed for honesty and for reality, as I see it in the portfolio, and then lead accordingly. So ultimately, then, we wrote in the way, in the manner that we wrote. So I've dealt with everything on page 41.
Yes, I confirm.
Is it we or I, Minister, when you say we wrote in the manner that we wrote?
I'm a humble person, Commissioner. I must say I, because I was really alone. So that I don't, the word we, I normally use because I'm with deputy ministers, but it is important to indicate that I didn't consult them in writing. But I have a hangover of we, but I was alone in this.
Minister, before you proceed, Chair, I see it's about 1 o'clock. However, if we turn a page to 43, I think a few aspects for the Minister to wrap up this sub-topic. And I would request perhaps a minute or two for that purpose, and we then may break before he deals with the question of resource and budgetary considerations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will deal with paragraph 112, just for its relevance, because it talks about the former request. It talks about requests. I beg your pardon. Let me start with 111. There is a difference between the request for extensions leading up to 2022 and the request for financial approval in the absence of a concurrent request for an extension post-2022. For an example, the request for approval and request for funding for the period 2018-7 to 2020 December 31, and the period 2019 September to 2020, March 31. And there is a vast difference between the two, between these requests. The former category, the old ones, requests for extension, they are specific and detailed in their purpose, background, operational approach, composition relating to the task team in question, and estimated expenditure is reflected. On the other hand, the latter, that is beyond 2022, they were done without a concurrent request for extension submitted in the same function. They were simply requests for financial authority. There's a difference. You would read pages and pages in the older ones before you come to the finance part or the funding part. But post-2022, almost the second page, it's a request for funding. So those extensions got reduced to just requests for finance. And these differences are discernible. But I'm a resident of KZN. And I'm conversant with matters there, political and otherwise. And even without the benefit of any study or figures. The general conversation in KZN by the end of 2024 was that political killings are down. They were no longer part of the conversation as they were in 2018 and a couple of years after that. And general consensus that you would find in the normal course of conversations will tell you so, without any studies and without any figures. So 113 says mere approvals for funding are to be distinguished from formal extensions of the National Political Killings Task Team, and there is, to date, no work study contemplating that the National Political Killings Task Team should be transformed into a permanent structure intended to operate indefinitely. What there is instead, there is a proposal over years that you now must integrate, you now must allow National Political Killings Task Team to be absorbed by murder and robbery under serious and violent crimes. This is what we are saying in those paragraphs. But we are also highlighting sensitivity in terms of allocating resources of within policing, that it's a matter of concern and it's very important. So I go to paragraph 115. So following the work study, the intention was always that the NPKTT functions would be reabsorbed into permanent structures. Let me make this point. It may have been conveyed and received as disbandment and consumed as such, but the intention is similar to that one of 115, absorbed into these permanent structures as demonstrated in terms of what SAPS were saying in various memos over time. It was to absorb, it was to integrate, it was to do just that. But the term disband came in, of course, in the conversations right from 2019. It was not introduced by me alone. It was there in 2024 before I arrived. And as such, it got to be part of the conversation. Now, so that's why I'm saying then in those paragraphs preceding where I am, we're getting to the belly or this real substance that went into the processing of the letter of disbandment. But I proceed to the resources and budgetary considerations, and I'm not going to be detailed there because it's there. I've spoken about it, except to say that allocation of resources, I consider it to be
Minister,
policy making.
Oh, Minister, I had understood Ms. Silo to say that you should stop just before starting with resources and budgetary considerations. Let us... yes.
Before we do so, Commissioner Kumalo's mic went on. I thought he's got a question for the minister. Oh, all right. Otherwise, happy to. Thank you, Chair.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
That, as I'm saying that, he even promised me far more than that.
And finally, Deputy President Paul Mashatile says as things stand, South Africa will be part of all G20 events next year. He says South Africa has no intention of boycotting the G20 meeting in the United States. He was responding to a question from the Parliamentary Gallery Association, where he addressed media houses based in Parliament. He was asked about U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's latest statement, in which he said the U.S. would exclude South Africa from the G20. In his statement, posted on social media, Rubio described South Africa's leadership of the G20 as spiteful and radical. Since the US took over as the chairperson of the G20, reports about these relations between the two countries have widely been reported on. But Shatile made it clear that South Africa would do everything in its power to attend. Recapping the top story, chairperson of the Nkabinde inquiry, retired Justice Bess Nkabinde, has criticized the National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Shamila Batoy, for insinuating that the retired justice would protect her from being cross-examined at the inquiry. For SAfm News, I'm Utsile Saku. Headlines at 1:30.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All righty, all right, all right, all right. It is the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, on SAfm as we begin to kick off the show. You know, just listening to Utsile's bulletin, just updating on the relations once again between the US and South Africa. I don't know. Sometimes as a citizen, you almost wish that, you know, government and president could take the approach that we have taken, because I think for the most part, South Africans are just over it. Like, I think for the most part, South Africans are just, you know, we're just over it. We're at that point where when you're in a relationship that is abusive, when you just decide, you know, I wash my hands off this person. I will not be responding no more. I will not be explaining no more. I will not be justifying no more. Believe what you want to believe. Do what you want to do. It's your party, and feel free to have fun. But obviously, you know, diplomacy doesn't work that way. I just feel like I get the sense, though, that a lot of us South Africans are at that point. But again, diplomacy doesn't work that way. So whenever I hear updates around the relations between South Africa and the US, the citizen in me goes into that sort of state of mind. But yeah, we've got lots of conversations coming in. We're going to be catching up with Usbahle Mota, a SABC News reporter. And then we're going to be touching base on stages, pages, screens, and more. And we're looking at the South African Music Awards that are coming live on Sunday, the 14th of December, right here on SABC One. Then we'll catch up with the folks from Creation Africa and look at their entrepreneur mentorship program. So we'll find out what exactly that entails. And then later on, we'll dip back into the Madlanga Commission. Let's touch base with Usbahle Mota, SABC News reporter. How are you doing this morning, Sbahle?
Good. Thank you so much for having me, Bridget.
Thank you for the time. Appreciate it. Day 42. Let's recap a little bit on what transpired this morning. We saw for the first half of the day, obviously, Commissioner Julius Mkhwanazi was back in that hot seat. And I think for him, it literally is a hot seat if you have to look at his physical expressions.
No, definitely. I think he's been downing that water as well at the commission, you know. But I think he has a about like Saudi and how he facilitated this transaction in the Lenny City as well as Ketnet. Obviously, he denies the fact that he's the one who has authorized the searching of the light, and he hides behind the fact that his vehicle is committed. But I think what is very interesting with this is the fact that while he does admit that, you know, the vehicle as well, I think he, he I think that's intimidating enough. The fact that, I mean, how can vehicles be donated to you can't even see them? They print for quite a lot on the blue list. But what has emerged, surprisingly enough, is the fact that he so much money from also the Kenya, but he doesn't also see the process that, you know, that was not right to do all from Kenya, and even the case to look putting it to him to say, no, I'm not argue that money was a form of gratitude for the fact that a vote was in Kenya vehicle, the registered under the seat blue line. So he doesn't grasping the concept that it's possible corruption, and he even goes on to say, you know, promising more money from the tender.
I mean, is it a case that he's not grasping that that gratuity was in exchange for particular favor, or maybe he's just is a bad liar, a bad liar, somebody who can't get his story correct? Because you can almost see he's trying to make word salads in all of
Mm.
his responses. At some points, even the commissioner is saying to him, "Can you just give us a straightforward answer when we ask you things?" And sort of that's been the recurring theme since yesterday. But I think it's not perhaps a lack of grasping that I was taking gratuity for favor, doing my bit, prit pro quo, izandla ziyagezana type vibes.
Yes.
More as it's a man that's on, he knows he's on the hook, and now he's scrambling to try to make some kind of sensible explanation or have some kind of plausible deniability that doesn't make sense.
No, definitely, because I think he has tried, tried a lot not to implicate himself in this, even doing like Sarah as well. And also, he says, I think he also justifies the and what Sarah was very, even like brothers, he told that even assisted him in burial of several of his siblings because he didn't have, and this was in 2023 where he placed on suspension for like Sarah. So I think he's just further incriminating himself regarding this that money that's well evidently that was argued in that uh, from Masala. So I think what the evidence leader has managed quite well is prove the fact that he has received various availing amounts, and he said some of these amounts is for petrol and for food and all other things. It is very clear that he was receiving some form of gratification, even that from he had promised me even more. I resigned from work and start my own. He's in that man was trying to
Yeah. And I almost say, sometimes I keep saying this every time we talk that we all become body language experts in this because you watch the demeanor of the evidence leaders, you watch them trying to maintain some kind of decorum in these exchanges, try to have some kind of neutral face, but you see them you see them literally trying to hold back laughter or trying to disguise faces that literally, if you are reading facial expressions that say, do you really think that we are grade twos and that we are buying what you are peddling at the moment? And even him, his eyes are very telling. There's moments when he's spewing the word salad and his eyes literally pop. They pop wide
Yes.
open, and you're like, okay, that's your lying tell. Every time you are scrambling to come to some kind of answer that doesn't make sense, your eyes pop wide open and you become super expressive.
No, definitely. And I think this was even evident from the moment we saw him at Cape, where you saw that his eyes were shooting out. He was drinking water, he was sweating blood. And yes, there is, another reason he was sweating. I mean, I think Nina gave it away, even when yes, saw that he was also ashamed. And obviously, the commissioners, as well as the evidence leaders, have tried to do their patience with him. There are moments where you can tell that they're giving really emphasis that he's not forthcoming with the right answers, and also the question under question with him, where he'll
Mm,
say, no, we are too technical now,
mm.
please repeat, because just simply not grasping, I think, those questions. So, yeah, this is a very encouraging week. He'll definitely the commission finish his cross examination.
I'd like to be a fly on the wall during these breaks to see whether or not some of these witnesses actually come and, compare notes with each other, but we'll never know. We also then just saw the suspended police minister, Senzo Mkhunu. He's just taken to the hot seat a little while ago as well. There's that question about that earpiece. I mean, we talk about the commission, but we also talk about a lot of everything else that's being expressed at the commission over and above the words that people are using. But this earpiece is becoming a topic of conversation, and it had to be addressed at the commission this morning.
Definitely, and that emanated from the social media push. People felt like, he was some information of I've covered quite a few stories with it. So that's he's faced by the Richard local hearing problem on his justice. The questions that are posed to him by the well the right. I think that narrative may if that is not and I would like but it's sometimes.
Oh, well, listen, I'm going to believe you because I was a bit skeptical myself. But if you say you've seen it on other occasions, then I'm going to believe you. So far, what has been spoken about with the minister? Unfortunately, I was in transit and I couldn't really catch what the opening remarks were.
So on Tuesday, he was laying the beat to why, just laying all the foundation for the court, show them that the Spanish people up and hence the media to on Tuesday about this peaking performed this functions under murder and robbery and wanted to pass under that umbrella. As we continue from that fact, he's dispelling the notion that this minister is not involved in operational matters, the police job, and he also talked about the various complaints against them in a sense yeah community rather human rights violations they are victims or they are targets. So that's the way he's also some they are success that the people have for they're realizing that a lot of money was something to people. But the amount of murder solving was not enough. It's for him why he justified or he believes that that's the with the robbery and murder. So he's just justified Awesome. Well, Swartle, we'll catch up with you again tomorrow, and this time we'll have more after the minister has sat through today's proceedings. I'm sure it's going to be there for more than just 1 or 2 days. That was Swartle Mota, SABC News reporter. It's 20 past 1 o'clock. Let's hit a quick pause, and then we'll be right back.
This week on BBC Primetime, watching TV could make you a winner. It's the BBC Primetime Watch and Win competition. Just tune into your BBC Primetime shows, answer a few simple questions on S3's TikTok account, and you could walk away with awesome prizes. From thrilling dramas to jaw-dropping reality shows, the more you watch, the more chances you have to win. Watch, answer, win. Only on BBC Primetime. Airs weeknights 9 to 11 p.m. on S3. Your couch just became the best seat in the game.
You could spend 10 minutes waiting for the microwave to beep. Or get a 10-minute quote from Outsurance that could save you thousands on your car insurance. For his 2024 Suzuki Jimny, 55-year-old Stefan now pays only 611 Rand a month. And for her 2024 Kia Sonet, 31-year-old Palisa pays just 926 Rand a month. Ready to get more out of your car insurance? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
We're now going to classify gender-based violence and femicide as a crisis.
This 16 days of activism, SAfm stands firm under the theme Letsema, men, women, boys and girls working together to end gender-based violence and femicide. Together, we can break the silence. Together, we can protect our communities. Speak out, report it, take action. SAfm says no to gender-based violence. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, as we shift gears a little bit and we're looking at Creation Africa, the entrepreneur mentorship program, the French Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, and the Embassy of France, and the French Institute of South Africa are proud to announce the return of Creation Africa. We're going to find out more of what that entails, and of course, this entrepreneurship and mentorship program. Jessica Foley joins us now, Communications Officer for Creation Africa. How are you doing this afternoon? Jessica?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can indeed. How are you?
Well, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm great. All right, let's talk about Creation Africa. Give us some background and some context, please.
Of course. So the Creation Africa program was started last year. There was a first edition last year, and so this year the edition is back. And the program is aimed at business owners in the cultural and creative industries in South Africa, Lesotho, and Malawi over the age of 18.
Yeah.
And so currently we have a call for entrepreneurs that's open up until the 7th of December. And so what the program is, it's actually a 7-month-long intensive program. So we have a first initial phase. So from the applicants now, the top 50 will be selected by a jury panel of industry professionals. Then they'll undergo, 7-week program that is implemented by the incubator Ulu Africa, who was selected to implement, that phase. And so over the 7 weeks, the businesses will really be taken through the process of, what it means to care for an investor pitch, also to hone in on their business skills as well. And so at the conclusion of the 7 weeks, what will happen is that the top 50 will present, and then there will be reduced to a top 50. And so at the top 15 stage, that's really where the intensive mentorship starts. And so that takes place over 7 months as well. And so that will be a combination of, workshops, specialized mentorship, group mentorship as well. And at the conclusion of the 7 months, the entrepreneurs will have a chance to pitch to a panel of investors to stand a chance of securing 15 to 30,000 euros worth of investment in their businesses. So it's really, an opportunity.
Wonderful.
For businesses in the CCIs.
Yeah. Any particular reasoning for the sort of the 3 countries that are involved, South Africa, Lesotho, and Malawi, or does that just speak to a strong partnership between those 3 countries and, of course, the respective French arms?
Yes, so the embassy of France in South Africa also is responsible to Malawi as well. So that's why the program is focusing on that, because there are other Creation Africa programs across the continent as well. So, for example, there's Creation Africa Botswana, there's Ghana as well, and so it varies across. So in this instance, the focus is on South Africa, Lesotho, and Malawi.
So when we talk about the cultural and creative industries that are sort of pegged for this program, apologies, I'm just trying to find the words, that are pegged for this program, because it's such a broad spectrum of a sector, are there particular industries that you are targeting, or the net is being cast far and wide in as far as the CCIs?
So the net is being cast quite wide. So, your visual and performing arts, music, film and television, design and craft, fashion, animation, gaming, digital media, publishing, architecture, cultural heritage. So we're really casting the net wide for cultural entrepreneurs.
Let's talk a little bit as well, Jessica, about the entry the entry must-haves or the entry standards for the entrance, because I know that applications, there's still a little bit of time. They're still open until this coming Sunday.
That's correct. So in terms of the criteria, the requirement is that applicants must be over the age of, and so there's no age limit, because with most programs, the cutoff age is 35. Not with this one, so that's a great opportunity as well. Applicants must be resident of South Africa, Lesotho, and Malawi. Their businesses must be registered. So that's something that's really critical. So it must be an existing business. So we're really looking for people who have a bit and are just looking for that support to scale up in various ways.
All right. I mean, it's pretty low hanging by way of barrier to entry. 18 years and over, resident of the three countries, South Africa, Lesotho, and Malawi, and of course a registered business that's already operational. And when we say already operational, some people must say, will probably ask, well, should my business already be turning a profit? Should I have financials? And things of that nature, or I can just still really be at the infancy stages with a really solid business plan, a really good vision, and perhaps one or two projects that I already have implemented on a small scale and want to take, and scale up.
Yeah. So we're really looking for businesses with a minimum of 2 years working experience. So I think that's really achievable for quite a few businesses in the creative industries. And in terms of profit turnover, what we're looking to see is how businesses manage their finances. So they may not necessarily be making a profit, but they're able to demonstrate that they have been active, they are able to manage their finances and take care of the business side of things.
I mean, quite intense, this program. 7 months initially for the top 50, and then after those pitches of those semi-finalists, then whittling it down to the top 15, who then further continue for another 7 months being incubated as part of the program, with, of course, all kinds of resources being given and provided for the young entrepreneurs. Where do folks go to get more details?
So they can go to the French Institute of South Africa website, which is frenchinstitute.org.za. People can also find us on Facebook, French Institute of South Africa, and there's many details there as well.
Awesome stuff. Jessica, we appreciate the time. That was Jessica Foley, Communications Officer of Creation Africa. FrenchInstitute.org.za is where you go if you want to check out more details on Creation Africa, the entrepreneurship and mentorship program. It's just gone 1:30. We're going to take a pause for Otsile to come through with the headline news.
Thanks, Bridget. Good afternoon. In the headlines, Deputy President Paul Mashatile says the ANC's National Executive Committee has made it clear that no plans plotted against President Cyril Ramaphosa will be supported. When asked about reports that Ramaphosa would be forced to step down, Mashatile said that Ramaphosa would remain as president until he finishes his term. Chairperson of the Ngabinde inquiry, retired Justice Bess Ngabinde, has criticized the National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Shamila Batoy, for insinuating that the retired justice would protect her from being cross-examined at the inquiry. And 2 men from Bella on the Cape Flats have been shot dead. Police spokesperson Wesley Trigg says the men were aged 63 and 38. Details at 2 o'clock.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
All righty, as we talk the South African Music Awards with Unathi Gwija, who is the SAMA spokesperson. It's the first time in a long time I'm speaking to a SAMA spokesperson that isn't Leslie. How are you doing today?
How are you,
I'm
Bridget?
fabulous. I think that they need to move your mic just a little bit closer to you. Let's pull it out more outwards. There we go. Yeah, and so we can get a nice clear voice. It is a bit of a tricky mic, but are you good?
I'm good.
Lovely, lovely.
Anxiety, anxious, but all good.
Because of course Sunday is here very
Sunday
soon.
is here very soon.
Very soon.
A week and you blink and it's Sunday.
Right? So you guys are in the final stretch of preparations for the SAMAs. I've even lost count with Sigupi. Where are we? Summer 31.
31.
What a wowzer.
31.
So what are we? Okay, it's 3 decades of the
3 decades and plus one of music and celebrating artists.
Yeah.
And also acknowledging that there's a culture behind South African Music Awards, that the platform of it itself still exists. It's strong, it's growing, it's evolving. So those are the amazing parts of having been part of Summer 31, which is quite exciting. The event itself, the planning that's happening in the background, literally, I rushed over here from another meeting and I rushed back. But the excitement around it all is just too beautiful. And I think the message and the theme that we've got for this year,
Yeah.
which is flowers for those who keep our nation singing,
Oh.
is just beautiful. It gives back to the nation itself, and we also giving back to our artists, from producers to the managers to the artists themselves. So
Yeah.
this year is just one of those where we're also saying, let's switch things up a little bit. Let's do hybrid. Let's get people asking questions. What's hybrid? What do they
Right?
mean?
Okay. I mean, listen, I'm intrigued because y'all did hybrid during the eras of COVID. So what are you saying to us, Unati? Utini manje?
So, CT, if you're going to be available on the 14th of December,
Yeah.
make sure your devices, your smart TVs are connected to your internet, your data, however it is. You'll be able to watch the event live
Okay.
on the day on all our social media platforms,
Oh.
as well as you'll then also have the broadcast on our channel as traditional
Yes.
with SABC a week or two after. So
Okay.
that is still the plan. And I think what's beautiful is that there's the live aspect where we're celebrating the artists in the actual venue. They're there, they're performing, the excitement is there. You've got the element of social media
Yes.
and capturing the fact that music has become so much more melted into social media spaces, how artists are releasing their music, how music is making its moves as South African music all over the world.
Yeah.
Shows are being done now through hybrid. So we were like, actually, let's play on this and let's see how we develop the placing and the sound of South African music within it being hybrid and the event itself being hybrid. So that's how we're doing it this year.
Very interesting. And now I'm also always interested around as you talk about the evolution of music, right? Because the sound of music evolves, which and as the sound of music evolves, we
Yeah.
have the birth of different categories, and
Yes.
music awards have to respond
Yes.
to that. Now I'm wondering the summer because music has changed so much in 10 years. We have Amapiano, we have, and I mean, Amapiano is dominating right now. I feel like they could just have 10 categories for themselves. Like, which just them competing amongst themselves. And Kabza must take 5 of those categories and it must just be Kabza against Kabza. Like, how do the awards sort of keep up with those evolutions? Because you also can't, for instance, have a Wallflower of the Year award this year, and then because it's that trend is out next year, now you
Yes.
you take out that award and you introduce something else.
I think that is the part where the South African music and the evolution, how you beautifully place it, works in the sense that now you've got Lunkompo building up and coming out from there being Amapiano. You've got Imas Kandi, which is, as most people would say, is Katamiya. But you've got Imas Kandi making moves with almost coming close to Amapiano on streaming platforms.
Yeah.
So they're growing quite largely and well. So when you look at the categories where we started with possibly 5 or 10 categories a couple of years ago, we've mushroomed over to 25 categories, just 25, considering all the different genres of music. So you've got Afro pop, you've got contemporary, you've got African contemporary, you've got traditional faith music. You've got contemporary faith music. So the evolution of music for the South African Music Awards exists, and we're able to have a look at the landscape and have a look at the ecosystem of music and say, hey, there's a trend building over here. What is going on there? Let's spend time to listen to the music. Let's spend time to see what artists are bringing out and how that music sounds and what movements it's making globally as well. So that also just carries into how South African music grows and moves forward and the evolution of it in that in the next 5, 10 years.
Mm.
We don't know what we're going to be sitting and talking about because there'll be a new category that'll be looked into and scoped in because music is forever evolving. And as South African Music Awards, we need to be part and parcel of that to say, doesn't matter what your music is, your voice will be heard.
Mm.
Produce your music, create the platform. There will be space for it. If it's not now, it's going to grow into the future. So
Mm.
that's how we see it. We need to be accommodating.
Right. And it's so interesting that you bring up Maskandi, for instance. I'm a big Maskandi fan. A lot of people don't know this. If you get into my car, we'll go from hip hop to Maskandi to gospel to,
Yeah.
Adele, all in the
All
same
in the
car
same-
ride.
yeah.
I'm just like, what's going on? But it was funny. A few weeks ago, I noted I keep an eye like we all do on social media. And I noted on social media, I forget the artist, the Maskandi artist who had crazy streaming numbers. Like,
Mafikizolo is one of them. It's one of them.
not the group.
No, not the. It's an artist.
There's a Maskandi
Yes.
artist now called Mafikizolo.
Mafikizolo.
I need to be updated. Clearly, I'm not that big of a fan as I thought I was. I need to be updated. So it could have been Umafikizolo then, because I think the numbers went into the double digits of the millions. And the Ama Piano kids, or as they call themselves, the 2Ks, were up in arms because they could not understand
What's going on?
what is going on and who this person is. And it was interesting to then see the discourse on social media around there is more, as you just said, there's more to music.
Yes.
The representation of music is more than just the bubble that you live in.
Mm.
And you'd be surprised because people then started comparing to say you'd be surprised that if you looked at gospel artists
Yeah.
and Maskandi artists
Yes.
and Africana pop artists,
Yes.
they will rival any number that any Amapiano artist is putting out there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think because we're so focused on certain music that is, and rightfully so, there are mainstreams that speak to certain music, but also there are platforms where we need to open up our eyes. Like you said,
Mm.
be on Spotify, be on YouTube and see what's trending. Open up social media, all the platforms and see what's trending. Because that is how artists are releasing their music, one. And that's how you're going to get to see somebody in the Netherlands listening to Maskandi and it's trending over there. Music is not only just about language. We've crossed those borders and those barriers. We know that people want to listen to a beat and a sound. And if it's unique enough, there's a community that's going to listen and grab onto that music. And that's where we're at the moment with our own
Absolutely.
music.
Absolutely. Unati, I just want us to pause for a break. We'll come back on the other side and let's talk the festivities of December 14.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable. You receive up to 745,000 Rand worth of legal services per year. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Dive into a summer of extra with free gifts from Vodacom on all summer deals. Like the Honor 400 5G for just 499 per month over 36 months on a 1 gig rate call plan. You also get a free Honor Pad X7 worth 1,999. Plus, get 5 gigs YouTube data for 3 months and 2 months free YouTube Premium. Available in-store and online. T's and C's apply. Further together. Vodacom.
SAfm music, crafted to make you feel real good. Handpicked just for your pleasure. Classics sounding so good, only on SAfm. You are listening to The Full Circle.
We are in studio with Unati Gwija, who is the SAMA spokesperson, the South African Music Awards, that is, and it's coming live on Sunday, the 14th of December on SABC One. But they're also hybriding the event so you can catch it across all of their social media platforms. There's so much that is happening. People are always also interested in some of the, and we were talking sort of in just about the evolution of awards categories, but people are always interested in who is the recipient every year of the very significant and very important Lifetime Achievement Award. And this year you have a very special individual.
Yes, we do. Soli Moholo.
Yeah.
Yes, I think what we need to understand is when we look at lifetime achievement awards, most we want to also give flowers, yes, when the person is with us. But life is also the unfortunate part where we can't always balance. Please stay or be around for another year.
Yes.
Life happens. But looking at the journey that he's carried and has represented music, and specifically the faith traditional music, that is huge. And when you look at the nominees for this year, that's part and parcel where you say you look at the JTG choir, you look at the other artists as well, you look at Metusile. Those are the people that when he started making his music and saying faith-based music is not only based on this or that or a certain sound. However you make your faith-based music, or however you make your music in general, there's somebody who's young who wants to listen to it and who's going to want to make music in the same manner. So having him as the recipient for the Lifetime Achievement Award is quite huge, and it's quite representative of how diverse we are with our music, and also acknowledging our artists with us who are not with us, and those who are with us. And we appreciate that the family has been so involved with us in terms of showing up and wanting to represent and come through for interviews, and also be available for the night as well to receive the award. So in that sense, we always say giving flowers to those who make the nation sing is truly a vast path of it. And even when it comes to those who are not with us, we still do that and acknowledge that your music has made a huge element and a part on a person. And I think also with who he and the message he carried, wanting to be part of the youth and wanting to teach them, and wanting to protect them and allow them to grow in music, and also allow them to grow as human beings, and that abusing or being bullied is incorrect, and you're also not meant to bully others. So his message carried that, his life and his message carried that, and this is something we want to also carry through with the lifetime recipient as he is receiving it.
It's always so interesting. I mean, whether the recipients are getting the award posthumously or they're live and vibrant to come through. Oh, Sis Rebecca last year. Sis Ribs ngikuthanda impela dali wami. Sis Rebecca last year, and she made it a point of telling us, and she made her dress. Please respect.
Do not think otherwise.
Like respect. I loved it. There were so many highlights also from last year's show. KO's performance was mwah, mwah. I also could be confusing my awards ceremonies now. Because between the summers and the metros, it all gets jumbled up in my head. So if I'm confusing them, forgive me.
We're celebrating music. It's all called celebrating music.
There we go. This year you've got hosting the awards, Scoop Makatini.
Yes.
Are these names out, by the way? Before I carry on?
Yes.
Okay. Scoop Makatini and Pamela Madlanga. Oh, what a beautiful, fresh, vibrant face and voice.
Literally. It's the meeting I left, as I walked out, that was the vibe I walked out of. So I think when you look at Scoop's culture and his voice, and I'm gonna reveal my age, but when he came out on TV, and he had this energy and presenting music shows and his color bashing and his outfits, that was an era for us, and we were like, whoa, I've got a voice, I can be heard, I can dress how I want. Now you've got Pam, and she's coming with, how do you want to dress? I'm going to mix up my own mix of clothes. How do you want to? I'm doing my outfit fit. So when you look at that mixture, we've got culture and you've got vibrance, and you match them together. That is what we're looking at. And I think they complement one another so beautifully. The messaging there as well. When I left as well, we had a brief interview, a conversation with him, and he was like, he finds it so beautiful that having started a culture or being part of a culture movement, and now it's mushrooming to what it is, where you've got
Mm.
talent that's coming out on social media, and they also now able to place themselves and find a place on platforms to host such awards. It is a huge platform, not meaning, meaning that
Yeah.
even if you are a presenter, wanting to be a presenter, there's space for you on all these platforms and ecosystems because they all interlink at some point. So we're excited. We're currently literally in the plans and starting work to rehearse. So that is all on a go. As I'm leaving, I'm watching the WhatsApp groups popping. This message is coming in, that's coming in. So it's going to be an exciting show. We eager for it. Music has been planned to entertain everybody from a faith-based, from a Maskandi side, and from a neo soul, from a hip hop side. We planning greatness and celebrating South African music and artists for the night. And Amapiano, yes, they're there as well.
As our parting shot, my only suggestion, and after seeing her in performance this past weekend, Azana, the young beauty, I don't even know how to describe her sound. Uh, can she be on? And
So
can she perform with Java?
So she actually features in the top 20 Vati and Rati that were released. So she's one of the featured artists on, I think, Sam, I'm forgetting his full name, but Sam something. But she possibly might be at the show. We're not gonna reveal a lot.
Okay.
Wait for next week.
I
On
w-
Sunday we're dropping some, little Easter eggs,
a little
some
hint.
little hints here and there. So
Okay.
the coming week, be prepared. Social media is going to be blowing up with social updates as to who's doing what, who are the hosts, watch the countdown. Also, the theme is flamboyantly floral. So just
Ooh.
wait to be seeing a lot of beauty and flowers all around on the socials.
I know Pamela Mdanga is going to do a lot with that. That's for sure. And we'll be watching on her social media as she starts hinting with the countdown coming up to December 14th. So the summers are coming up, summer 31, and it's going to be on SABC1. You want to make sure that you clock that reminder on your television and keep a keen eye out as well on their social media platforms as they roll out all of those hints and the fabulous teasers leading up to D-Day, which is next Sunday, December 14th. It is 10 to 2 o'clock. It's time for us to get into our kids programming. Nalibali is coming up, which should take us to the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Nali Bali Season 10, another opportunity to learn through storytelling. Now, set your weekly reminder to join us every Friday at 2:30 right here on SAFM. Ask your loved ones to turn the volume a little higher so that you can enjoy today's episode. Did you know that everyone in the world is unique? Some of us are great at drawing, while others might be amazing at running or singing. And guess what? That's perfectly okay. It's important to remember that you don't have to be just like everyone else. You have your own special talents, your own personality, and your own way of doing things. And that's what makes you you. Sometimes it might feel like you need to be just like others to fit in. But the truth is, being different is what makes the world such an exciting and colorful place. So let's celebrate being proud of who we are, just the way we are. Now get comfy because we're about to dive into a story that shows us why it's okay to be different and why being yourself is always the best thing you can ever be. Today's story is called Sisters of the Sky and Sea, written by Tobeka Kenene. But before we listen to today's story, let's all get up and In the beginning, before time existed, there was Great Mother. Great Mother gave birth to everything on earth, and she knew all that had happened in the past and all that would happen in the future. She knew that the earth was round. She knew all the creatures that lived on earth and in the deep blue sea, and she knew all the birds in the sky. Great Mother had two granddaughters. The elder granddaughter was named Sidimera. She had beautiful crystal skin and hair and glowing crystal nails. Sidimera shone in the morning sky along her grandmother. Chipaza was Sidimera's younger sister. Her skin, hair, and nails were made of water. Chapaza slept lazily in the deep blue sea, while Sidimera woke up at the dawn to visit their grandmother. By the time Chapaza woke up, Sidimera was shining brightly in the morning sky. Chapaza wished that she could join Simena up there. So one morning, she took her first step into the nearby rock. Then slowly, she started climbing up the rocky cliff to reach her grandmother and sister in the sky. Suddenly, she felt something pierce her skin.
Ouch! Ouch! My beautiful watery skin is damaged. I think I have to take a break and try again another day. Ouch!
Chapaza said. She slid back into the water to take a nap. Sidimera looked down at Chapaza and laughed.
Ooh, oh, little sister, you will never ever make it to the sky. You are way too lazy.
The next morning, Chapaza decided to try again. She started moving cautiously up the rocky cliff, but soon Chapaza said,
The sun is way too hot. Maybe I'll try again another day.
With that, she slid back into the water to take a much-needed rest. Sidimera looked down at Chapaza and laughed.
Ah, ooh, another day, another day. Oh, little sister, you will never make it to the sky. You are way too lazy.
But Chapaza was determined and said,
One day I will make it to the sky, Silimela. You will see.
Chapaza stayed under the sea for many days after that.
I told Silimela that I would make it, but I'm not sure I can climb all the way up to the sky.
Said Chapaza, sobbing loudly. Umafu the cloud heard Chapaza's sobs and decided to pay both sisters a visit. First, he floated over to Silimela.
Silmela, why do you laugh at Chapaza? Isn't she your sister?
Asked Umafu.
Well, yes, she is my little sister, but she will never make it to the sky. She is just way too lazy.
Laughed Sidimera. But Umafu said,
Silimela, you and your sister are not supposed to be the same. You were made to light up the sky, and Chapaza was made to provide water for the earth. You are both important to the earth.
But Sidimera did not agree.
Ugh, no, she is just so lazy.
Sidimera insisted stubbornly, so Umafu drifted off to visit Chapaza.
Oh, Chapaza, why are you crying?
Asked Umafu.
Silimela is my big sister, and she's right. I will never make it to the sky.
Cried Chapaza.
Chapaza, you and your sister are not supposed to be the same. You were made for a different purpose than your sister. You are not meant to climb up to the sky.
Said Umafu.
But I don't know what my purpose is.
Said Chapaza as she continued weeping. Umafu felt sorry for Chapaza and said,
Come on, climb onto my back.
Then he turned into a big cloud shaped like a horse. He lifted Chapaza onto his back, and they drifted to the top of the cliff. When Umafu saw the scorching sun, he turned himself into a big ship to shelter Chapaza from the heat.
Oh, thank you.
Chapaza smiled. Umafu, who was now a dark storm cloud, grew bigger and lightning flashed across the sky. Chapaza laughed when she heard the loud thunder and she danced happily. As Chapaza danced, little droplets fell from the sky and landed on earth, and soon a river was formed. Chapaza looked down and could not believe what she saw.
Did I create that river?
She asked Umafu.
Yes, yes, you did.
Replied Umafu. He looked at Chapaza and asked,
Now, do you understand? You do not have to be like your sister. You must both concentrate on what you are good at, and when you do that, you will each help the earth in your own way.
From that day on, the two sisters lived in harmony. They each focused on their unique talent and purpose. Sirimera shone brightly in the sky, bringing light to the earth, while Chapaza nurtured the earth with her water. They realized that when they stopped comparing themselves to each other, the sisters of the sky and sea could embrace their own gifts and help each other to flourish. And so we come to the end of another Nali Bali story time. Today's story was called Sisters of the Sky and Sea, written by Tobeka Kenene. Did you know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit the Nali Bali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You will find stories in 11 South African languages as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nali Bali Reading for Enjoyment supplement with great children's stories and activities available in newspapers. Nali Bali, it starts with a story.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Top stories at 2 o'clock. Mashadila comments on plots against Ramaphosa's leadership, and 2 people killed in Cape Flats shooting. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just to orientate us, before we broke for lunch, we were at your page 43. And we had just dealt with paragraph 116, which would then lead us to the next sub-item in that chapter, that you have headed resource and budgetary considerations. I would invite you to pick it up from there, but so we don't run into crisis time and into a crisis in respect of time. I would like to remind us that in putting forward your version, you still have a significant chapter to deal with, which you had procedure followed preceding the 31st December 2024 directive, the reasons for the 31st December 24 directive, and the post-directive implementation. So those are the 3 main topics left. And just to remind ourselves, that's where we intend to stop, both with you putting forward your version and the engagement we are going to have with you, because it's those topics that speak specifically to the issues of PKTT. As previously placed on record, all other issues that you have addressed in your statement shall be for the second session of the commission in the new year. The chair will determine when that takes place. Your statement is extensive, and it will not be possible to deal with everything with appropriate and required depth if we were trying to cram it all in this 1.5 days. So I just want to remind ourselves what awaits us, and if you could structure, therefore, your summaries accordingly to fit in with your and my agreement as to how much time you need for that purpose. Thank you so much. I then invite you to consider from paragraph 117 and deal with that sub-item resource and budgetary constraints. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. 117 taken together with 118 seeks to indicate that the issue of resources is of primary importance in a department like police, whether NPKTT is funded from the National Operational Center, which would affect the combat units within SAPS, or is taken from any other source, especially detectives. The principle is one, that we shouldn't use the budget for what it is not allocated for and start picking up from different programs, because that is not allowed by Treasury. Then it affects performance levels of where money is taken from. If it's taken from detectives, for instance, it causes the standstill that is there in SAPS. Things like physical dockets, things like many dockets to a detective, which is very cumbersome, resulting into poor performance and convictions and all of that. Having made that point, to say the whole of SAPS resources are an issue that cannot escape my attention as Minister, because it is so important. I indicate on page 44 that if we continue funding national political killings trust team the way it is happening, we are being insensitive to the scarce resources that we have for making sure that the whole of SAPS is as effective as it should be. PKTT or NPKTT, there's a budget items there just for 12 months requiring that amount of money. Just for S&T and accommodation, 40 million, 883,000, food and beverages, 15,193,000, incidental costs, 6 million, laundry, 1.2 million, overtime, 30 million, cell phone, 440,000. Now, this kind of expenditure concentrated in just one team, which is temporary, is unjustifiable. The budget for SAPS has been reduced by 11% over the last few years, and therefore it's something that should talk to the way resources are allocated. If I come to this year, for instance, I do want to display, I want to come to just one small or one page presentation, which I asked for, just to show.
Minister, is that from your statement? Or is that a separate document you would like projected?
It's in the bundle. It's not, it talks to case management.
It's an annexure to your statement.
Yes, case management And I'm not necessarily focusing on that. I'm just focusing on the results that we have on, especially convictions and so on. You have this document in the bundle.
I think we will project what we believe is the document.
It's an extract from presentation to the portfolio committee.
It's a two-page document, if I may.
And I'll present one page, it's the first page.
Okay, it's got section 1, case management, docket status, politically related cases. That's the heading of the document you want. Are we in the wrong document? Perhaps let your attorney direct us if it is a specific annexure, and we will try and pull it up. SMP? 26. Oh. SM. While we obtain an electronic copy, Commissioners, that is, it appears at page 565 in volume 3 of the minister's statement. Looks like this.
Okay.
Minister, we think we have located the correct document. Can you direct us to the correct page now?
It's just the first page of the two.
And under the heading purpose.
Under the presentation to the portfolio committee. I'm just taking one page.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Minister, we are going to project and then you'll tell us if we are at the right place.
Yes, thank you.
Is that the page you wanted
That's
to
the
speak
page.
to? Okay.
I'm just wanting us to take this as a package. Number one, that is 119, which I've just presented, the expenditure pattern of the NPKTT.
Sorry, Ms. Silo, we are in the right annexure. Which page is it?
We are trying to locate it. We were provided with this. We provided with this two-pager. Minister Mkunu's attorney told us it's annexure 26. But what you have on the screen will not appear at annexure 26. It's an extra document that we have been provided with. But the minister confirms that that is the document he wants to talk to. So perhaps afterwards, once again, we'll have a conversation with the attorneys to understand where this particular document fits in his annexures. I would propose that perhaps in the meantime, he speaks to what's on the screen.
So commissioners, I'm saying if we take 119, which is the expenditure pattern for 12 months for PKTT, you combine it with the point that I've just made of 11% reduction of the operational budget of subs, and add this slide, you'll see what's happening, or contextualize, or use this slide to contextualize what we are saying. You will see that in a context, what's happening with the budget of subs is that it is nominally increasing, but in real terms it is getting down as a result of demands of policing and the population. So if you look at this slide, you will see that when you look at work done, you look at the slide from the perspective of work done. Cases that are finalized under investigation, other, and then you have 191 that are finalized over You have 333 dockets over the period since 2018, and then 199 finalized, which is 57%. But out of 191, there are 56 where the guilt verdict has been given, which is 29% of the 191. And then the last line, figure 3, if you could push it up a bit, you will see that out of 333 dockets, you have 56 guilty verdicts, and then that constitutes 17% of the 33 cases. Now, you can make whatever opinion and so on, but the thing is, when you look at it from the perspective of value for money in a context of a deteriorating budget, it will tell you that you rather have to review the way you want to use the resources in the department. That's the purpose of those. And then I'm
Sorry,
adding.
Minister,
Yes.
just to make sure that I don't lose you, is what you're conveying with this statistic, are you conveying that the PKTT has not been successful? There's never been value for money from the beginning. Is that what you're seeking to show with the statistics?
Yes, in the directive, there is a half a sentence or something that says, that talks to the value for money. And if you look at stats, you look at the deteriorating budget, you look at demands which are affecting performance, you look at what we spend in 12 months for one task team, but then you look at the outcomes. It constitutes a doubt that you are happy with the value for money in that. And from where I sit, I felt I wasn't happy and satisfied with the value for money. And I may as well indicate here that when NPKTT was established, it was 2018, it followed an incident in which wherein Musawenkosi Mchunu had just been murdered. But to date, we are yet to secure or see a conviction arising from that murder. As we speak, my understanding from the family, who are not distant from that family, you are talking about 5 suspects all in all on that case of 2018. 4 of those suspects are suspected for conspiring to murder. And then 1 is a suspect for murder. So at the moment, 7 years down the line, we are yet to see a conviction that relates directly to the first case, which was almost a test case when NPKTT was established, and there is none yet registered. But let me move on. And I do want to say that is not necessarily to say, personally, I blame NPKTT for that, because they're part of SAPS, and it merely indicates expenditure patterns vis-a-vis the actual results and so on. There is then a question of inequities in SAPS between task teams and between units. And I point out that if you continue with National Political Killings Task Team, focusing on KZN, you definitely are duplicating, in as much as you may not want to accept that as a fact, but that is in reality what's happening. And it has been the case for some time. We have murder and robbery, and it is around 45 people or so. And then you have NPKTT dealing with murders at the same time. You would rather rationalize and you spend once in a sustainable manner, and that is beneficial to the people. So you stop duplicating. But at one point, I said to the National Commissioner, murder is murder. Let's not create a false hierarchy in murders in South Africa as South African police. Now, I listened to the National Commissioner speaking here at the Commission and to Lieutenant General Kumal. And as I listened, I got more and more squeezed internally when they repeatedly used the word traditional, that NPKTT doesn't use traditional methods when investigating. They don't use normal methods. They are using what has been put into NPKTT to make sure that they are as effective as all of us would be. Now, but they're doing that in a small scale, as I'm saying, dealing with small figures, and then the rest of the people with high figures, you subject them to normal investigation, traditional investigations. Even when you take blood samples, what do? They said it's 3 days for a political murder case, whereas it is 30 days for a normal murder. And look, I'm not going to be minister forever. At one point, I will go home. And if I come across murder, I'll be one of those whose investigation will be deemed as normal, as traditional, because it won't fall within this category. And the point is, are we on the right track? Is that justifiable, morally and ethical? And from where I stand, it is not, and not in line with the Constitution of the Republic. So the issue is, when you are in the space, normal space, listening to successes, listening to this, it is nice to consume that. But when you are alone as minister, thinking things through, you in terms of principles, looking at things in a principled way, you come out empty in the sense that you are not able to respond ethically and morally to the question, why do you differentiate between murders? What justifies that? And therefore, murder is murder. There's no hierarchy. And subs must then subject themselves to that. So no 30 days for the rest of the people when you do samples, and then 3 days for politically motive, because...
Minister, just so I understand you, are you suggesting that a new method of conducting investigations cannot be piloted on a small scale before it is rolled out nationally? Because surely you must first test a new method's success on a small scale. And then if you deem it successful, then you roll it out across. Are you suggesting that that is not the correct way of doing things?
Not really. I'm saying it is a correct way of doing things, but we should and could have done that some time ago. And at some point we should say, do it, because you have already created or established your murder and robbery, and long ago, but you keep on delaying. You must immediately do it. And there's no justification for you to postpone. There have been implementation letters, 2 of them, 2 assessments, but still not implemented. So it has been an experiment gone too long. And not in compliance with the imperatives that we are facing now. So there's nothing, it's like going out there building a hospital, and then you put in surgeons and all the specialists and so on, and then the hospital all of a sudden does very well in terms of patients coming in and so on. But then you leave the rest of the population outside and you subject them to normal. And then you say to the public, I'm pleased that we are making progress and there's no other team or hospital like this one. But you know that all the other hospitals are not like that. I'm just making an example. And I'm saying that morally and ethically, it can't stand the test. And the longer we keep it, the more unjustifiable it is. And the experiment has been there for quite a long time. Now, I then moved to 136. Those were the directives, 3 of them. Although we're now running with 1363, but there were those others, and they were selected because of their impact on crime in South Africa at the moment. I'm not going to go to each one of them, but I'm just highlighting the reason why 3 were selected. Ministry has a number of priorities, quite a number. But then from those priorities, I selected those. It was just for one reason. At the beginning of the year, 2025, just take those 3, focus, get rid of them, and then go to the rest because of their impact on crime in South Africa, and attend to them. And I'm glad that 1361, 1362 were attended as directives, and we worked together and we moved on, and we made substantial progress on both. The one that remained behind as a result of people changing their mind midway, we then diverted and sidestepped, and we are in that particular situation. But the 2 moved on very smoothly and made a lot of progress. I will deal with them maybe when I come back. Then there were several meetings that took place, 142, 144, 143, just highlighting our focus on matters, on firearms and on drugs, all those matters, up until follow-up meetings on those dates, as I indicate. Those were various meetings dealing with the same structures, priorities, and making progress. Still following that report, the Marai report on implementation. Now, I'm saying that on paragraph 154, I'm just highlighting the very same issue that as far as I'm concerned, there's a problem of compliance with Treasury guidelines. We get our budget allocated for this, and then we compel ourselves to use the budget for something else, which we can't keep on doing. It's not a way of running a department, a proper way of department, because it leads to irregularities consistently. And then decision finalization and the 31st. So by the 31st, by late December, we had gone through the work study. We had done the memorandum related to the PKTT, asking for money midway and so on. We had done with what accompanies the Marai report, the work study, the Marai report. We had done those meetings on the 1st, on the 21st, on the 22nd, listening to what PKTT, and even spoke, especially in the meeting on the 21 and the 22nd, on the 1st and the 22nd, where I indicated clearly the need to urgently review the status quo in relation to NPKTT from the macro point of view. And National Commissioner indicating that in any case, that was never a permanent structure. It was meant to be temporal, and that we should go that route. And then December 31st, the actual directives. And I do want to say that when I indicated with reference to the PKTT, I attached the word immediately. Just to clarify what, in my understanding as I was sitting on the desk writing, and I would want to indicate to commissioners that I wrote this, although it's not the subject for today, but I wrote the directives, and I take full responsibility for them, all three of them. I was not influenced by anyone, anywhere, not by phone, not by anything. I just had said for 3 days, 29, 30, 31, and asked myself, what changes, what impact have I made on SAPS? This is my 5th month in the department. I'm heading for the 6th month. And I need to see qualitatively the difference that I've made. And then I wrote these directives wanting to select just 3 issues that would make further impact on the work that we had done, and not come to the department and just stay and not make any difference. And therefore, immediately, I know exactly where it came from. It says,
Minister, maybe here is my suggestion. It's page 476, SM20 in your annexures bundle.
in my
Yes.
annexure.
So maybe as you are talking, have it in front of you. It will make it easier.
Okay. It just comes naturally. It says,
Minister, to assist you, if you could pull out your file 2, do you have your file 2 close by? It should be marked 2 of 5.
is it a different?
It's not with your statement. Your statement is a standalone
in
file.
another, okay.
There's help coming.
It's fine, they'll assist me.
So when we get to file 2, she's going to open page 476 for you, which is the disbandment letter that you issued. And it is that document that Commissioner Kumalo suggests.
Okay.
When you deal with these aspects,
I touch
you do
on
so
this.
with reference to that document. Thank you.
Thank you for guidance. Are you finding it? Okay, good. Yes, thank you. So I won't go to, oh yes, this is the directives themselves. Oh, I see, thank you. The meaning in this context of immediately is not as that of switching the light. Switch off that light immediately, and you go to the wall, you do so. That is why, from where I sit, immediately can't be read alone in the directives. It needs to be read with what I requested from the National Commissioner saying, go and prepare the preliminary report. And then also later, after the preliminary report, there should be MINESCO. MINESCO is where minister and deputy minister, that is ministry, sit with top management, so that we consider what I have taken a decision on immediately. So immediately would then mean the decision has been taken immediately. Then prepare for those 2 things. So when you read that immediately alone, you remove the preliminary report, and you remove the MINESCO meeting that was attached to that very directive, immediately loses meaning as in the directive.
I'm sorry, Minister.
I want to understand your use of immediately. What do you say immediately relates to? Does it relate to the disbandment, that is disbandment immediately? If not, what do you say it relates to? I'm not sure I understood you. It relates to a decision having been taken. So saying to the National Commission, take note that the decision has been taken immediately. The decision. So it is you that acted immediately. Maybe let me put it like this to explain. It doesn't say, for instance, with immediate effect. It says immediately, meaning this decision has been taken immediately. So the way I'm sitting, I think the two mean the same. But in the context, especially when you attach the preliminary report, which is not required as of 31, it is required for another date, and then the UNESCO, it clearly sends a message that this immediate is not like switching off. It's not like whoever is driving. Minister, when I studied or was taught English in my younger days, they would say an adverb. What does it do? Does it modifies a verb, I think, and an adjective qualifies a noun. That's the grammar I was taught. So your immediately is an adverb. So which verb in your sentence does it modify or does it relate to? That's where I want to be sure of what exactly you mean. Because as the sentence stands, it follows immediately after the verb disestablished. And ordinarily, I would read that to mean that you want the task team disestablished immediately. So the immediately relates to disestablished. So that's what must happen immediately. Now, with those views and a little bit of grammar insofar as I understand it, can you try to explain and make me understand your use of immediately? It says immediately, yes. Yes. But then, because I understood that immediately is a process, it denotes a process. There would definitely be a process which the National Commissioner needs to speak to or respond to. It is immediately, but pointing to two futuristic events. The preliminary report, if you like, you would say, oh, okay, it's immediately, but not before the preliminary report is presented, or not before the UNESCO, because otherwise, what would be the meaning of writing, asking for a preliminary report, if it was not indicating a timeline? It was indicating a timeline. Immediately, the decision is taken. The decision has been taken immediately. But then the process itself will be as indicated in the letter. Otherwise, I could have written this and stopped it immediately, and it would have given a different meaning. And anyone who says, yeah, what is any other meaning here, except exactly what it says, immediately disband now and everything. But once you say it's like saying pending a preliminary report, pending the UNESCO meeting. But of course, that is immediately. And in the context of government processes, you use these words, but it can't come to a screeching halt, as it were. It would have to. Pardon?
I'm saying what you are saying basically, Minister, is that it could not come to a screeching halt.
It wouldn't.
All right.
It
all right.
wouldn't.
No, all right, Minister, thank you.
Thank you.
I was not interrogating you. I just wanted to understand your use of immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I, Minister, can I just follow up on that? I do apologize, Mr.
No, it's
now
quite
that
okay.
the
Thank
chair
you.
has started there. You, and it's on the back of this discussion with the chairperson, how you're explaining what you contemplated with the use of immediately. Now, there are two things that you ask the National Commissioner to do. You say he must give a preliminary report on the 20th of January, and then the last act in execution of your decision is a final and closing report that must be submitted to a late meeting in January 2025. Now, in the interim report, in the light of this discussion with the chair, what did you expect to see in the implementation of this instruction? What do you expect to see in the interim report?
I was expecting just any kind of a response that would give effect to the directive. If not, any other response from the National Commissioner. And I must say, I've done this even in other departments a few times, even in a meeting, to say, DG, we've taken a decision now. We have immediately taken a decision. And I would even ask, how long would it take you? A week? I'm the first one normally to say a week, and DG would say, Minister, 2 weeks, and I would say 5. Because I've come to understand how officials of government work. They work very hard, but not without one form or the other of relaxing. Sometimes in a situation where you really feel the pressure yourself. So I was expecting that National Commissioner would respond. That is the word. He would respond to the directive. But in particular, indicating how this would be given effect, how it would happen from his perspective. Simply because even if I left it in earlier, where I was explaining the powers of the minister vis-a-vis the powers of the National Commissioner, but they are the two sides of the same coin.
Yes. And, okay, I note what you say. I guess we'll have a further discussion. And then you've told us what you would expect, you were expecting to see in the interim, in the preliminary report. And then in the final report, which must come in January still, it's a
Yes.
close-up report. What do you expect to see there?
I was expecting to see, first get the outcome of the preliminary report. Depending on the preliminary report, then we'll move to the final. I knew that this is quite a tight time frame, but it was deliberate, just to highlight the urgency, to highlight the importance, to highlight what I wanted to draw the attention of the department to right at the beginning of the year. I knew that, as usual, there would be flexibilities in the process. At one point, as an example, I wanted us to hold a workshop, a 3-day workshop, in February or so. But as time went on preparing, they then said, management said, no, Minister, let's hold this workshop in March or something like that. Even the summit, police summit, we didn't hold it at the time that I had indicated first, or we had indicated first as minister. We held it much later. It happens quite frequently that as minister, you want this period and you pronounce it. But then the officials, when they implement, when they operationalize, they find that they come back to you, they propose a different time frame. It happens quite frequently, and I hope not just me alone, all of us. So
Ms.
that-
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Minister.
Okay. No, I was going to hand back to Ms. Sill. I just wanted clarification of what you were contemplating, and I note your explanation. I guess we'll have further discussion about it. But I think I'll hand back to your evidence leader.
Ms. Sillo, just to say, this does not mean that we have started engaging.
Indeed.
Just a sort of clarity.
No.
And
In
my colleague Commissioner
Okay.
Kumalo says that he too wants something clarified. We will.
And I just wanted to point out that I think when Commissioner Baloyi indicated she wanted to say something, and I do appreciate that we haven't finished that session where the minister gives his version. But at the same time, it is necessary that we introduce some logic to how we approach things. So in light of us trying to, or at least the three of you trying to have a better understanding of that paragraph, that last paragraph, I too have some questions. And I wanted to say, when I put them to the minister, it's all clarity-seeking questions, not so much that we have started to engage, but I'll do so after Commissioner Kumalo. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Minister. Again, still only seeking clarity. I have difficulty with your explanation that immediately refers to you having made a decision immediately. Because I'm going to read that sentence. This is what it says. I therefore direct that the political killings task team be disestablished immediately. So my reading of it is that you were directing that something be done immediately, not that you were saying you have made an immediate decision that something must happen in the future. So if you can just...
Definitely, that is part of what immediately, in terms of the decision that has been taken, would mean. It would mean start thinking about the process, start preparing the report, start, aligning yourself with this or any other kind of response. So it indicates that even though we are not stopping now, everything switching off now, but switch on the process.
Does it also mean if you have different views, then engage me on those views?
Obviously, it will mean that exactly because in any decision that the ministry would take, you open it up for engagement with the management. That's why the second meeting after the preliminary report would entail UNESCO so that we have engagements on the matter to assess whatever would have come up from the preliminary report.
We will come back to the directive, but for now, I'll give back to Advocate Sil.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. And by way of clarity, still on the same paragraph, my one question has in part been asked by Commissioner Kumalo. My second question still on that paragraph, and I refer you to the sentence relating to the filing of the preliminary report. That sentence starts with a word further. You state further that a preliminary report in this regard be submitted. Now, in the context of trying to understand what immediately means, I would like some clarity as to further to what must a preliminary report be filed. My interpretation of that paragraph is further to the immediate disbandment, a preliminary report must be filed. I want to test my understanding with you. Would that be a correct understanding, or do you think I am completely misreading that? Precisely because you say further. It doesn't say to be disestablished immediately and that, or whatever, and that a preliminary report be filed. It says further, comma, so that has to imply it is further to something. And going back into the paragraph, I am trying to determine further to what. And the only thing that my logic tells me is further to the immediate disestablishment. So I just want to test my understanding with you.
I want to see this sentence.
It starts, let's start.
Observation. Oh, yes, I see.
Yes.
I see the sentence. Further, so I therefore direct that the political killing system be disestablished immediately.
Yeah, correct.
Meaning decision taken and then processes, but further to that, going forward, or note, in other words, then prepare a preliminary report.
Oh, so what would precede the filing of a preliminary report is the immediate disestablishment, which, as you say, means that to start the process of disestablishment.
Only.
Only.
Other than switching off.
Okay. I'm clarified about the meaning you attach, as I guess as the commissioner pointed out, Commissioner Kumalo. Perhaps we shall revert to this paragraph over the course of today and tomorrow. But in the meantime, I am aware that you have not completed your version, putting forward your version, and I'm not laying the blame at your doorstep, Minister. I accept that perhaps an engagement started earlier than you had anticipated to finish that exercise. So would it be fair to grant you perhaps 5 more minutes to wrap up to enable the process to move forward? Thank you.
Let me try that.
Thank you.
On reasons, therefore, on page 56, I think I'll leave it as it is. And page 57, I've touched on budgetary matters to then go to what is what I consider to be important, paragraph 114.
Yes.
To indicate that on paragraph 114, since the letter required a report to be prepared by the 20th, and given that I would be on leave, this is a direct quote, because I'm now indicating what happened after. Until I would be on leave until 14 January 2025, I instructed Brigadier Litoko of my office to forward the letter from the Minister to all Deputy National Commissioners, including Lieutenant General Sibia, to instruct them to prepare the necessary report. To me, that kind of response from the National Commissioner was a response which resonated with the letter and spirit of what I had written in terms of the directives on paragraph 114.
114 of your statement, Minister.
It's, oh, is it?
It can't
yes, I'm reading, I see that it's 58, 56, 57.
Minister, may I
don't know what
invite you
happened,
to
but-
page 59 of your statement, page 59?
Yes.
And if you have regard to paragraph 176,
Yes.
my understanding is this is what you've just spoken to now.
Yes, the mistake I've done is to make a quotation outside this. I'm
Oh.
sorry about that. I see the
It's quite-
error that I
it's all
made.
right.
So we're on paragraph 176.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. To say what then happens on the 3rd, it's that there is then the directive now of the National Commissioner to his staff in the office to say, write such and such a letter and inform Deputy National Commissioners and follow, and inform them accordingly, which indicated to me 2 things. One was that we were one with the National Commissioner. When I received the news, or when I got the indication that the National Commission has instructed Brigadier Lutoko as early as the 3rd of January while he was on leave. That was just a couple of days after the letter of the directive in relation to PKTT. And then the next thing is 16 January. Well, that was a separate meeting, and the 17th. I will come back at some other point on those. But what is important is on page 60, paragraph 179, wherein it says, on 22 January 2025, National Commissioner finished a comprehensive memorandum to me acknowledging receipt of my 31st December 24 directive. Now, I want to go to paragraph 180. And then I took that directly from the report, preliminary report of the 22nd, where the National Commissioner says the following, I quote, "In conclusion, the task team has undeniably achieved and far exceeded the purpose for which it was established. No other task team in South Africa has achieved the success nor has been able to investigate and ensure the successful prosecution of perpetrators of politically motivated murders. The directive by the Minister of Police to disband the National Task Team has been noted. The initial objective and the directive by the President has been achieved, with a noticeable decrease of political-related killings in KwaZulu-Natal as a result of the National Task Team's intervention and relentless pursuit of its mandate. The South African Police Service remains responsible for the finalization of those dockets in possession of the task team, as well as the finalization of the dockets which are currently before court. The following steps are being taken to wind down the task team without compromising pending investigations or court processes. The 128 dockets which are under investigation and allocated to the National Task Team will be retained by the task team, and investigations will be finalized, and audit will be done of those dockets still under investigation in order to establish which dockets can be returned to the station of origin or allocated to other investigations units within SAPS. The current capacity of the National Task Team will be gradually scaled down. The only personnel who are required to finalize the dockets retained by the national team. The scaling down of the team will depend on the 115 dockets that are currently pending in courts, with most of the court dates in the year 2025. It is anticipated that the team will complete the work before the end of 2025. However, seriousness of the cases and processes of court will indicate the course of action. So the 3rd, and then now the 22nd of January, this is the response of the National Commissioner. And this is what I would have expected, and or any other kind of a response. So what is evident here is from the disbandment report is that General Masimula indicates clearly in black and white that the objective has been achieved and what would then happen. But in particular, there was never an objection to the directive. So the letter as a whole, no, the preliminary report as a whole, doesn't indicate any objection whatsoever. He supported the directive in full. So on 5 March, we go together to the Portfolio Committee, we make a presentation on the directive, it is accepted by the Portfolio Committee, and on the 6th of March, we sit together we discuss in more detail the presentation of the wounding up or wounding down of the National Political Killing Task Team and so on, which is now operationalizing the directive. All of that indicated that we were together, even on the meeting of the 7th, even though there was the additional docket, which was no longer in line with what we had agreed on the 6th. But the principle remained, it was never reversed, that what the National Commissioner indicated is being followed by all of us, but it was to say, don't add any other because it will be counterproductive. We're winding down the site, we're adding cases through another door, and so on. But the principle remained so that it could be operationalized going forward. Now, I am now exactly where I'm supposed to stop, and I want to then close by saying, in the whole of this, the message that I was convinced with as we went towards December, and the lesson that I learned, and the principle that I adopted, and would want to stand by, is that matter is matter. And that the shift from ordinary people on the ground, wherein we are seen to be servicing them, instead of being seen to be servicing people up the hierarchy at their expense, or be seen to be leaving them, is exactly what we are all complaining about, that we are creating an element of elitism in government. And we are creating distance, those of us who happen to be in government for that time being. We cut ourselves out of the people. The figures indicate who is dying, who is suffering, who is actually a victim of matters in South Africa. Is the majority of people. And therefore, don't drive resources away from the problem, because that's the core of the problem. Don't drive this service, don't drive this objective of stopping what is happening in the interest of a few people who, by the way, matter, but not more than the majority of people in South Africa. That is a principle that drove me and I embodied when I was writing this letter. And I sought to make a difference in the portfolio by following that particular principle, even if it would sort of be seen to be swimming against the tide in terms of the sentiment, the general sentiment. And I said, I shouldn't be taken away from a principle in favor of a sentiment that would subject the majority of people and would make me ask a question that I couldn't answer. I thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, did you ever hold a meeting and have a discussion with the National Commissioner of Police and possibly other senior SAPS members with the agenda item being the disbandment of the PKTT? It doesn't matter if there were possibly other agenda items, but the disbandment of the PKTT being a focal point. Did you ever have such a meeting?
On the 1st of November, we discussed this matter, and I think there are attachments that point to the content of our discussion on the day, but it was not disbandment, it was review of the PKTT. And on the 22nd, it was the same, because at that time,
Apologies, Minister. Perhaps let's work through that answer with reference to the actual annexures. You referenced the meeting of the 1st of November.
the 1st of November.
You have attached a document marked SM1 that should be in your file 2 or 5. That should be the first document in that file. And it should read draft minutes dated 1 November 2024. Please, excuse me.
I don't see that file. I don't want to take a lot of time. Is it 4?
Page 124.
Oh, the same. Yes, I'm back.
Yeah, I was just drawing your attention. In response to the chair's question, you started with a meeting of the 1st of November. And I was pointing out that your annexure SM1 states that it's a draft minute of the meeting of the 1st of November.
Ms. Silo, maybe check that the minister's got the right file. It looks like he's got the wrong document in front of him.
It should be 2 of 5, the minister's annexures, 2 of 5.
And in fact, you should have a tab marked SM1.
I don't see SM1. That's it. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy.
Page?
The actual minute starts at page 96.
Okay.
And you
Yes.
see it's,
Yes,
okay.
I see.
So-
I see those paragraphs.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes.
I understood your answer. You'll correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Your answer to my question whether you ever had a meeting, an agenda item of which was specifically the disbandment of the PKTT. I understood your answer to be that there never was such a meeting, but that at the meeting of 1 November 2024, what was discussed was the review of, amongst others, the PKTT. Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
Yes. Indeed, let me take you to page 99 of the document you've just been referred to. I want to show that what is in there actually accords with your answer. I'll read the second paragraph after the bullet. So at the top you have the bullet point,
Yes.
and then you have the paragraph that follows. I'm going to read the next paragraph. It says, the minister further indicated that there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities, such as the political killings task team, which are primarily about address serious crimes. There's something wrong there. He stated that SAPS should guard against creating structures/units based on specific category, whilst these duplicate the existing capabilities, bracket, e.g. taxi killings, political killing, all being about murders, close quote. So I'm saying that this actually accords with your answer. Now, let's move on. From then, that point, that is from 1 November 2024, up to and including 31 December 2024, did you ever have any other meeting that discussed the disestablishment of the PKTT?
We had a more or less similar meeting.
Similar, meaning
on
still,
the 20
still a review.
On the 22nd.
Still about a review.
Yes.
So effectively, or perhaps before the question I almost asked, Minister, what was the relationship, working relationship of course, between you and the National Commissioner from the time you became Minister of Police up to the 31st of December 2021? What was the working relationship like between the two of you?
It was what I could describe as a very good relationship.
Very good working relationship.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, on the 31st of December 2024, you surprise everybody within SAPS, in particular the top management, with your decision of that day. And you do this having a very good working relationship with the National Commissioner of Police. You accept that that is effectively what you did. You as it were, if I were to be metaphorical, you drop a bomb like that.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Why not?
The reason is in the narrative that starts from 2019 with anticipated reintegration of the team that had been established, then extending. The narrative was always that the NPKTT, right from the beginning, is for 6 months. And then it gets extended, another 6 months. Then a year, then another year. But in the minds of management, in the minds of SAPS management combined, both from the ministry and from management, it is anticipated, it is expected, it is something that we should be doing, even when you now had teams functional, med and robber. But so, yes, maybe an element of surprise, but not exactly, because it's something that has been in the mind, has been spoken about, and it has always been something that we could do anytime, just required somebody to come forward and say, the time is this one.
Minister, the PKTT is in existence, and for the time when there would be interministerial committee meetings at which the PKTT would report, it was always praised throughout, correct?
Yes, correct.
And in fact, all of these meetings, let me say most perhaps, most of these meetings are post the one event you referred to, which is what was that report? The 29, the work study.
Oh, the work study.
Most of these meetings go into the 2000s, and it's not just one meeting. They go into the 2000s. And the work study is in 2019, am I correct?
Yes.
Yes.
It started in 2018.
So beyond the work study that you partly rely on, the PKTT is being praised at meetings of the of the Interministerial Committee, correct? Correct?
Yes, correct.
Correct. Now you are suggesting that because something had happened or had been said in the work study, therefore, senior management of SAPS must have expected that you could just drop what I will continue to call this bombshell, even though they have been praised throughout, right up to the time of the last meeting of the IMC. No, they were actually expecting a disbandment. Can you seriously say that, Minister?
Come again, Chair, on the last part.
I am saying, Minister, right up to the last meeting of the IMC, which was in the 2000s in terms of years, they were being praised.
Yes.
And this is way after the work study report.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, surely if they are being praised, Minister, they can't expect that, oh, but we're going to be terminated the very following day. So what I'm putting to you is, on what basis can you seriously contend that they must have been expecting that the PKTT would be disbanded? Just on what basis? They are being praised for what they do. On what basis could they think, despite our performance, good performance, insofar as I'm not talking about Dr. DeHaas and other people, you know, and I'm by no means judging what they, Dr. DeHaas and others have said, not at all. But I'm saying, in accordance with the assessment of the IMC, they are performing very, very well. On what basis can you seriously suggest that they must have been expecting that they could be disbanded any day?
Now, firstly, on the basis that subsequent to, and I'm careful, you will correct me, just shortly after the letter of the directive, National Commissioner in the preliminary report says they have achieved what they were supposed to achieve, which is not something that I think just arose after the directive. It would have been there, noticed, and identified. That is my point number one. In other words, and secondly, I would say, on the basis that, therefore, they would have been seen even by management, not only to have performed very well and commended, but have achieved what they were set up to achieve. And this is backed by stats, the deterioration, the decrease, substantive decrease, especially in 2023, of political matters, indicated by stats, down to 11, and 2024 down to 7 matters. So, and though on the basis, sheer basis of the problem or the challenge for which they were established, and then discussions in the meetings in November, there would have been that kind of understanding that they have achieved their role.
Minister, I have a serious difficulty with that answer. You see, if you were giving us that answer having consulted with them and they had said this before you took the decision, your answer would make sense. Your answer does not make sense because it's something that you get to know after you had taken that decision. So on that basis, I say, or I suggest to you, Minister, that your answer does not make sense. Would you accept that? You knew nothing about what General Masemula would say after you had taken that decision. So that means nothing insofar as your decision is concerned. Do you accept that?
But if you refer to the meetings of November 1 and 22 November, I wouldn't necessarily agree with you that it was a surprise and given all the background, because we're already now in November.
Minister, please, I don't interrupt lightly. But I'm not talking about what had happened before now. I am asking a question that relates to what you say happened after you had taken your decision. So I do not see how you now go back. I'm saying, your answer that General Masemula says, what the PKTT was set up to achieve had been achieved, sort of aligns with your decision. So I'm saying that answer to my question does not make sense, because what General Masemula says post the taking of your decision could not have been a factor in your mind, or could not in any way have informed your decision, because you get to hear of it after you had taken your decision. So I suggest to you that the answer to my question does not make sense. Do you get me now? Do you get me?
I get you very clearly.
Do you agree with my suggestion to you?
I would say the answer to your question lies not necessarily on the meeting, on the preliminary report on the 22nd January. It lies in the meetings in November, before I wrote the directive, of the 1st of November, the 22nd of November, even though it was not directly a disbandment, but the answer lies there, that there is this review, there is this discussion, there is this anticipation.
Was a point, Minister, ever reached at the November meetings?
Pardon?
Was a point ever reached at the November meetings? November meetings which were about a review. Was a point ever reached at those meetings or at any other meeting before 31 December 2024 that there should be disbandment? Was such a point ever reached?
My argument, sorry.
Was such a, please, not an argument, just a response to that question, and it's a very simple one. And a yes or no could do, unless you must explain. Was such a point ever reached, Minister, that there should be disbandment?
I would say many times, Commissioner.
Before 31 December 2024?
In the sense that
when you are the minister, I'm talking about when you are the minister, let's forget about the work study. Okay. And I don't even agree that there was anything that there should be a disbandment even there. But anyway, the November meetings up to 31 December 2024, was a point ever reached? So I'm giving you a timeline. Was a point ever reached that the PKTT should be disbandment? Was such a point ever reached?
No, it was not. That point was never reached, except in context of what
yeah.
we're discussing.
You see why I'm asking you this question? Because you keep going back to the November meetings. That is why I want a categorical answer from you, whether a point was ever reached that the PKTT should be disbanded. So your answer is that no such point was ever reached.
No such point was ever reached directly, as you ask.
Well, thank you. Now, my next point. You have a very good working relationship. I'm using your exact words. Who, with the National Commissioner Minister, who do you think was best placed to brief you, that is, to brief you on whether or not the PKTT should be disbanded?
Now, that...
Bear in mind that you have a very good working relationship with the National Commissioner of Police.
Assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
James, congrats on the babies.
Yeah, thanks. It's a wild ride.
You're a new dad, 2 babies, 0 sleep, and 1 car that apparently couldn't cope.
Yeah, ish. The hatchback was my baby, but it just didn't have enough space for my 2 new babies.
And are you happy with the price when you sold to WeBuy Cars?
Very. We've even got some extra cash to splurge on one of those fancy brands that you basically need a license for.
Good luck, James. WeBuy Cars, geared for family, geared for you.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
All right, let's get back to the Madlanga Commission, and you hear the voice of Minister Senzo Mkunu.
That answers my question. I want a clear indication on a particular warm body or particular warm bodies. And I try to assist you by making a specific reference to the person that heads the police, of which you are the minister. I'm asking for a warm body, or warm bodies, that were best placed to advise/brief you on whether the PKTT should be disbanded. Or does the long explanation you give suggest that as you sit there, you take the view that there is not a single person that you thought would be best placed to brief you on whether the PKTT, a task team of the South African Police Service that the National Commissioner heads, should brief you? Are you saying, as you sit there, there is no such person? You were entitled to just take the decision without at all being briefed by a particular person that should have been best placed to brief you.
Commissioner, I would
so the question is two-pronged, as it were. I've not dropped the first part, which is, who do you think was best placed to brief you? And then there's the second prong, which is, as you sit there, are you suggesting that there's no such person?
No, I'm merely saying we had discussions, in other words, briefings from the National Commissioner in November, and we were agreeing that there should be a review, but it was not particularly on disbandment. And if there would have been identification of the need for a briefing before, it would have been.
Again, Minister, I'm asking about a person that would have been best placed. I'm not asking you about what was done or what was not done. Who is the person, who is the functionary that would have been best placed to brief you? That's a very simple question, Minister, please.
It is the National Commissioner.
We all know you did. We all know that you took the decision without asking him to brief you on whether the PKTD should be disbanded. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, if he was the person best placed to brief you, why did you not ask him to brief you?
Now, this decision, as I say, flows from the 29th, when I finally took the break. 29, 30, 31, I write.
29, when you finally did what?
29 December.
When you finally did what?
When I finally took the break to reflect on what we had been doing all the time. So I reflect on the 28th I reflect on the 30th and I say, let me issue this directive and then we will start engaging after. And in the meantime, there would then be space for all of us to engage. If it comes to a point where we have to review the decision through the preliminary report or something else, that I would be prepared to do.
If you were open to a review, what was the big rush?
Pardon?
If you were open to a possible review which could have resulted in the reversal of the decision, what was the big rush? You say 29, 30, 31, you decide. What was the big rush? What was the big rush, Minister?
The rush,
yes,
if I could use your words, Commissioner, was to give an indication that what was supposed to have happened before and the wrongs that were going on in terms of budgeting and so on, let us discuss those at the beginning of the year, but the decision is being taken that we disband, and so that we now focus on the decision, whether we agree, all of us, on this, or we don't agree, it would be fine. I was flexible and I was open to that decision, but don't postpone taking a decision at the time that you think you need to take a decision. And I didn't see anything wrong in taking the decision, but open and flexible to whatever that could come after the engagements. There are decisions that, there are instances where decisions have been taken and you say this decision needs to be taken in the interest of the public, and then we will consult. There are such instances that have happened in government.
Minister, I still don't understand that explains the big rush, especially if you say that you were open to being convinced that the decision ought not to have been taken. Why start with a decision and await a possible reversal if you are convinced? It just gives me the sense that you were in a terrible rush. So my question stands, why the big rush? Why this terrible rush?
I wouldn't...
don't understand.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it was a big rush. It merely was an exercise of the power to issue a directive, which I could use and then have a discussion. I didn't see anything wrong with a decision and then we discuss.
Minister, ministers don't issue direct.
My name is Ashraf Garda. This is the National Pulse, and huge attention today on the Madlanga Commission right now. Senzo Mkhunu, before that, Julius Mkhwanazi. I would say hugely entertaining Julius Mkhwanazi. But let's get the news headlines now. It's 3:30. Yezutsile Saku.
Thank you, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Police Minister Senzo Mkhunu, he's on special leave, has testified at the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria that the Political Killings Task Team, or PKTT, offered no value for money. Former President Jacob Zuma has lost his bid to overturn a ruling that he pay back the 28.9 million rand in legal fees incurred during his private litigation. And the city of Johannesburg says the upgrade to the new Brixton Reservoir in Johannesburg is now 98% complete. It's hoped the upgrade will ensure sustainable long-term water supply to the residents of Johannesburg. Details at 4 o'clock.
SAfm.
guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A very good afternoon. Major delay alert for motorists going between Durban and Pietermaritzburg. There's around about 3 stationary trucks stuck between Shongweni and Hammersdale, and that's the extent of the queue. From the Shongweni exit all the way up through Key Ridge, through Cliffdale, and up almost to the Hammersdale exit before you're out of that. It is an afternoon to be getting yourself onto the old road, M13, R103, Bottas Hill, Drummond, push on to Cato Ridge, or come back on at Inchunga. Joburg today, pretty slow on the Mike 1 from Melrose, heading down into the Parktown area. N3 south into London Road, super heavy today from Buccleuch into the roadworks, northbound from Marlborough Drive up to Buccleuch into those works, heavy as well. And Cape Town, bit of extra pressure around the coastal routes, particularly the main roads through Cork Bay and St James, and the Victoria Road around the Camps Bay area. A lot of traffic heading that way as well, just jamming up Kloof Neck as you come out of central Cape Town. And there's a collision scene on the N1 into town at Sable Road, slowing traffic coming through from the Parow area. That's also having an impact, sending extra traffic down the N7 south to Goodwood, queuing up to Four Trekker Road. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tumi Nkapele.
You know what, to me, there's cricket, and there's the Cricket World Cup and the different tournaments, and then there's the Ashes. And you got the story about the Ashes.
Absolutely. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, Joe Root finally scored his first century in Australia, ending the day unbeaten on 135 and helping England reach 325 for 9 in the second Ashes test in Brisbane. He was dropped early on 2, but rebuilt England's innings after they collapsed to 5 for 2. Mitchell Starc was Australia's standout bowler, taking 6 for 71 as he tore through England's top order. And Root steadied things with strong partnerships, including 117 by Zach Crowley and a lively last wicket stand of 61 with Jofra Archer. Then in terms of football, Mamelodi Sundowns coach Miguel Cardoso insists that his side were the only team pushing for all 3 points in last night's 1-1 draw against Siwelele FC. Although the hosts opened the scoring, the Brazilian mentor felt that his opposite number, Lehlono Siema, was ultimately content to settle for a Betway Premiership point. And Cardoso also maintains that Sundowns were the superior team on the night and believes that they deserved a victory that would have taken them to the top of the table. Meanwhile, the agent of defender Mbegazile Mbogazi has revealed that talks between Orlando Pirates and Chicago Fire began as early as August after both clubs confirmed that the Bafana Bafana centre-back will join the MLS outfit early next year. Basia Michaels shed light on how the negotiations played out behind the scenes.
This is something that's been in the works for a while. This was in the works even before our transfer window closed. The 21st of September one. It was definitely not a transaction that could have happened at that time. I think there was still so much to get through. This was by no means an easy transaction. This was by no means an easy deal. And I remember on a number of occasions, I really thought that I was just like, I'm not going to get this done. No, I'm not going to get this done. You know, it's just one of those things. But I also have to give massive credit to Mpumi Khoza, because that's the person that I deal with.
Well, then, still staying with football, the countdown for the 48-team FIFA World Cup begins tomorrow with the draw of the 2026 finals taking place in Washington. Tomorrow's star-studded ceremony at the Kennedy Center is expected to be dominated by U.S. President Donald Trump, who has developed a very close relationship with FIFA boss Gianni Infantino. And also, Trump is widely tipped to become the first recipient of the FIFA Peace Prize, which basically recognizes individuals who unite people and inspire future generations. I really find this prize very interesting. Perhaps for me, it's the timing of it right now, because if they're saying that they're trying to basically put shine on people who are for peace, FIFA already has programs that are peace building projects, for example, from grassroots programs, and they're using football for that. So I'm wondering, is this a PR move, or is a friend trying to...
Listen, there's 2 answers to that one. The one is the one I said the other day, that even when South Africa hosted the World Cup for that entire month, de facto, not literally, guys, the presidency of South Africa was run by FIFA. That's the control they have, okay? So that's the trade-offs they make. In this case here, FIFA doing the same thing with those three countries, but also the relationship with the dominant of the three, USA, has got to be so thick. And this is a reflection of the thickness. That's what it is, right? Number one. Number two, on Trump being given the FIFA Peace Prize.
Tipped to be.
Well, okay, if he's tipped here, then all I can say is, well, if you ever want to know why did soccer introduce VAR, this is why. It needs a review.
Listen, apparently even people in FIFA were surprised with this particular prize, but we'll find out tomorrow who's going to be the first recipient of this Peace Prize. On to Rugby Alliance forward coach Julian Redeling-Hayes says that the team is determined to use hard-won lessons from their Heavy United Rugby Championship loss to Benetton earlier this season as they prepare for the EPCR Challenge Cup rematch at Ellis Park on Saturday at 3 p.m.
They have a lot of test players and they send a squad over this side. So they play more of a test rugby type of style game. So for us to have the patience, stay in the contest and then wait for opportunities and not force things. I think that's where we got caught last time, inaccuracies. They score off our mistakes. So yeah, lots of learnings. I could give you a long list. The proof will be in the pudding on Saturday. Obviously, it's a different competition now. Coach Cash has been driving it since Curry Cup. It's three competitions, but one group. So yeah, we're looking forward to starting this campaign for the EPCR on a good notes. Yeah, we can play them in yours. Just give us a little bit of advantage prep-wise. But yeah, we're looking forward to getting stuck into this EPCR.
That's it from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
So before you go, so there's a fascinating one. So you're talking about Joe Root, right? The England cricketer, terrific cricketer. So Matthew Hayden is the former Australian cricketer and commentator now. And he said before the Ashes series started, saying, I will walk nude around the MCG if Root doesn't make 100 in the upcoming Ashes series in Australia. So of course we know he's made the 100.
Yeah.
So a lady by the name of Erica Morris tweeted, and she said, "Thank you, Root 66, which is his Twitter handle, for saving the world's eyes from this." So,
I doubt it would have happened anyway.
oh goodness gracious, there we are. Nice stuff.
Auto in General, we understand your business is built on more than just vehicles. It's your stock, tools and equipment, and the premises where you work. Auto in General business insurance is designed for businesses like yours, protecting your assets against fire, theft, storms, and other unexpected events. To protect your livelihood, visit autogen.co.za and get an obligation-free business insurance quote. Auto in General, never not there. Auto in General is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Boxing meets fashion. While boxers exchange heavy punches in the ring, fashion and entertainment will brighten the night at the AA2 Multifunctional Center in Soweto. This is the Bring Sexy Back Boxing Tournament. Experience the incredible combination of boxing and fashion. Bring Sexy Back Boxing Tournament this Friday, 5 December at 8 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC Sport on TTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Gender-based violence is destroying lives and tearing communities apart. It happens in homes, in schools, at workplaces, and too often in silence. But it doesn't have to continue. If you see it, speak out. If you are hurting, reach out. Because doing nothing is not an option. Listen to all 19 SABC radio stations for hard talk, discussions, advice, dramas, educational shows, and interviews around GBV with experts, survivors, lawmakers, and a whole country affected by gender-based violence. All on your favorite SABC radio station. Call 0800 428 428 to report abuse or get help. GBV, it ends with you. This message is brought to you by the SABC. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
All right, let's. We're not going to skip a beat, although I can tell you now there are so many people who are commenting, and please do that. Keep it going. And I'll tell you what, some of them are straightforward, authoritative. Others are just hilarious when people pick up things because it has been, I did say Julius Mkhwanazi has been hugely entertaining, which doesn't necessarily put a judgment call on his morality, but I'm just saying it's entertaining, right? It has. What for you has been the most entertaining moment of today? WhatsApp 0614 104 107, tweet or voice note. We'll take live calls later on, right? So let's get back then to the Madlanga Commission.
By whom, by the way? Whom, by the way?
Yes, you can only...
Task teams created by whom?
Yes, you can only disband the task team as minister.
Created by whom?
Created by first.
Because you, the minister, cannot create any task teams.
No, I'm saying this one, as I say, was not created by the National Commissioner. It was created through the intervention of the President, then the task team, no, the interministerial, and then deciding that there should be a mechanism.
But that's what informed the decision. But
Yes.
the actual creation would have been in terms of statute, and where would that be? It would be in SAPS, and it must have been by the National Commissioner ultimately. It may have been informed by what the President said, that filtering down to the IMC, then that filtering down to the National Commissioner. So this must have been created by the National Commissioner as well. Because statutorily, there is no way that something called an interministerial committee could, as a matter of law, set up a task team. That is not possible.
They took a decision, commissioners, that there should be a mechanism in the form of a task team.
But the actual creation in law,
Yes.
actual creation in law would have been by the National Commissioner.
Operationally. He would be operationalized.
But in law, Minister, it would have been created by the National Commissioner, in law. Yes, it would have, the creation would have been informed by the IMC decision, but in law, the actual creation would have been by the National Commissioner.
I see
You see, what I'm testing here is this idea that in law, there are some task teams that are created by I don't know whom, and others that are created by the National Commissioner, and that those that are created by whomsoever, you are entitled to disband. But those that are created by the National Commissioner, you cannot disband. I don't understand that as a matter of law. Anyway, let me move on, Minister.
But I want to put just one point, that this one, NPKTT, the decision was through a directive of the executive side of government, and then it was operationalized. These other ones, National Commissioner can take a decision to establish and to disestablish. It has nothing to do with the directive of the executive.
I'll move on, Minister. You say the PKTT expenditure could not be justified. Did you compare it with the expenditure of other task teams?
No, we were dealing with the overall allocation of the budget, and I only complained about the management, the way we were managing the budget and allocating it. I did talk about less expenditure on detectives, less expenditure on other enablers. So it was not necessarily to be confined to a particular task team. It was spread in the whole organization to say we are not allocating the resources correctly here and here.
Minister, you have said the expenditure of the PKTT was not justified. I'm asking you a simple question. Did you compare that expenditure with the expenditure of other task teams? It's a simple question. Did you or did you not?
No, I didn't compare it with other task teams, but I do want to say the reason to remove the police inspectorate was exactly the same as that of the task team, the National Political Killings Task Team.
So, Minister, for all you know, the expenditure of other task teams could well have been significantly higher than that of the PKTT?
Come again?
For all you know, the expenditure of the other task teams could well have been significantly higher than that of the PKTT,
Or could be less.
but could be significantly higher also.
And could be significantly
No,
less.
no. Do you accept the possibility I'm positing to you, Minister? Do you?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you ever assess the continued utility of any other task team, that is, of the more than 10 task teams, besides the PKTT? Did you ever assess the utility of the others, continued utility of the others?
Not exactly, but I'm saying it was in the form of assessing the organizational structures, all of them, and not necessarily one by one. Because even the PKTT, we didn't necessarily approach it as an individual team. We were approaching or defining the problem as that of, from the macro point of view, to say, what is it that we need to do with the structure? What do we need to do with the systems and so on? And as things came, we were then taking decisions as we reflected on what we saw as we were looking at the organization. That is how the inspectorate came in the form of discussion. It was not because we had an agenda item on any day saying, police inspectorate, we are going to be discussing it. It arose in our assessment as we were doing our work. And it came to our attention that there is police inspectorate. And by the way, what is it in the context of optimizing our budget? And later, by the way, what does NPKTT mean in the process of optimizing? And I'm sure there would have been any other that would have come as we process our thinking in terms of optimizing our budget.
Last question, Minister. I'm not altogether sure that the last answer answered my question, but I will not press. Last question. Why was the PKTT the first task team to be disbanded? In fact, first and only to be disbanded. But my focus is more on first. Why was it the first task team to be disbanded?
Now, I've indicated, Commissioner, that the first to be disbanded was not even a task team. It was a unit.
No, I said earlier, let's forget about the inspectorate, which you have said was a unit. I'm talking task teams, Minister.
Yes.
Why did you pick on the PKTT to be the first and only thus far, actually, victim of disbandment?
Now, we have stated the reasons that in our discussion, our assessment, our attention got caught by PKTT, and in view of us discussing the structure in relation to murder and robbery and all of the history that we have been indicating. And there's no other task team that fell in that particular category as we were discussing. PKTT had been almost 7 years and there was impact on the budget and other related matters. So it came. If there was any other task team that came, and I'm sure there would have been another that would have come later on, but it was this one that caught our attention, and we then discussed it.
Minister, when did, I know I said last question, yes. I hope this will be the last.
There's a range of callers. I see people wanting to comment. Well, they are doing so via WhatsApp voice notes, so keep them coming. 0614 104 107. What's been the magic moment for you today at the Madlanga Commission? Every day there's one. What's it today? This is the National Pulse. We'll be back at the Madlanga Commission in a moment.
The women Proteas want to celebrate summer and the festive with victory. But the Irish are confident they will prevail on SA soil. Catch the first T20 match between South Africa and Ireland on Friday, 5 December at 1:30 p.m. live on SABC3. Action continues in the second T20 on Sunday, 7 December at 1:30 p.m. on SABC2. Then the two nations will close the curtain on an exhilarating note in the third T20 encounter on Wednesday, 10 December at 6 p.m. on SABC3. All three live matches are available at your fingertips on SABC Plus. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mwekezi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAfm, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide, with me, KG Mwekezi.
X at SAfm Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, with all the conversation about that task team, the PKTT, let us not miss a beat. The pulses are racing, and let's get back to the Madlanga Commission.
Band the PKTT. And starting tomorrow, I'm actually going to work on my document in that regard. But I know what your answer will be. Your answer is going to be, no, Commissioner. You are talking about the 28th, and the thought struck me only on the 29th. I was going to say to you, it is very strange that you did not mention the disbandment to the National Commissioner on the 28th. But I will not suggest it because you say you were suddenly struck by this thought on the 29th. I will leave it at that. But I find it very strange that on something so important with the sort of implications that you yourself realized, because you say you did not expect it, even though you said immediately, you did not expect it to happen there and there, on something so important with such implications that you would only have thought of it within 3 days of the issuance of your letter. So you think now and you act very quickly within 3 days. Poof, you've decided on an issue that is that important with all of these implications. I would, as I say, have suggested that at the latest, you should have mentioned this to the National Commissioner on the 28th at the funeral at Mpangeni. But I say I will not suggest so. You may comment if you want to.
Thank you very much. The reflections that I made on the 29th, on the 30th, and on the 31st were not necessarily out of the rest of the work that we had been doing, because those reflections were taking the 5 months that I had been in office. Now, and what was happening only was that I then got time to sit down for the first time in 5 months to think carefully, what is it that we've been doing? What is it that we need to do? What would be the impact, or what has been the impact of what we've been doing? How do we enhance the impact, particularly at the end of 6 months and at the beginning of the year? So all these things come together. I'm seated, I'm not driving the following morning and so on. And then it comes to me that there are 3 things that I need to isolate and highlight that would make an impact in the first 6 months. It is these three that I ended up writing in the directive. And so it was not necessarily although on the 28th, as I say, I had no solid or I had not settled on any particular course of action, if any, until I then said, but whatever I did on the 29th, on the 28th, on the 30th, and on the 31st was merely summarizing what we had been doing in the past 5 months. And then I then isolated these three directives and I wrote them.
Thank you, Minister, we meant to adjourn now at 4 o'clock. We've not changed our minds on that. And even though there's a couple of minutes to spare, we think it makes sense to adjourn at this stage. Ms. Sello, is that in order?
It is in order, Chair.
And we have decided to again start at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
That's correct, Chair.
Let's adjourn and resume at 8:30 tomorrow.
Thank you.
SAfm, let's talk.
Okay, so 8:30 tomorrow morning, with the Madlanga Commission having adjourned. You never know. Sometimes officially they stop at 4 o'clock, but often it can go up to 4:30ish, as you know, and sometimes much longer. Listen, let me just take some quick comments from you before we get to the news itself. Here's one via WhatsApp.
The minister cannot say that the big rush is in the interest of the public, yet we didn't know all of these allegations and we were kept on the dark for the longest time. Now, when he makes a rush up decision, he includes us as if we've always mattered. We know we never always mattered. He must just be honest and come out and say exactly what was his interest in having the thing, the KTT as soon as he did.
Okay, someone's been talking about those names that he said he wants to put in an envelope and not reveal them publicly. Lots of drama around that one. 2 years from an earlier comment about the earlier witness, right?
Hello, SAfm. Opa from Douglas, Northern Cape. You see, I was so fascinated by the Commissioner Mukonazi, the way he was answering questions. I'm just wondering, does this guy answering this without any concern or what will the consequences be? He was just answering like nothing is going to happen to him. Yeah, hey, South Africa. Thanks, Ashraf. Thanks. Have a great day.
Now you're putting it on South Africa, like, South Africa. Well, I agree with you. It was a great sense of confidence, including like, oh, I won't go to jail. No, man, I can't go. I've got children, you know. Okay, it's 4 o'clock. It's time for the news. Here's Lucille Saku.
Thank you, Ashraf. Top stories at 4 o'clock. A decision on Zuma's application in arms deal case to be made next year. And Mkhunu says the PKTT offered no value for money. Good afternoon. Judge Nkosinathi Cili will hand down his ruling at the Pietermaritzburg High Court on the two applications in the former President Jacob Zuma's arms deal corruption case on the 23rd of January next year. He's heard applications by Zuma and French arms company Thales for leave to appeal his refusal to acquit them following the death of key witnesses. The state also asked the court to make an order that the trial will not be further delayed regardless of any further applications or appeals. Advocate Wim Trengove called it the state's Stop Stalingrad application.
The purpose is to save the reputation of the administration of justice.
and the administration of justice will continue to suffer
Just a moment, please.
disrepute, and the rule of law will continue to be under threat for as long as the administration of justice is seen to be incapable of bringing these accused to trial.
In other developments, Zuma has lost his bid to overturn a ruling that he pay back the 28.9 million rand in legal fees incurred during his private litigation. Last month, the High Court in Pretoria ordered Zuma to pay back the almost 29 million rand of state money used to fund his defense in his long-standing arms deal case. This afternoon, Justice Anthony Miller ordered Zuma to pay back the money within 60 days or risk his assets, including his presidential pension, being seized. Police Minister Senzo Mchunu, who is on special leave, has testified at the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria that the Political Killings Task Team, or PKTT, offered no value for money. Mchunu will face cross-examination after his statement. The police minister has been accused of unlawfully disbanding the PKTT in his 2024 December directive. Responding to Commissioner Sisi Baloyi, Mchunu further testified that a lot of money was being spent on the PKTT.
There's never been value for money from the beginning. Is that what you're seeking to show with the statistics?
Yes, in the directive, there is a half a sentence or something that says, that talks to the value for money. And if you look at stats, you look at the deteriorating budget, you look at demands which are affecting performance, you look at what we spend in 12 months for one task team.
The Consumer Protection Services and the police have confiscated expired goods in different business establishments in White River, Mpumalanga. The team has been conducting a compliance inspection. 3 foreign nationals have been arrested for allegedly being in the country illegally at Msholozi. A spaza shop was shut down for operating without relevant documentation. Esther Masango is the Consumer Protection Services spokesperson who says all the goods they seized will be destroyed.
We're doing the compliance inspections in White River, and then we went to Spa, and the Spa has a lot of rotten goods. Also, in terms of cleanliness, confiscated a lot of meat, like dairy products and so on. We are now, we've just now moved from the Spa to another shop. So far in White River, we went to Spa because it was a big raid, and we spent a long time there. And now we are in Sholozi. So in Sholozi, we went into 4 shops. And one of them was closed down because it had no relevant documentation.
Finally, President Cyril Ramaphosa has appointed former International Relations Minister Naledi Pandor as his special envoy to Tanzania. The East African nation has been rocked by violence following the recent election of President Samia Suluhu Hassan in last month's polls. Hundreds of people have since been charged, and pressure is mounting on the SADC region to provide leadership. Ramaphosa, who is also the acting chairperson of the regional body, says he wants to satisfy himself with what is happening in that country.
Naledi Pandor is my envoy. She will be going there to go and find out exactly what the challenges are, and she will come back with a report, and it is upon that we will see what interventions we make. So let's wait and see exactly how that unfolds.
Recapping the top story, Judge Nkosinathi Cili will hand down his ruling in the Pietermaritzburg High Court on 2 applications in the former President Jacob Zuma's arms deal corruption case on the 23rd of January next year. For SAfm News, I'm Utsile Saku, headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Kolisi shuts down World Cup hype and Ben Yusuf downplays title talk for Amakosi. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good afternoon. A reminder of the major backlogs going out of Durban out to Pietermaritzburg today. It's a couple of stationary trucks stuck around the Cliffdale and Hammersdale area. The last of the trucks located just before Hammersdale, but of course it is in a work zone, so everything down to a single lane. In fact, I think you might find all lanes currently blocked at that final truck crash. So it's a major delay. Traffic all the way back through to Shongweni. If you come off at Cassia Road, you'll probably run into, off at Shongweni, up the Cassia Road, run into some problems there. So come back off somewhere like Pinetown, M13 up through Hillcrest, the old road up through Bottas Hill, and come back on it in Chunga. That'll work quite nicely as a reroute around that. Also looking at another big crash scene down in the Eastern Cape today. It's the N10, just south over the Cradock area. Truck jackknifing itself across that N10, and it is quite a big queue both ways. Joburg's M1 to Winnie Mandela, very slow. The N3 jam-packed both ways between Buccleuch and London Road into the roadwork areas. And Cape Town, a crash on the M1 into town just by Sable Road, backlogging traffic through to around about N1 City. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAfm. Prime time all day long.
Yo, December is here. Festive mode on.
And this year, it's louder. AFCON 2025 kicks off 21 December and runs until 18 January 2026.
We're catching every match with SABC Sport, the official broadcaster.
At home, SABC2 is the home of AFCON. That TV is locked. No channel hopping.
On the move, our favorite SABC radio stations keep us in the game.
And while we braai, we stream it all on SABC Plus. No missing a moment.
This festive season, AFCON lives on SABC. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of AFCON 2025.
It's game on everywhere.
The Buccaneers believe they are unstoppable and will walk away as champions. However, Batabane Bantwa plan to reveal their secret game plan on match day. This is the Carling Knockout Final. Witness Orlando Pirates versus Marumo Gallants on Saturday, 6 December at 5 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC One. Then at 6 p.m. on SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
We're now going to classify gender-based violence and femicide as a crisis.
This 16 days of activism, SAfm stands firm under the theme Letsema, men, women, boys and girls working together to end gender-based violence and femicide. Together, we can break the silence. Together, we can protect our communities. Speak out, report it, take action. SAfm says no to gender-based violence. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, I know you have lots to say, so this is the plan as we get to the second half of the show, or the second part of 3 hours, so the second of 3 hours, right? As you know, with the Madlanga Commission having adjourned until tomorrow morning at 8:30, we will take your calls immediately because we need to do that. We need to hear what you feel about the goings on today. I'm particularly interested in what for you has been like the single most important moment, like a magic moment that stood out for you that is just so significant. So you can call in right away, in fact, 086 000 2032, and then to WhatsApp, text or voice note 0614 104 107, tweets using the hashtag The National Pulse. Then after 20 past 4, we'll get Sibat Lemota from the SABC News team to give us a roundup of what happened. But first, let's hear from you, and to the WhatsApp messages we go, of which there have been plenty. So here we are.
Hi, Ashraf. This thing of Madlanga Commission and the artwork, I think they must just cancel it because everyone when is like lying, is lying. So we keep on listening to the lies, and after that will be the recommendation, and after the recommendation it will be the review. That thing it will take forever. It's just a waste of money. So thanks to General Mkhwanazi for highlighting us, those who cares about South Africa. Then it's up to us to determine what we do about the information he gave us. Because of there's nothing good will come out of the committees. Tango, it's up in Mokopane.
Nothing good will come out of the committees. You still believe that nothing good will come out of the committees? Really?
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. It's Mungani here in Durban. Hey, the word immediate, it's back on the table again. Hey, this word is such an amazing word. Immediately. It means something else to someone else, and then it means something else to someone else. It's a very powerful word, immediately. And I think I must tell my wife to get twins. I'll name one immediate and the other one immediately. You see, maybe they will do very well in life. Thanks, Ashraf.
Well, then don't waste any time with those twins working on them, okay? You get my point. Further thoughts, we go to Mpumalanga. Matebe on the line. Hi, Matebe.
Ashraf, afternoon, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good indeed, right? What's your point?
I'm good. Yes, I want to see the issue of 80% pass rate matric.
Yeah.
You know, Ashraf, even if it can be taken to 20, why there's still some matriculants who are still failing? Can they see the issue is not about the pass mark. There's an issue that in the teaching method, maybe. Some kids is not a matter of theory. They are pragmatic. They can't grasp the theory. Maybe they are good with the thing. The education has to look at into that because increasing it to 50% while they still others who are still failing when it's 30%. What is going to help?
Well, okay, I hear you, Matebe. By the way, I wonder if you heard the conversation I had with Mary Metcalf. I know the 50% was the proposal of Musi Maimani. Now, you know, that was like shot down in Parliament the other day. But Mary Metcalf has made it very clear that it's not 50, it's not 30%. There are some subjects you can pass, a few at 30%, but to think you can pass matric with a complete pass mark of 30% across the aggregates, that's just not true. And as has been mentioned often enough, maybe it's just not spoken about properly, but there are different tiers of that matric result. And certainly if you want to get into university, like at tertiary level, that 30% subjects is just not going to get you there. In fact, even matric, 90% for medicine will not get you into medical school.
Yeah, okay, Shafa. Let's look at it in this way. You want to tell that even when some of the modules are 80%, it's matriculants who are still.
No, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And I mean, I heard what you said. And just to respond to that point, I think it has been said already before that the rot starts at primary school level, early childhood. There are serious deficits that mainly children from township schools are facing, and they can't catch up. And we then see that at matric. So the real emphasis shouldn't be, how many people pass matric. It's actually how many people at grade 1 are getting the type of education they deserve.
Yes, it's not only primary school. Some kids they can't grasp a theory. They want to work with hands. So that's the reason why we say the education system in high school they need to balance that. The kids who can grasp theoretically, they need to introduce something that they can do with hands, but they can still pass, be rated in a certain way. Because of some of myself, sometimes I can't concentrate when I'm in school. I get distracted very easily.
Okay. All right. I think you've made your point very, very strongly and appreciate that from Matebe. Let's get to another call. We got Twaisa. Hi, Twaisa. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah, good talking to you.
SAfm listeners.
Thank you. Thank you.
I can tell that we are shocked. We had enough every day is different to yesterday. I think we need to look at the way forward. Like for me, I think one of them, all the municipalities or reviewed. That's one. But quickly coming to Tanzania, I think we have come to a point that you can't deny keep on but they can't lie anymore. He has already lied before and admitted that the partners threatened him to transpire it was a lie. He had no proof. And when it comes to this talking point it's of the you would say a word by word with regards to his directives. So he can't lie anymore. He just cannot lie anymore. He can't lie anymore. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, and there we are. So I hear what you're saying, and many saying similar things. You know, you can't get away with this. Twaisa, thank you for that. We're talking about getting away. Let's get to the mastermind. I'm really serious about it. The mastermind from Mpumalanga. Hello.
Hi,
Yeah.
good
Good day, mastermind. Mm.
Yes. No, I wanted to give advice to Mr. former President Zuma for the decision that the court has taken now. He needs to follow his now and so much they and I don't know how long maybe uh, will so let him take his money so and work for money. I think it's for him good great. So let me pay money back and have to give it everything out. It's too much old now, Mr. Zuma.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, I mean, they've lost case after case, isn't it? Chokozani in Durban. You live? Go for it.
Oh, good evening, Ashraf.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Ashraf,
Still. Yeah. I think. Okay.
I'm thinking of Julius Mukana's and it's a deep dive. We still recall Jacob Zuma on stage when started mentioning about him being the liver, ox liver that he was. This guy was doing almost the same thing as if he was twisting young boys, making us believe.
Yeah. So you're saying there's similarities there, yeah?
It's the same narrative. I think, I don't know whether the same educational school that if you are in this, must do this. He was that
Okay.
dive.
All right, got that point. And by the way, Jacob Zuma, as you know, in the news once again. Tokozani, thank you for that. Right. In fact, let's get to some of your WhatsApp comments. There's still more. In fact, okay, here's another one. Miles Wood in Joburg. Hi.
Thank you, Ashraf.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for taking my call, man.
Thank you.
I thought that the minister was going now to realize after a few weeks being commissioned that he had got nowhere to run. So he's cornered. He must just open the platform, so the can of rooms. When we listen to him, and you would say that man is remorseful, he is atoning, he's repenting, he's on his way to redemption, and maybe for him future was. We might be green, yet we don't know this. Listen to what he says, not he comes to us when he take us for real because they are not making irrelevant, incompetent, negligent, inherited. They are taking advantage of us. We better be grateful. And
Mm.
the other day, when Fraser Maleketsu was there, they must give us now an opportunity after 31 years. We who sit on the right side of the law, we who would never take advantage of the next person to even the truth, just to say that only one truth and many, many lies. And there is no plan that is perfect, let alone.
And what would you call a suitable platform for when you say give us a platform? What would be a suitable platform?
They must give people like us. There are many golden miles gurus who has gone under, who has been in exile here within the country, who wants to speak the truth. And say, look, we have seen the right side of the law. We haven't seen from the text. Give us an opportunity about lying, keep on committing crimes, opportunity to them, to nail them, and even let them go to prison.
Okay, got that. I think you've made your point. The question is still which platform are we talking about, Miles Budu? Thank you for that. Right, we'll get an analysis of today's proceedings at the Madlanga Commission after this?
Ashraf Darda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
All right, so you know now that the commission ended today their work. That is just before 4 o'clock. They've adjourned till tomorrow morning, a very early start, 8:30, being a Friday. So overall, what actually happened at the commission? With me, Sebatle Mota, the SABC News reporter who's been covering the story. Sebatle, good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Right. So let's run through some key moments today. Let's start with the person who's already done with testimony today, which is Julius Mkwanazi. Give us a summary of what was said.
I think what is important that has come out from Julius Mkwanazi, he has recently distanced himself from the Blue Light Saga. As you know, evidence before the Madlanga Commission has suggested that he authorized fitting of blue light, and also we saw in the private vehicle of and this was part of a memorandum of understanding or agreement that they had signed with head VIP protection services. So he has himself in that regard. He then did concede to the fact that he was not authorized to sign this memorandum of agreement between Head Matala's company as well as the city of Ekurhuleni, in that this was a function that only the city manager, the manager, Mashazi, could actually do. So that was one thing that came out of it. But I think what was even surprising today is his admission that he did receive some money from Head Matala over some time. And he says Matala gave him money in for crypto as he running through a very difficult time in 2023 when he was ended for the Blue Light Saga. So he even added that the fact that Matala actually gave him some money to pay few of his siblings who had passed on. And I mean, as things stand, he received a large sum of money, but he didn't want to admit that this was a form of gratification. The evidence leader, Advocate Mashabe Sello, put to him to say this was in exchange for the fact that his vehicles were registered under the municipality and the fact that they had the green light. So I think coming out of his evidence, that was really surprising, and admitting this in a form of justification. This is an argument that Advocate Mashabe Sello has made for the commission.
Okay, so that's one. Anything else from Julius? I mean, I did make the point earlier that in his own way, he has been very, very entertaining, isn't it? Just by his style and what he has said and what he hasn't said.
I think also because he's been implicated in so much, especially by officials who have either been suspended or, who have retired from the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department. Remember, it was not only the Blue Light Saga that he's been facing. He's also been facing accusations where he's alleged to have instructed that a body of a black man go and be done in a dam or in a mine shaft to sort of clear the murder scene and to come and clean the murder scene. And this was evidence that was presented by witnesses who, worked for the private security firm. Also, there are allegations that him and some of the team members he was closely with had actually robbed a company that was carrying some precious metals, precious stones rather, that were amounting to over 40 million rand. So there's quite a lot of allegations that have been labeled against him on top of the corruption that he's suspected of in the Ekurhuleni metropolitan. So again, so the issue that will come back in first examination, the commission returns back. We are sitting for the last time tomorrow. So the commission can last time to compile this report that they
Okay, so just to confirm, they're studying for the last time this year tomorrow. Then there's a break, and then what happens in January?
So in January, as I've spoken to the spokesperson, Jeremy Michaels, he had alluded to, we may come back not before the start, definitely for the communication. What we can expect is a situation where those who have been, implicated in the phase one will still be presenting their side of the story. This also includes Brown Hosi, who, as you know, had not completed its examination and realized rather Commissioner Julius Mkhwanazi. So we will be expecting people who have been implicated under phase one to present themselves in phase two. And it will be actually interesting if can even get movie Matala, just like the ad hoc committee.
All right, let's then talk about the Minister of Police on special leave, Minister Nkunu. What did he say today?
So what he's basically saying is trying to justify his reasons for disbanding the cases. When he was present before the commission, he had laid a basis saying that it was a working study that was conducted in the not CPT but SARS teams rather that were created should fall under the murder and robbery unit. So he's concluding or continuing this with his testimony along those lines. What the commissioners have actually posed to him is why was he in such a rush to disband the PKTT? And he says, no, it was something obviously from the top of the work study and something that he thought about extensively in the 28th, 29th, and 30th when he was and he knew why the communication had came out. You know, what is interesting about his testimony is that around that time there was also communication between Brown Mokgotsi as well as Viket Matala speaking about the disbandment of the PKTT and how it was big news. And additionally, this was also a time where Senator Mkhunu was actually at a funeral with Fanima Simula, who's the National Police Commissioner in KZN, attending a funeral. And what the question that was posed by the chairperson, Justice Madlanga, is that why did he not even give, the National Police Commissioner the heads up in regards to disbanding as a PKT? And finally, he also admitted to the PKT out of all the task teams, 10 task teams that are existing, it's the only task team that they have decided to disband. So I think on the backdrop of that, he will continue along those lines when he returns to the commission at 8:30 a.m.
Okay. And just to make the comparison between how Julius Mkhwanazi has come across as well as Minister Nkunu, I mean, you'd be able to compare in terms of the words they use, in terms of their style and demeanor. What can you tell us about that?
I mean, obviously, I think, Julius Mkhwanazi was very, very nervous. I think this is the first time in his life he's probably taken such a hot seat. And I mean, we're speaking about very experienced people who sit in the commission. I mean, Justice Madlanga as well. He comes across as very sweet. But when he starts dishing out all those questions, we realize that, he's very, very strict and, he just does what he needs to do. But I think Mkhwanazi, it was quite evident his eyes were protruding at some time. He was even budget and just downing the water. But I mean, I think Mkhunu, because he's been a public servant for some time. I mean, he's very well composed and he tells his side of the story. And I think he is no stranger to such, situations, if I can put it like that, because he is somebody who would time and again have to answer before Parliament. So he was very composed. His demeanor was very composed. But I mean, obviously we'll see when the cross-examination intensifies how his demeanor changes. He looked very, very composed and sort of said his side of the version of the story to the commission.
Okay, well, that's where we're going to leave it. Appreciate your time. So tomorrow, the last day, then we talk in early Jan and see what happens. Sibatle Mota, thank you for your time. Much appreciated, right? But it doesn't mean we can't hear you, because wherever you may be, where you may be, could be Germiston in the East Rand, that Ekurhuleni region, or it could be somebody in the Eastern Cape. Wherever you may be, we want to hear you out, because you have the fingers on the pulse. Let's get the news headlines first up. It's 4:30 years with Sile.
Thank you, Ashraf. In the headlines, Transport Minister Barbara Creecy says 6 out of 10 fatalities on South Africa's roads are pedestrians. This came out during the festive season road safety campaign at the N14 and K46 intersection at Diepsloot, north of Johannesburg. Judge Nkosinathi Clearly will hand down his ruling at the Pietermaritzburg High Court on 2 applications in the former President Jacob Zuma's arms deal corruption case on the 23rd of January next year. And the Gauteng Education Department says priority has been given to South African children when it comes to placement at schools. Details at 5 o'clock with Greg House.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good afternoon. Joburg's N3 jam-packed today. Southbound from Buccleuch to London, northbound from Marlborough up to Buccleuch to the roadworks that just continue with no end date in sight. It really is car parking there today. The other mention, shouts out to the Mike 1 from Parktown all the way down to Boysons via the Crown Interchange. That's a fairly heavy backlog. And there is some queuing traffic just on the N1 into Pretoria between Borta Avenue and the R21. A lot of action around Durban this afternoon. Usual breakdown between Kwamashu and Gateway going north. It's just been a crash at Spaghetti Junction. It seems to be coming off the N3 onto the N2 south. So just expect some delays there. Heavy at Marion Hill Plaza on your way into Durban. That's a daily delay these days. And a stationary truck at Cliffdale. Big delays going up that way from Shongweni. If you're on your way to Pietermaritzburg, yeah, it's one of those afternoons. And Cape Town, a crash on the N2 inbound near Rappenberg Road. That's causing quite a big delay of traffic coming in from the airport. It's also having a major impact on the outbound N2 as well as the M5 south to get into the N2, and a crash further out on the N2 by Macassar, just slowing up traffic towards Somerset West. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tumin Khapele.
Right, so we've got the FIFA World Cup draw tomorrow, but the Rugby World Cup draw was already done a couple of days ago. Let's hear from the captain, right?
Well, Springbok captain Siya Kolisi says that while it's quite useful to know the 2027 World Cup opponents, the team's main focus right now remains firmly on next year's challenges. South Africa will host the All Blacks for their first tour in 30 years as part of rugby's greatest rivalry series, featuring 4 tests and matches against local franchises. Now, the season also includes the inaugural Nations Cup against Northern Hemisphere giants, and Kolisi has admitted that the World Cup draw is tough, pointing to Italy as a side that demanded a real fight last time out. In terms of football, Kaizer Chiefs co-coach Khalil Ben Yusuf believes that it's an unrealistic expectation to place them at the heart of the Betway Premiership title race, especially when measured against last season's struggles. The Tunisian tactician was assessing Amakosi's progress in 2025. This is after their goalless draw away to Chippa United in Gqeberha last night, and victory would have lifted Chiefs to 25 points, just 3 behind Orlando Pirates. But the stalemate leaves them 5 points adrift after 12 matches.
And we don't have to put a lot of pressure because you see now, because we are performing well in PSL, people they will start to discuss about the trophy and everything. We didn't promise about the trophy. It's true that we are a big team and we play every time for the trophy, but also we have to be logic in our mentality, how we think. Like I said about the CAF game, you can't be out of the CAF game and then you come 1 season to play and to think only to win this trophy. In PSL last season was number 9, so first we have to finish this season in top 4, and if we get opportunity to win one trophy, we'll fight for this trophy. The first idea is to continue to build step by step, and we don't have to put a lot of pressure.
In the meantime, the Nigerian Football Federation is expecting the Super Eagles to reach the semi-finals at the Africa Cup of Nations after failing to qualify for the World Cup. Pressure is mounting on coach Eric Chelle, and the NFF is set to view a semi-final run as the minimum requirement for coach Chelle to remain as coach. And Nigeria reached the final in the previous edition, beating South Africa in the semis before losing to Ivory Coast. Now, Chelle must deliver again or risk his job. In athletics, South Africa road running chairperson Enoch Kwasana says that he will embark on a nationwide search to identify fresh talent to bridge the gap in the men's and the women's marathon divisions next year. Kwasana says that the time has come to cast the net wider and find newer young athletes willing to raise their hands and put their country first.
Yeah, if you come to the marathon athletes to go and represent the Olympics, represent the world champs for the marathon, I think for us it's time to wake up and make sure that you identify our young athletes that they are running marathon. If you can see the past week, a young boy from City CGA, you will Kimberley marathon and then and SA marathon champs. As a ESA road running chairperson, I'm busy on that, challenging all the corporate to come and assist us and support upcoming marathon athletes so that they can focus on the Olympics and world champs.
Finally, in boxing, a U.S. woman who accused Conor McGregor of sexually assaulting her at an NBA basketball game has dropped her lawsuit against the Irish mixed martial arts fighter. The 37-year-old had denied the allegations of sexual battery following a 2023 Miami Heat game, and lawyers for the woman identified in the initial complaint as a 49-year-old Wall Street executive filed a notice of voluntary dismissal at a Florida court on Tuesday. More on other sports in the next hour.
Absolutely. Well, can you believe it that Rugby World Cup? So it's 2 years away, right?
Hmm.
Sure. Can see Kolisi winning 3 years in a row, 3 World Cups in a row as the captain knockout. Yeah. That would mean the boxer winning 3 times in a row as well.
Yeah.
On the trot. Okay, 2 years from now, let's see what happens.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
And as always, we get to the markets around this time every single day. And today it's a chance of Paswani Patlede, who's the Senior Accounts Manager at Markway Fund Managers. Paswani, you got news, local and global. Go for it.
Afternoon, Ashraf, and to all your listeners. Well, looking at the market will still climb at the setup of fully priced and conditions in the US. Because the data continues to be average data, right? This had allowed a lot of expectation to be a lot of gaming. Dollar is at a low. When Bitcoin is bottoming out at a lower high, even selling 500. So prices are also getting bullish momentum with the silver to $58. Momentum on gold to the flat at 4,200. Oil prices are bearish at $2.95 a barrel, supporting the global growth outlook in South Africa. Also got report our import, we've increased our import on machinery and oil. This has reduced our trade surplus, our current account deficit to 7% GDP. And we've seen on the construction find some positive news improvement. Mexican got up 10% thanks to the retail and private sector spending. At the back of these rate cuts and fiscal stability allowing confidence, business in general is waiting for that government come to private even more momentum. When we look at general indexes, performance is seeing some green shoots. US indexes open up 0.5 for Europe, Texas up 0, rebounding 5. JC is down marginally, down 0.1, weighted by a research sector down 1%. But in terms of financial, by some support of drop. When we look at the real estate health, is taking to the trend. Looking at demand that is of $19.8 against the euro, against the pound.
Perfect. Got all of that. Paswani, thank you for that. And of course, tomorrow being the last day of the week, as we really didn't get into the holiday mode and where the markets will hold on, that is another question completely, right? Okay, we'll get to your calls as well and comments, and then later on there's a conversation about a ruling on women in Afghanistan that comes up after 5 o'clock. So listen out for that, including the issue of the IEC and the elections, the local government election, particularly in KZN, that I think you'll be very, very interested in. But the ongoing 16 days of activism, different activations, is what we're going to focus on now, including a Not In My Name provincial men's indaba right after this.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Right, so the Free State provincial government hosted a 16 days of activism, Not In My Name provincial men's indaba, the Lemo Green Park in Bloemfontein today. President Ramaphosa was the keynote speaker. Now, what actually happened? I think we'd all be looking at what was the plan and what's the activation beyond the activation, right? Ishmael Modiba is the SABC News reporter covering the story in the Free State. Ishmael, thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Good afternoon indeed, right? So give us an overview of what was said today.
Well, Ashraf, if you could just take you a bit backward last year, remember that last year the Free State had a wave of, a series for request of gender-based violence, where like was not good. But today, the men in the Free State not in our name. And the president, while coming to the podium, challenged the men to say, you as men in the Free State, you need to take a stand to ensure that you protect women. So, what is the point of you doing things and hiding behind culture. President was right. Men, you as men, need to have friends, to take women and children, let's go, the, what the two purpose of this saying that the president can photo of the year. Think good things in the country, the went up, particularly those involving children, young children, women. Saying that men, it's high time that men take their stand to ensure that they protect women first.
Okay, so on the high time men take this in. I mean, we the truth is we have heard that for over like a decade, isn't it? Is there anything that's come through that's substantially different?
Well, what came through was that essentially was that to teach men that we let's not just have this talk in the or you see that the crime is happening in your environment, in your home, you keep quiet. So people what time that so you see that in short that by the leading of women can walk freely without feeling challenge of being attacked whatsoever.
Okay, what about because of course there's the president speaking, there are other key stakeholders, and there's an audience. I mean, did you get a sense that when it all ended, there's a map forward? Because I mean, there's a roadmap going forward that people can fully understand, or do they just go away feeling motivated but unable to say and measure what happens next?
Well, there are lots of stakeholders, main forum here. All of them spoke in one voice to say, and they are here. If those that are saying that they don't know what is happening, don't know behind this, but they are here to be part of the solution for what is happening in the country to ensure that our women are protected. So, of course, they were saying that it is high time that men, that women, children, and grandmothers are protected so that we live in a free and equitable society that we don't speak, about violence. It's something that, we don't, we live what is happening so that all is protected.
Okay, is there anything else you'd like to just share in terms of the big takeouts of the day?
Well, this was the first kind of event of itself. The numbers of people who are here, the number was staggering. In the place itself, it was about 5,000. It was but so that other they were opening the place itself to try a same time where people be able to get. So I can say that it was well coordinated by men. What the president is just that and what they are going to take and make go and let it try so that the challenge countries is up is high.
Okay, and that's where we shall leave it certainly for now. Thank you for your time, Ishmael Modiba, the SABC News reporter in the Free State, covering the Free State provincial government's activation around 16 days of activism, and it's called, well, Not in My Name, the provincial men's Indaba, as you've just heard. So much appreciate your time, Ishmael. Right, your comments, you can talk about that too. In terms of, I mean, let's just talk about that for a moment. 16 days of activism, which comes up every year, so annually, and my sense, I'm not saying don't have it. I think it's very important for all the reasons that we know. Is there a different way of looking at it in terms of, because what you want to measure is outcomes, and if there's still that much violence against women and children and femicide, as we've discussed, that it may well be accurate to say that what has been raised year after year is just not working. So are there examples that you may have? And I'm afraid it may be on a community basis rather than on a national basis, that certain community activation has been put in place and you are able to tell us what it is. Maybe it's your community, I hope, and you're able to measure the results of that and say, hey, that's worked. Because if that's worked there, then we may be able to replicate that and transfer and use it in other places. So if that's the case, I would like to know. In the meantime, what is certainly a big issue is the ongoing comments from you about the Madlanga Commission, and we'll get to that after this.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
Okay, let's pick out again lots of WhatsApps, as I had mentioned earlier, WhatsApp comments, right, in terms of voice notes. Here's one.
Hi, Ashraf and the listeners. Your minister is making me weak. Immediately is immediately. I don't know what is he trying to say because really, immediate is written in those files that he brought in. But really, no, guys, no.
So you believe, well, you're all weak. And I hear what you said about the immediately. Others have brought it up too. Here's another.
Ashraf, good afternoon, man. This is Flores from the beautiful winelands. Ashraf, interesting that the name Senso in Zulu means to do or to act. And this is what Senzo Nkulu did. It can also be symbolizing with taking responsibility, which I don't think he's taking at this point in time. But yeah, interesting to know that some people live up to their names. So we act on this banding, the NPKTT. Yeah. Have a great job. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that comment. Let's get more.
Hey, man. Yeah, I just give Madlanga Commission high five. All those guys, they know their work. They know what they're doing. Now, here's the commissioner now. He doesn't know what to say. And they ask him a simple question. Even myself, a layman, I can answer that question straight. But that man, he doesn't know what to say. Happy from my face. Thanks.
He doesn't know what to say, but a high five anyway, right? Yep.
Hi, Ashraf and the listeners. Ashraf, hey, this guy dilly-dallying around his questions, young, yeah, but they got him, I see, it seems he's very prepared now because his answers, he just does the research, more research, and he already knows what are the allegations, so he's well prepared, but the moral to the story is, why did he not consult? It's so simple, yeah, we get the point, yeah, now it's open that there was problems with the PKT, money-wise, and all these issues. But then there was supposed to be done a discussion, not a Bram decision all of a sudden while you're on holiday. You want to think about a PKT and it doesn't need to be there anymore. So the whole fact is, why did he do it without consulting? We understand now that there was issues, but I mean, like, he should have consulted. So at the end of the day, this guy's not going to go to prison because there's no real links to him. It's just basically poor conduct or, I don't know, poor practice. But yeah.
Okay, PKTT, not going to go to prison. Consult. There's another one. Good day, Ashraf. The men's forum does not reach us all, especially here in the Northern Cape, from Chariots, right? Okay. Do you feel the same way that that it's there, but the reach is not that obvious? Here's another on certainly someone who sort of baffled maybe all of us or some of us that they were very entertaining.
Hello, good afternoon, Ashraf. Nora here in Heidelberg. Oh my word, Ashraf, after all of this, all this commission, we're going to need a national therapy session. I mean, Julius, I don't understand. It's like he doesn't want those yes and no answers. He doesn't want to answer like that. He wants to elaborate on his answer. The more he elaborates, the more he gets himself into a bigger trouble. And then I start laughing, and then I realize, no, actually, this is very serious. No. My sanity is being tested here.
I suppose it is always very serious, no matter what, right? As far as your sanity is being tested. Okay, I hear that. Christian Leidenberg, hello.
Hi, Ashraf. How are you?
Yeah, good indeed. What's your point?
Great stuff. I think Minister Mkhulu's appearance today shed a lot of light. And for me, there were two things that he said, and yeah, that stood out. One of the things was when he realized that he should disband the TKTC. I mean, those 3 days, and it was basically just in one day to think that disband the TKTC. That to me doesn't make sense. It seems like he was under pressure from some circles. And that's why the commissioner Madlanga said, what was the rush? Why did you rush to take such a decision? And the second one for me was when he was asked if indeed it was his decision or it should have been the National Commissioner's decision. And he said, I took the decision because as a minister, I can take such a decision. I felt like taking it. And for me, that's an abuse of power, blatant abuse of power. Because you're the minister, you can make it or take a certain decision. Doesn't necessarily mean that you must take the decision. I think during the first examination and when he was asked, we realized that actually even the decision to disband the TKT was not in his purview. It wasn't constitutionally his decision to take. So for me, it's blatant abuse of power. And I don't think after this he's definitely fit to hold office. He is not. The president must just fire him right now because he has just proven that he's not fit to hold this type of office. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. President must fire him right now. In fact, many are asking when will action be taken based upon the testimony or testimonies we've been hearing, right? By the way, I've just been watching some of the global news as well. This rehearsals taking place for tomorrow's World Cup draw, Friday afternoon. I think about 6 p.m. I must double check the time, South African time. Looking at Rio Ferdinand there in the rehearsals, and interesting enough, you may know I was in Munich 2 weeks back and actually had a good half an hour chat with him about many things. What a privilege to talk to him about. But he's one of the hosts, I understand, of that FIFA 2026 World Cup draw around 6 p.m. ish. Don't know if that is the exact time, but I must double check that with Tumi, right? Okay, more comments. Ashraf, most of your callers are hypocrites. They were insulting the president for appointing those commissions, but they are now enjoying the proceedings from Glengani. Well, I don't know whether it's most, but I think many people did um, effectively give it a red card, if I can put it that way, even before it started, right? I think many people did so. So, yeah, but now they're hearing that it's pretty damning. I think the next question is what happens next, which is very important.
Sir Ashraf, remember, this guy, Mkunu, is lying to himself, not to us, or maybe to the ANC members, and they will agree with his lie. Remember, before he can even, or whoever can know that the PKT is going to be disbandment, already Brian Mukhozi knew about this thing, and he even called way before Ted Matlala that, hey, my man, those people who are harassing you, they will never come there anymore. The minister is going to have dealt with them. Thank you.
Okay, got that. And there's more, in a similar vein. There's quite a few comments like that. Here's another.
Hi, Mr. Ashraf. I think the minister, he forgets something. He think it's the time of the elections. You know, the Mr. Mantashe used to say, no, vote for the change, vote for the change. We know we didn't do well, but vote for the change. Well, we know he can't make changes. So now the minister is saying, is giving the long speech instead of answering yes or no. So he thinks we are the voters where he can just lie to us, say, no, vote for this party, vote for ANC. So now it's not about the voting, it's about the answers. Just answer yes or no, true or false. Yes, I did. Yes, I didn't.
Yeah, but the world doesn't work like that, and certainly not when you testify. And I think you must just accept that just the way it is, right? It's a good question.
Ashraf, good afternoon. Two things only. One, if we can get someone who can elaborate for us, to say, how do universities award these doctors who have come before the commission and ad hoc committee the doctorate degrees, because really some of their qualification leave much to be desired. Look to Julius Mkwanazi. The guy is having or holding a high position, high strategic position in municipality, but he cannot simply answer a yes or no question. How do these people get these positions? It's like we see something else now in South Africa to say that people who are leading important institutions, they are totally incapable. We have a crisis as a country, Ashraf. Thank you.
Well, listen, I mean, really, if you want to build a champion nation, you better get champion leaders. And clearly, we are very, very devoid of that. So I'm not saying one or two people, we are devoid of that. I did ask you about highlights of the Madlanga Commission, like today. What stood out for you today?
Hello, Ashraf. Look, my highlight for Madlanga Commission was the admission by Brigadier Julius Mkwanazi that he receives money from CAT. It's a highlight, not a surprise. It's just a highlight for me, but I'm not surprised at all because it's us as South Africans who pay cool drinks to the police, which is a bribe, 50 rand, 100 rand. Then there are people who pays 1 million rand bribe. The same thing, it's a bribe. Thank you very much.
Okay. Highlights, not a surprise. So basically, completely expected, but in this case, you're confirmed that he's receiving money, but denied that it's a bribe or it's part of a deal, but said he received money because they know each other and he was in financial need at the time.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Agmatebola. At this sense of minister, when you want to answer something yes or no, you just want to explain and all that, yes. But I think the Madlanga Commission is the best than ad hoc committee. Madlanga is number one. There, the patience from Madlanga Commission is too hot and they're good to be listened by South Africans. Good afternoon. This is Agmatebola. Ashraf.
All right, there we are. Do others feel the same as well? I mean, comparing the Madlanga Commission to the ad hoc committee, not that they should be up against each other, but they're different perspectives. One are questions by, a legal team. The other is actually by, MPs in Parliament. There's a difference. But I mean, in terms of actually playing out, I mean, really, do you see much of a difference? And if so, what is that difference?
Hi, Ashraf. Yes, I listened to that broadcast you did with the person that spoke about the pass rate, and I agree. It's a tiered situation. My opinion is that on our education system is that we are trying to funnel everyone through the same system, and now we need to have this tiered pass rate type of outline. And I just think we need to go back to the situation of having schools that are academic and some schools that are more practical. Paul from Stellenbosch.
Okay, got that. And here's another before I get to the news.
Hi, Ashraf. I just want to answer to the caller who was just asking how the universities are giving degrees to these doctors. Musimaimane is fighting for 50%. These are the results of 30%.
Yeah, so let me get that right.
Hi, Ashraf. Musimaimane is fighting for 50%. These are the results of 30%.
Okay, but I'm not too sure what you mean, but that's why I played it again. I wanted to get a sense of what exactly you're trying to say. Let's put that on pause. I'll get you. We'll have a chance to take some more calls just now, calls as well as WhatsApp comments. And just on the WhatsApp, what for you has been the most telling moment of the Madlanga Commission today? Not yesterday, today, of the whole day. What has been the standout moment that's really has got you thinking and will be on the agenda when you have supper and you have that conversation about the day that's happened today in South Africa. Think about that. We'll talk about the People's Tribunal for Women in Afghanistan in a moment. Let's get the news. It's 5 o'clock. Here's Greg.
Thank you, Ashraf. Pedestrians, the majority of road deaths in Macron and She-Hulk talks in Beijing. Good day to you.
The Transport Minister, Barbara Creecy, says 6 out of 10 deaths on South African roads are pedestrians. This came out at the launch of the festive season road safety campaign in Diepsloot, north of Johannesburg. The minister elaborates.
This is an area where there are a lot of pedestrian fatalities, and the major cause of pedestrian fatalities is people who are crossing main roads and highways not at a designated place for crossing. Of course, very sadly, a lot of the people who are killed on the roads are children.
Judge Nkosinathi Chile will hand down his ruling at the Pietermaritzburg High Court in KwaZulu-Natal on 2 applications on former President Jacob Zuma's arms deal corruption case on the 23rd of January next year. He's heard applications by Zuma and French arms company Thales for leave to appeal his refusal to acquit them following the death of key witnesses. The state also asked the court to make an order that the trial will not be further delayed regardless of any further applications or appeals. Advocate Wim Trengrove.
The purpose is to save the reputation of the administration of justice. And the administration of justice will continue to suffer
just a moment, please.
disrepute, and the rule of law will continue to be under threat for as long as the administration of justice is seen to be incapable of bringing these accused to trial.
Meanwhile, in other developments, former President Zuma's lost his bid to overturn a ruling that he pay back the 28.9 million rand in legal fees incurred during his private litigation. The Gauteng Education Department says priority has been given to South African children when it comes to placement at schools. Online applications for grades 1 and 8 closed in August, with more than 400,000 submissions received across the province. Education MEC Matomi Chelwani.
Just to allay the public around the number, we're sitting at around 3%. It's only 3% from this admission process. 3% of applicants are of foreign origin. So 97% is South Africans. 3% are foreign nationals. So I understand the parent who raised this concern, but I thought I should just give you the figure of where we are. That is, we are only dealing with 3%, and we'll share the data if needs be.
The DA in eThekwini Metro and KZN has approached the court in an attempt to reverse the municipality's appointment of 3 executive directors. The party argues due process was not followed in filling the positions of the executive directors for operations, technical services and public safety. However, the municipalities defended its decision, saying council approved the appointments after all procedures were followed. Mayor Cyril Gabas dismissed the DA's move as a political stunt.
It is important to note that the positions in questions have been vacant for an extended period, an undesirable situation for administrative stability and accountability. We view this action by the DA as yet another attempt to destabilize the municipality and hinder its ability to build adequate capacity to deliver essential services to our residents.
The French President Emmanuel Macron has told his Chinese counterpart that their countries must work together to end the war in Ukraine. Macron and Xi Jinping have held talks in Beijing. Macron addressed a media conference.
I hope that China will join our call and our efforts to achieve as soon as possible at least a ceasefire in the form of a moratorium on strikes targeting critical infrastructure. This is key for the coming winter, as civilian infrastructure, particularly energy infrastructure, is still under Russian fire today. But more broadly, it is key that we work together to achieve a just and lasting peace.
The top story, the Transport Minister says 6 out of 10 deaths on South African roads are pedestrians. That's SAfm News. I'm Greg Close.
In sports this hour, Root hits his 40th test ton as England end opening day of the second test on 325 for 9 against Australia. Khaleesi shuts down World Cup hype, and World Cup draw set for Washington as Trump tipped for FIFA Peace Prize. More details at 5:30.
SAfm. guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon, Joburg. First up, reasonably heavy today. The N1 South from Buccleuch heading down towards the William Mandela exit. Maybe a touch heavier than you might be expecting. The R21 north towards Olifantsfontein. If you're heading away from the airport, that's heavy. And if you're on the R21 South down towards the N12 highway, crash there just before you get to the N12, causing a bit of slowdown across all lanes. Mike 1 from Melrose into Crown, very heavy southbound. Northbound as well into Crown, bit of a backlog coming up from the Boysons area. Pretoria side N1, John Foster up to Rigel Avenue, looking slow. The N4, Emelathleni Highway towards the N1. That's all backed up through Vartameyer Street area as well on your way towards the N1 or towards Hatfield, if you like. Still pretty heavy queues from Shongweni up Keir Ridge due to an earlier couple of breakdowns. I believe they've been clear, but the traffic is still solid. There's also that queue at Marion Hill Plaza on your way into Durban. That just is a busy a little run through the toll plaza all day, every day these days. And a crash on the N3, ramping onto the N2 South via Spaghetti Junction. Just watch for slowing traffic on that ramp lane. Cape Town, collision, N2 into town before Rapenburg Road. Quite heavy on your way in from the airport, but the other big story there is the outbound side. Everybody going out of town on the N2 having a look at it. It's backed up heavily through Hospital Bend. M3 inbound from Newlands, M5 south from the Maitland area to get into that N2 outbound's pretty heavy as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Burr.
Do great solutions start with a good conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Are you looking for the best spectacle and sunglass deal? With Specsavers buy one, get one offer, you get great value for money. Get a free pair of branded single vision prescription sunglasses up to 3,300 Rand when you purchase a comprehensive eye examination and spectacle frames with lenses on your first pair. The best part? Choose from top brands like Police, Hugo, Under Armour, Tommy Hilfiger, Red Bull Specs, and more. Affordable eye care? Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
EFC is live this Thursday. In a division that has produced more global superstars than any other, a four-way Grand Prix will decide the next warriors to battle for the flyweight throne. It's Zondi versus Kamana and Manumala versus Ngamantwini.
Ruthless.
EFC 130, live from the World Sports Betting Arena.
Time to go hard and put your game face on.
Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
If you hang up after calling your bank, still stuck, still frustrated, still needing to call them back, maybe it's time to stop calling them your bank. Then join Discovery Bank, where you can securely share your app screen with a banker who'll help you in real time. It's service, exactly like no other bank. Discovery Bank is a licensed FSP.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Often I get asked the question about some of the conversations that people have missed. Well, I mean, don't miss it live at all. But sometimes it's not about missing it, but you want to listen and maybe listen again or re-listen and share and download and then use that as the basis of a good conversation. So where do you find it? All up as a podcast. Go to the SAfm website, so safm.co.za, then /podcast, and then /the National Pulse, and you will find under podcast and the National Pulse that entire catalog of some of the biggest conversations we've had, let's say typically in a week, a month, and the entire year, and so on and so on. So please check that out. Okay, right. We're going to talk. We'll take more calls on the Madlanga Commission naturally, but also the other things, the 16 days of activism once again, and the conversations I've just had. You may want to touch on that 2026 World Cup draw that South Africa is a part of tomorrow, and many other African nations as well, but also some of the other issues maybe I've just forgotten about, and you can raise it as well. What is it that you may want to get off your chest? Someone said, come on, let's talk about South Africa's policy with regard to the USA in the light of clearly some dramatic findings, rules from Donald Trump, including effectively not just knocking us off the invitation list, but to understand sort of almost like de facto wiping the website clean of South Africa's recommendations. It's quite significant. What happens next in that conversation? Well, what happens next with regard to the women of Afghanistan? So we touched on this a few weeks back, remember? There's been public hearings that have taken place in Spain, well, in fact, 2 months ago, and the People's Tribunal for Women of Afghanistan is now scheduled to present its final judgment. This will happen next week, Thursday, December the 11th at The Hague, right? So in the preliminary statement, which was issued on October the 10th, so just about 2 months ago, the panel of judges found that evidence and testimony presented demonstrated, and I quote, a coordinated state-level campaign of gender persecution carried out with the intent to erase women from public life by the Taliban ruled government, right? So let's find out more about it. With me is Dr. Benafsha Yakubi, one of the prosecutors of the tribunal. Dr. Yakubi, much appreciate your time and thanks for joining us here on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much. Hello, and please appreciate my greetings, you and all people who are seeing and hearing us.
Much appreciated. Let's jump ahead to those findings and that final judgment that will take place next week. I mean, what for you are the expectations?
So, as you are aware, in Afghanistan, the situation is much difficult and tired, and the situation is tiring. And it is not easy for us Afghan women to just look at this situation and to just sit quiet. So we did something. We take the Afghanistan case to PPT, and we had this tribunal court for women and girls of Afghanistan who are suffering from gender apartheid. So the expectation from the judge is that they can look at the situation of women and girls in Afghanistan, because things that we submitted for them came from the real and genuine voices from inside the country. And then there were women and girls from different parts of the Afghanistan, different provinces of Afghanistan, who talked with our judges and who were evidence our indictment.
Okay.
So we'll see, hopefully.
All right. So this People's Tribunal that has been described, right? And you touched on it, testimony from women. Tell me about the process. I mean, how were you able to reach these women for them to be able to provide the testimony? Because I'm making the assumption they are all in Afghanistan and therefore not traveling, right?
So most of our evidence, to be honest, came from Afghanistan, and we had some people who were at the who unfortunately nowadays, like us, they live in exile and they are in European countries or other countries. Even they are in US, they're in Canada, in different places. But things had that happen. So the four organization who requested this, who started this initiative with the PPT, then they introduced the women and girls from different parts of the country, and then we prosecutors we try to select accurately based on their situation and based on the in Afghanistan we have the ethnic variety and the religion variety, and we also like careful to see how many of them are from rural area, urban area, and we have women and girls with disability. We had some women and girls who were displaced and they live in like the region country and even neighborhood country like Iran and Pakistan. So we try to choose the people that considering different variety of the women and girls which we have in Afghanistan, and approaching based on the intersective approach, we selected the women, and then some of them came to the event and they were there in person. Some of them submit their evidence by just as an audio. Some of them wrote their evidence, and we had some other people who read their testimony there, and some of them were just they came like me and you are talking like that. They came and they did online testimony. So it was, and it's like not very easy process, but fortunately we did it.
Okay. I mean, I take it there were many stories and testimonies, and you certainly can't run through all of that. But are you able to maybe just run through, one or two that you'd like to share with us?
It is tough and difficult, but to be honest, each and every story had its own world and its own reality. So some people um, came with the story of unfortunately being arrested from the Taliban just because of they wanted to protest against their rules and against the limitation that they put on the women and girls in Afghanistan. And because of that, they went to Taliban's presence and they unfortunately had the bad experience of sexual harassment, verbal harassment, physical harassment. So we had different types of testimony. Some people just they went to prison because they protested against the Taliban restriction against women who cannot go to the school and not they don't have access to education. So they just protested against this law, the PVPV law, different articles. So unfortunately, we had very bitter story of this evidence and this testimony. Each and every of this testimony was a story of suffer, story of sadness, story of darkness, and story of hopelessness. So this tribunal was a hope for them, and most of these evidence were so happy. And even the people who were inside the country, they just wanted us to reflect their voice, be their voice, and they wanted to talk with us. Although sometimes we were so careful and we said, you're inside the country, oh, it would be like difficult for you, it's the security, danger, this and that. And said, no, we want to talk. And they were so happy, at least there was someone who could listen to them.
Okay, so we've already had the preliminary findings, as we've already mentioned at the outset, that has been very critical of the stance of the position of the Taliban. I mean, I take it then that the final judgment may not differ too much from that, would it?
So the final judgment, because it's a tribunal, I know it is a people tribunal. They don't have, because as we mentioned to them, we told them it's not something that we can bring a very big change for women and girls' life in Afghanistan, but it's a fight. We are fighting against injustice there, and as you are aware, in Afghanistan the justice system is not working now, and women and girls they don't have any other place to go and put their complaint. They cannot go to any court easily specifically talking regarding this violation. It's not possible for them. So things that we did, we told them and they are aware of that, but just they wanted to talk with someone and they wanted to bring the case up and they wanted to speak because they want to show to international society that they are standing. As you are aware much better than me, in South Africa, the first, I mean, the very important category of people who were standing against apartheid and gender apartheid, they were women and girls who were fighting against this apartheid. So now, women and girls in Afghanistan, we are just at the first row of the fight, and we are fighting against this limitation and restriction which is coming from.
So two things before I let you go then. So considering, I mean, as you said, it's a tribunal. Yes, there will be a judgment within that. How much muscle will it carry in terms of international human rights and therefore the impact of potential change, or will it simply be that a judgment that we can all read about and talk about, and hopefully as a means of creating further momentum, but nothing more than that?
We are trying to do our contribution and we are not hopeless, although I can feel and I can understand the political side of the international society, and we are aware of things that's going on in the country and at the region countries. But still, we are trying to go ahead, and still we have other courts as well with us. And I think slowly, it's a long way. It's not a short way. I know that, but we all of us we are aware, but we are trying to talk talk with the kind of in a morality way with international society and with politics and with all people who want to listen to the voice of women and girls, the voice of voiceless people, because this is not just the women and girls in Afghanistan. If this violence and if this unfairness going on in Afghanistan, the other people who don't want to be committed to women's rights and human rights in all over the world, in every parts of the world, they will get more they will think, okay, we can do whatever we want, and there is nothing.
All right,
nothing will
just a quick answer before we conclude. How much of this is inspired by culture as opposed to religion? We know the majority would be of the Islamic faith, but the reality is that most other countries don't practice a type of interpretation of this narrow interpretation that you just speak about in Afghanistan. So my question is, to what degree is that influenced by Afghani culture as opposed to the Islamic ethos, which gives women and children the absolute right to education anyway? But just a quick answer on that.
Thank you so much, but I don't think it is compatible with Afghan culture, although I can say, and I know we are I acknowledge that we are a traditional and patriarchal society. Unfortunately, Afghanistan society is like that. But if you see the survey that UNAMA did, even UNAMA did, and other UN agency they did, lots of people, they wanted their girls to go to school, and they wanted their women to go to be employed. Unfortunately, things that the Taliban are doing is against Afghanistan culture, and it's against even Islam culture.
And that's where we're going to leave it,
because in
Dr.
Afghanistan
That's where
culture
we're going
is
to leave it,
not
Dr.
allowed to
Benafsha
put the women
Yakubi. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
SAfm Music, good times, good memories.
I'm just like somebody inspired.
So smooth, sounding so good. SAfm Music with you wherever you go. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Okay, your comments on that conversation, feel free to add to that with Dr. Benafsha Yakubi, making the point that it's not even Afghanist culture or even Islamic culture, if I can call it that, but certainly an interpretation from this group of people. Whether you think that's your experience or your understanding of all of that as well, feel free to add to that too. But also the Madlanga Commission, more comments on that. We'll certainly play your WhatsApp comments. We'll take your calls as well just now. But let's move on to another issue. Now, the Electoral Commission in KwaZulu-Natal is hosting a seminar themed Digital Democracy, Leveraging Digital Technology to Promote Youth Participation. Now, the seminar aims to provide a platform for youth representatives to deliberate on how digital tools and technologies can inspire and empower young South Africans to meaningfully participate in democratic processes. Well, the question is, what's limiting them, I suppose, isn't it? With me is Ntombi Futhi Masinga, the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Electoral Officer. Much appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us here on the National Pulse.
Thanks, Ashraf, and thanks for having us.
Thank you. It's an interesting thought. I mean, it does suggest that this level of further education around digital or digital democracy suggests that there's a worry about young people being absent from electoral participation, isn't it?
You are absolutely correct. In South Africa, when you talk to young people, you're looking at the age, and over 60% of them participation last and we are and knowledge that we are saying from political spectrum and across the various sectors that try and enhance participation in our democracy.
So what were the findings then? What came out of it? The question is, how can the young people participate? And what is the answer?
The big one was getting to hear from young people themselves, from the SRCs and especially also phenomenon to young people that are driving this community. Young people does them once because they go to prove life, bring up things. Even political parties are not coming into the class because they think only engage towards outside and young people make parties need to talk to them more. Yes, you have to hear to the parties and listen and how from them to need to get in that. I think the thing you can also Africa if you're Asian, you can that you can either vote or be voted. We are staff we as young people be interested in around find our school, community, our churches, just make our voices heard because there's no one that can do it better than all the issues that get I the party that I see some business, civil society organizations, they are all saying the same thing. They are saying this is very easy, just which is not part of anything. What I is it a community? What I those are yes, yes. Can we explore how technology can
But that suggests, I mean, I think we all clear that the youth are using technology. They're very tech savvy. They're very present in the technological spaces and maybe very absent in the town hall spaces. But what it does suggest, therefore, if I understand you, that you have to therefore ensure that the electoral discussions take place in the spaces they play in, right, as opposed to the spaces they play outside of or they don't play in. Do you think that's happening?
I don't think we've done it enough. And I don't think the LSL commissions can do this on its own. We have a lot of civil society organizations like youth and we're saying all together at the time, pull our resources together. Yes, there's nothing not to do. We are our website cool, social media not cool, the language is not the trend to platforms that trend, to websites or to podcasts that are trending, rather than trying to push them to what there are. This is the and yeah, made it. There's not solve them to the ice what the ice they follow them.
All right. So just to end then, in terms of let's follow them where they are, is there one key takeout, notwithstanding all the things you've already mentioned, that you'd like to highlight? In terms of an actual action plan, yeah.
Yes, we have agreed on how we are going to work together across the political spectrum, all political parties that are currently represented in our legislatures. We are running jointly with the youth commission from now until we get into election in November next year. We're going to after the closes, then they can start something in to vote for them. For now, we want to get all of them into the voters list, and we have a to work together to achieve justice, including pulling in the cell phone network providers to come into the party so that it becomes easy for young people to interact with Africa.
Okay, just the last thing, and just as we get to news time, is an actual electoral vote on election day on the agenda?
Yes, we know that elections are going to happen anytime between November 25th. We are preparing for the for the India can be on the 4th of November because when that we have in law to hold elections. So all our plans are to have election as early as the 4th of November. Any other one thing so
Okay, let's see what happens. It's a fascinating one. Thank you for your time. That's Intombifuthi Masinga, the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Electoral Officer. In fact, I've heard this even a few days ago, probably at the SAfm annual lecture that we had, right? That, if so many things. If people are entrusting the entire banking system uh, digitally, then what is a vote? That means what are the checks and balances for a vote that can't already have been done in the banking system? Just consider that as a fact, and whether it will be a driver for young people who are not going to stand in queues, but will be sitting and just chilling in a restaurant to say, okay, there's my vote on election day. Wouldn't that get the numbers up? Maybe it should get with the system. 5:30. Here's the news headlines.
You again, Ashraf. A quick look at those headlines. The Pietermaritzburg High Court has asked the state advocate if the application by the state in the so-called Stalingrad strategy matter will not inadvertently give rise to more legal challenges. The transport minister says 6 out of 10 deaths on South African roads are pedestrians, and a new study has found high levels of toxic chemicals in breakfast products. More on that story and other news at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Greetings. We kick it off in Pretoria with some delays on the N4 going inbound. This is the Emelafeli Highway from Watermeyer Street heading through towards the N1. There's quite an unusual queue of traffic for this time of the afternoon on that run through. Plenty of action on the N1 from John Foster through to a crash around Linwood Road, causing some delays. And then on the N1 South, it's quite slow from Linwood heading through towards Rigel Avenue. R21 away from the airport into the roadworks at Clayville. That's heavy. And then if you're driving southbound, there's a crash on the R21 near the N12 highway. So from the airport to Boksburg, it all backs up. Mike, one worth a mention, it's solid today from Sandton right through to the Crown Interchange. Durban, just getting a little gap on that run from Shongweni to Cliffdale. It is easing nicely after a multiple series of truck breakdowns earlier today. N3 into Durban, queuing all day at Marion Hill Plaza. You're going to line up to get through there even at this hour. The N3 inbound and outbound in and out of Durban to Spaghetti Junction. There's a crash as you come off the N3 and ramp onto the N2 to go south. So that traffic approaching 4 level remains heavy. And Cape Town, a really big backlog on the N2 inbound from the airport heading through towards central Cape Town. It's a crash before Rapenburg Road in the Pinelands area, causing that delay. Outbound from town, the N2 through Hospital Bend, all the way out past that scene is slow, and the N2 continues to remain so right through until about the N7. The M5 from Maitland's all backed up, trying to get down off the M5 and turn into that N2 traffic. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Okay, Chumi, let's talk cricket once again. Let's talk about the Ashes.
Yeah, Joe Root finally scored his first century in Australia, ending the day unbeaten on 135 and helping England reach 325 for 9 in the second Ashes test in Brisbane. He was dropped early on 2, but rebuilt England's innings after they collapsed to 5 for 2. Mitchell Starc was Australia's standout bowler, taking 6 for 71 as he tore through England's top order, and Root steadied things with strong partnerships, including 117 by Zach Crowley and a lively last wicket stand of 61 with Jafra Archer. Meanwhile, Springbok captain Siya Kolisi says that while it's useful to know their 2027 World Cup opponents, the team's main focus firmly is on next year's challenges. South Africa will host the All Blacks for their first tour in 30 years as part of rugby's greatest rivalry series, featuring 4 tests and matches against local franchises. Now, the season also includes the inaugural Nations Championship against Northern Hemisphere giants, and Kolisi has admitted that the World Cup draw is tough, pointing to Italy as a side that demanded a real fight last time out. In terms of football, Kaizer Chiefs co-coach Khalil Ben Youssef believes that it's an unrealistic expectation to place them at the heart of the Betway Premiership title race, especially when measured against last season's struggles. Now, Ben Youssef was assessing Amakosi's progress in 2025. This is after their goalless draw away to Chipa United in Gqeberha last night. And he says that definitely they're out of that title race.
And we don't have to put a lot of pressure because you see now, because we are performing well in PSL, people they will start to discuss about the trophy and everything. We didn't promise about the trophy. It's true that we are a big team and we play every time for the trophy, but also we have to be logic in our mentality, how we think. Like I said about the CAF game, you can't be out of the CAF game and then you come one season to play and to think only to win this trophy. In PSL last season was number 9, so first we have to finish this season in top 4. And if we get opportunity to win one trophy, we'll fight for this trophy. The first idea is to continue to build step by step, and we don't have to put a lot of pressure.
Well, the countdown to the first 48-team FIFA World Cup begins tomorrow with the draw for the 2026 finals taking place in Washington. And tomorrow's star-studded ceremony at the Kennedy Center is expected to be dominated by U.S. President Donald Trump, who has developed a close relationship with FIFA boss Gianni Infantino. Trump is widely tipped to become the first recipient of the FIFA Peace Prize, recognizing individuals who unite people and inspire future generations. And meanwhile, Lions forward coach Julian Riedling-Hayes says that the team is determined to use hard-won lessons from their Heavy United Rugby Championship loss to Benetton earlier this season as they prepare for the EPCR Challenger Cup rematch at Ellis Park on Saturday at 3 p.m.
They have a lot of test players and they send a strong squad over this side. So they play more of a test rugby type of style game. So for us to have the patience, stay in the contest and then wait for opportunities and not force things. I think that's where we got caught last time, inaccuracies. They score off on mistakes. So yeah, lots of learnings. I can give you a long list. The proof will be in the pudding on Saturday. Obviously, it's a different competition now. Coach Cash has been driving it since Curry Cup. It's 3 competitions, but 1 group. So yeah, we're looking forward to starting this campaign for the EPCR and a good night. Yeah, been playing in the US. That'll give us a little bit of advantage prep-wise. But yeah, we're looking forward to getting stuck into this. So
Don't forget the countdown is on. AFCON 2025 kicks off in just 17 days from the 21st of December to the 18th of January 2026. And SABC will broadcast all 52 matches live on SABC2, stream them on SABC Plus, and provide full coverage on SABC Radio. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of AFCON 2025. It's game on everywhere. I'll be back again tomorrow.
She will be back tomorrow. And just to confirm, the actual time of the draw tomorrow, I said I'll ask you.
You know what? I just know that it's 5 o'clock. I don't know if
So
it's
is
South
it 5
African
or
time.
6? Because I wasn't sure.
It's
That's why
not
I'm
South
checking.
African time though.
European time,
Yeah.
or Central European
Yeah.
time. But that could differ because some countries, well, okay. You check it up and maybe let me know before the show ends, okay? Even
Yeah.
if you're done for the day, because I think we need to know that. Yeah, thank you.
All right then. Ke nna Tumeng Kgapele. Modimo ke yo.
Spurs are counting on the value of 3 points to find a decent position in the top half.
And Richarlison has just tried to lock up it. Right, wow. That is extraordinary from Richarlison.
Meanwhile, the Bees want to brighten the day of their fans with a good win.
Jensen opens it up for the day. It's Brentford's day for the 3rd time in 4 seasons.
This is the Premier League. Experience the hot contest between Tottenham Hotspur FC and Brentford FC the Saturday 6 December at 4:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
At Auto & General, we understand your business is built on more than just vehicles. It's your stock, tools and equipment, and the premises where you work. Auto & General Business Insurance is designed for businesses like yours, protecting your assets against fire, theft, storms, and other unexpected events. To protect your livelihood, visit autogen.co.za and get an obligation-free business insurance quote. Auto & General, never not there. Auto & General is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Okay, before we get to the facts and figures, so Tumi's saying, in fact, it is at 5 p.m. GMT. So 1700 hours GMT makes it 7 p.m. or 1900 South African time, if you got it. So we are GMT +2. So 7 p.m. tomorrow, according to what I was just told now, when that World Cup draw will start. Having had all those numbers, let's get the numbers of business. I suppose the World Cup is business. Here's Jimmy.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. We're going to be taking a look at the latest announcement by the team at West Wits. They are listed on the ASX, but they are very much South African. They have announced that they are going to be going into gold mining. We've got our first gold mine in South Africa in 15 years. First new mine, that is. We're going to be taking a look at that with the team and trying to make sense of what that means and what the prospects are there. We also have a conversation with the team at Standard Bank, taking a look at how we are reimagining malls and the shopping experiences that come with those. Then we have a conversation with the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa on the latest task force that they've established to tackle illicit goods and illicit markets. We're going to speak to them and get a sense of what that task force aims to achieve, or at least how they aim to achieve that. And then we've got a conversation with the team at SAB, taking a look at responsible consumption and responsible enjoyment of the festive season. We're going to get a sense of the message they want to share there. And then, because it is Thursday, we're going to wrap up the show with a small business conversation. We're going to speak to the founder of a company called Tuckbox, business that I have had the privilege of trying, but we're going to get a better sense of how the founder built this business and what the business is all about when we speak to them. Before we get to that, I'm pleased to report that the Rand has broken 17 Rand, currently at 16 Rand 95 or 16 Rand 96 or so, as low as 16 Rand 94. These are levels we haven't seen since January of 2023, and if we break below these levels, we will be in levels that we haven't seen since 2022. So certainly exciting times for the South African Rand at the moment. I'm going to look at these and other movements a little later on with my market watcher, but a quick sense of the rest of the numbers there. The Rand strengthening against the Euro as well, 19 Rand 80 against the British Pound, 22 Rand 70 cents, and $1 Australian is currently sitting at around 11 Rand and 23. If we're looking at the equity markets, they had a bit of a mixed reaction as well from their perspective. Some markets in the green, some markets in the red. Our own local markets finished in the red. Resources, mainly the bulk of the movement to the downside there, 1.72% down. Financials up about 0.5%, industrials flat, and the commodity prices had a lot to do with the resources moving a little lower. Gold price still above $4,200 a fine ounce, though. The Brent crude price $62.64 a barrel. Silver pricing down at $57. Platinum pricing $1,600, virtually unchanged from yesterday. Palladium pricing, though, is back below $1,500 a fine ounce, 1,480 or so there. If we look at international markets before we go, the US markets are currently in the red, with the Nasdaq down about 0.1% and the S&P down a little under 0.1%. European markets were all in the green, with the DAX the biggest winner there, up 0.9%. The Nikkei was the biggest winner in Asian markets, up about 2.3%. We're going to look at these and other market movements when we come back a little later on. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Okay, perfect. And I've been noting that story about the Rand. Long may that continue. Never mind those that say, hey, but what about the exporters? Listen, to the average person in South Africa, is like the Rand has an impact on all of us, and we are not convinced otherwise. So we're happy when the Rand is stronger against other currencies. So I think anyway. Right, let's get to, we're going to get to your calls and your comments, because you're on the pulse. I need to feel it.
X at SAfm Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, so what are you going to tell me? We've covered a lot. You know the story. You can WhatsApp, firstly, with a voice note, number one. And I know you have the number, but let me give it to you as well. It's 0614 104 107. And the 104 107 reflects the media bench. You can get us on radio nationwide from 104 up to 107 anywhere in the country. But of course, you can listen to us on streaming live via SAfm. You can watch us visually if you go to Facebook as well as the X platform. You will find us there, and I'm giving you a thumbs up if you're watching right away. You can also catch us on YouTube, and you'll see that visually too. And then, as you know, there's podcasts available. You can tweet as well, hashtag the National Pulse when you do that, so we can pick it up, and then tag SAfm Radio and do tag me, Ashraf Garda, right? But to call in, it's 086 000 2032. Let's start then with your comments, and for the majority, it's about the Madlanga Commission.
Good afternoon, SAfm, and to listeners. It's Sullivan Gownd from Durban. Mr. Ashraf, in my point of view, the disbanding of the political task team, if you look at the money allocated and the budget that was spent on that specific project. At the end of the day, what results did it bring in? Did it bring in enough results or enough rest to say them to weigh out the money that was spent on that project? Example, on overtime and on the vehicle cost, or was it just taxpayers' money being pumped into a project and at the end of the day was bearing no fruits? Just my suggestion.
Well, look, I mean,
Thank you.
are you suggesting that we should not have had the political task team or not? Because maybe that's premature. We need to see it. You're going to measure the money, the outlay, versus the cost of not having this task team. I mean, what is the cost of not having it? And that is why the commission then becomes very important, because the findings then will answer your question.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. My highlight for the Madlanga Commission was surrounding immediate, with immediate effect. That immediately does not refer to the immediately of switch off the lights. Yeah, and I realized that no, actually we have got bigger problems, Yeah, I mean, where do we go from here when executives are going to come with narrations like that to try and maintain the status quo? Mike here in Zerubacom.
Thanks for that, Michael. Can I hear what you're saying? I wonder what others are going to concur with you on that one, because there's a few more about the highlights.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and SAfm listeners. Ashraf, what took place to me today is for Mr. Madlanga to convince the minister to say he must say yes or no. We have a long way to go. It can't be right telling the whole minister to say minister yes or no. Lucian Gauteng.
Okay, and that for you has been a highlight.
Good evening, Mr. Ashraf. With regard to the ANC wanting to remove the President Ramaphosa, I think they're just playing games. Those who want to do so, I think they just want to eat. That's their aim. I think if they don't want to eat, they cannot remove Ramaphosa now because they don't have a leader now. There is no leader than Ramaphosa. So they must stop what they're doing. Otherwise, once they remove Ramaphosa, they must kiss goodbye to the government. They will never come back. That is the end of the ANC. Jerry Malachi.
Thanks for that, Jerry, about removing the Ramaphosa, the end of the ANC. In fact, I mean, here's a serious question. There's been lots of talk about the ANC renewal and revival, but if you think of the ANC in sporting terms, right, they've definitely fallen off a pack, and a serious pack. What do they need to do to come back? Because there's a local election coming up next year, and a general election follows thereafter. But the local election is quite significant in terms of the barometer of a nation. What do they need to do?
Good day, Ashraf and SAfm listeners. Marco Maseko here in Serena. Ashraf, I'm very happy about the cross questioning of Mr. Mkunu and Commissioner Madlanga. He's very clear, that Commissioner. We want answers. We don't want a prepared speech like he was doing since morning. We want straight answers. We don't want prepared speech now. It's time to answer to South Africans. Thanks very much.
Well, listen, I mean, the nature of it, you must understand that it works like this. There's a testimony that is prepared, that the person is briefed on by their legal counsel, and then there's questions responding to that. That is the nature of the way the processes work. So that won't change. You may find one more boring than the other, if I can call it that. And maybe there's more answers that you see when people are asked to justify their positions than the initial narrative. But that's just really, that's just the way it is. Okay, right. In fact, there's more to come, and I want to get to that in a moment as we wrap up the show when we get to 6 o'clock.
This season, make Christmas magic together with Spar and super savings, like 700ml all gold tomato sauce for $31.99, plus 100 megs free data on Spar Mobile, or 400-gram baked beans and tomato sauce, excluding light and variants. Buy 2 for 28 Rand, plus 50 megs free data on Spar Mobile. Prices valid from 24 November to 7 December 2025, while stocks last. T's and C's apply.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind these jams. Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to the soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide.
Standing on his own.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
All right, there are so many comments still. I'm trying to get as many as I can played on air before we say our goodbyes. Here's one.
Ashraf, this is Nonde. I'll try and be quick. Kuno cannot tell us everything, you know, because politicians and lawyers lie for a living. Okay, so I can't expect truth from him. What I would suggest if I were him, he speak nicely to President Ramaphosa and tell him that he would like to be an ambassador to Siberia in Russia. No, no, he can't be re-employed as the Minister of Police, right? Doors closed. Thank you, Ashraf.
Okay, Siberia in Russia. I've heard that story before, being sent to Siberia for whatever. What about the ambassador to the USA? Do we have one at the moment? That's replaced Ibrahim Rasool, a special envoy, but not an ambassador, do we? No, I don't think so. Okay, yeah, points taken there. You must speak to Ramaphosa. Clearly, you have no hope, not locally for him and his jobs, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. Robert from KZN. Ashraf, today for me is what I like about the commission today. They're not giving the Minister Mchunu a chance to give these long, boring explanations. He has to answer questions. But I still give him a belt for yet another explanation of what the word immediately means. But the Madlanga Commission, they've got him where I want him. Thanks.
We've got them where you want them in the Madlanga Commission.
Hi, Ashraf. It's Liz also from East London. I must say, since yesterday, I thought the Madlanga Commission could not handle Minister Senzo Mchunu. But now, during questioning, sure.
Well, I think, did I tell you that yesterday? Well, if not you, somebody else may have called in and I said so. When people were saying, are they being soft? Look, no, hold it. There's a process. And now you can see that process being played out. And as someone has suggested, it ain't a playground.
Hi, Ashraf. Louis from Pretoria. Look, Ashraf, Madlanga Commission is not a playground. As from today, the minister will realize that that one is not the ad hoc committee, that one. There's no friends there. There's no friendship. There's no one side from the ANC, one side. No friends there. No friends. They don't take nonsense, those guys. I really enjoyed the questions today. But hey, as for the answer from the minister, yeah.
Okay, yeah, as you said, the only way you can say it. What about this?
Afternoon, Ashraf. Afternoon. Now, you see, something is fishy here, very fishy. So the post prior to the answering indicate that the fast processing of the mind to swift the ask question, not the prepared one that is in the head already. So he's blatantly hiding to the motive behind the displacement of the PKTT.
The motive of the PKTT. I got that. Something fishy, you
This is
say.
Ashraf Sonia from Centurion. Let me put it to you this way. If you wanted to disband the political casting through a process, would you have not then worded it, you must start the process immediately? Surely, instead of saying immediately? No. He's trying to drown us with his educated English, but a spade still remains a spade. Anyway, thanks for this.
Okay, thank you very much. Spade remains a spade. Effectively, take action immediately. I hear that from many people.
Afternoon, Ashraf. You know, the commissioners took a rope and placed it on the table. And Julius Mkwanazi took it abruptly, just like Senzo Mkunu took a decision to disband the PKTT. Yeah, Julius took that rope so quickly and immediately to hang himself with it. That's how I can sum up today's testimonies. Sakino Joburg.
Okay, you think it all took it and he took the rope. I'm trying to, picture that image, and I'm sure the whole country is doing the same as well in the light of what you said, right? Okay, here's interesting.
Ashraf, this is classic Man United versus Liverpool. Even though your team is playing badly, people still want to, believe that their team is better than the other one. And I think the Mkwanazi supporters, I'm talking about general Mkwanazi supporters, are now coming to a realization that maybe there's more to it. Maybe Mkwanazi hasn't been honest with us about everything. Because Minister Mtunu's answers and his responses and his general order, he was totally in control of his questioning. And people who don't want to see that will obviously say differently. But that's not our problem, is it? So, yeah, all the best to the Minister.
Okay, I thought you were going to say all the best to Liverpool and Manchester United because I'm not too sure which player of the two you mentioned plays for which team, but I take your point. Okay.
Ashraf, what stood out for me, data deployment, lack of integrity and quality. It goes without saying those that people who are, in any structures, in any reference of power, they don't qualify to be there. What happened to qualified people for positions? Hey, yeah. These commissions are exposing these things since the dawn of Zondo Commission with Miss Unana being accountant and stuff. Hey, it's been an embarrassment after embarrassment. Thanks, Langa, in my respect.
Thanks for that. And I think that's what many people are saying, not so much even just about whether people have been corrupt or something. That's the second part of it. The first one is like, how did some of these people get into those positions in the first place? And I'm not pointing names, I'm picking up what others have said. Just some of them just are out of their depth.
Ashraf, Minister Mchunu, he's trying to justify himself. Now he's putting people like everything what he did, his uncalled for decision to just disband PKTT. Now he's trying to justify what he did. No, man.
Well, clearly he's going to keep his position. That's the whole purpose of this hearing.
Hi, Ashraf. It's Lindy here from Mafikeng. What stood out for me in the commission today was how Justice Madlanga was trying to break down the use of immediately after an adjective, explaining why anybody would interpret immediately as in now, not that it's later on. So it stood out for me in how he explained how a verb and adjective work together in a sentence. And then I was also impressed with how Advocate Sello asked the question, and then after that sentence, you then said further to that, wanting to know further to what? If it's not cancelling or de-establishing the PKTT, further to what?
Okay, I hear all of that. Interesting. And let me end with this question about with the election coming up. What about the IEC?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. The IEC must up its game. It must show itself as an organization of integrity and must strive to ensure that people believe in it and that and they don't question the election results. They must do everything possible that people believe and trust that the results are credible at the end of the day. I'm Bafana Kumalin member.
Thanks for that, Bafana. But I thought you could up the game in terms of making sure that it's accessible. And I'm for the digital, although some may say, well, in a country like ours, it can't work. But something's got to work around what we have right now. Let's leave it at that. How would you change? Would you actually go for an electronic vote? Or are we well many years, light years behind that? Think about that for that local government election coming up. Right now, it's 6 o'clock. Time for the news. Here's Greg House.